Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 926 Melanie Griffith's Outrageous Ideas. Be careful not to damage the director's paintings. Use the special tape made by the director's company, the kind that sticks to wallpaper. That way, when you remove and put them back together, you won't damage these 4 paintings and the wallpaper. If you damage these paintings, we won't be able to afford to pay for them even if we deduct all your wages. The filming returned to the 2-story mansion, where the set crew was carefully hanging up the Andy Warhol paintings that Ronald had bought. The set crew leader knew that Ronald had spent a lot of money on them and began to scold the careless loaders. "Boss, these aren't paintings, they're prints. Don't think we don't know. I used to work in a printing factory. How much could these things cost? I bet $50 a piece at most. They're not painted by an artist." An Italian-American set worker didn't believe him and touched them. "Don't move, you dirty hands. Your price is more than 1,000 times higher. Even if you lose all your salary, you still can't afford to pay for it. $50,000? Director, you must have been scammed. I can print dozens of copies of this in an afternoon." The Sethan shoved his hand away. "These rich people are so stupid, getting tricked into buying this garbage as a treasure." Action. After Ronald's loud shout began, Harrison Ford picked up Ronald's privately treasured top-grade cigar, took a puff, exhaled expensive smoke, and pointed to the green computer screen on his left, saying, "The operating profit margin of the Wolfsburg station should be 8%, not 6%. He sat at a modernly designed desk, the lamp modified by the lighting technician to become a source of illumination, creating a hazy effect in the smoke, making the eyes of Melanie Griffith, who was wearing a white vest and looking at him, even more unfocused. The National Communications Commission, FCC, has suspended its approval of Memphis Broadcasting, a subsidiary of Metro Radio. Your information is outdated." The FCC approved this new application last Friday, and Metro Radio's valuation increased by 30%. Ronald watched the 2 actors' performance from behind the camera. Harrison Ford was playing himself as always, his deep and masculine voice captivating. Melanie Griffith looked at him, her face revealing her inner turmoil. Harrison Ford also noticed her unusual expression. A man and a woman were working overtime, occasionally exchanging glances, understanding each other's feelings. Although there wasn't enough time to immediately get together, the feeling of knowing the other was willing to be with them was incredibly sweet. This scene was deliberately included to evoke the yearning for beautiful love in adult viewers, setting the stage for the later sex scene. "Let's get back to work," Harrison Ford said, getting up to pour water. If this continued, Jack and Tess would be on the verge of igniting a fire. After the other person stood up, Melanie Griffith licked her lips, a small gesture perfectly capturing the mindset of a secretary wanting to change herself. If she weren't pretending to be the manager, she would never have been able to work with someone of Jack Trainor's caliber, no matter how brilliant her ideas were. Cut. Ronald was very satisfied with Melanie Griffith's character-appropriate gesture. "When we shoot the close-up, you'll do that again." Okay. Melanie Griffith had recovered well from the previous filming mishap, and her daily performances were now back to pre-accident levels. Action. Soon, the camera switched to a close-up, focusing on the 2 actors, and filmed their scene twice more. An assistant handed Harrison Ford another cigar of similar length for him to smoke. Then, Melanie Griffith licked her lips at the camera, slightly raised her chin, and said to the camera, "I think we're ready." This sentence was both a comment on their work and a double entendre about their relationship. Cut. "Ronald, that cigar is really nice. I rarely get to smoke good ones on set. The props department never provides really good cigars or cigarettes." Harrison Ford praised Ronald's cigar. "Take it if you like. It was a gift from Goldberg, the president of Fox." To ensure accuracy, Ronald used real, expensive brands for the cigarettes, cigars, wine, and champagne in the film, making sure even Wall Street couldn't find fault. "Ahem, don't smoke here. The director's masterpieces will be ruined by the smoke." Melanie Griffith affectionately slapped Harrison Ford's arm, preparing for the upcoming sex scene. Masterpieces. Harrison Ford looked at the 4 paintings by the stairs, his expression strange, as if asking Ronald why he would buy such prints. This was bought at a charity auction, perfect for the set. Ronald, no longer wanting to look at the painting he'd spent a fortune on from David Geffen, quickly changed the subject. Get ready, we're going to the bedroom to film the sex scene. Would you like a glass of champagne? Harrison Ford asked Melanie. I don't need that. Melanie Griffith smiled provocatively, as if to say, I can film a sex scene with America's biggest male star. I don't need to build up the mood. Then asked, do you want one? Oh, I don't need one either. In the next room, the director of photography had already had the lighting crew set up the lights, and soon the 2 actors in their pajamas entered the bedroom. Apart from the lighting, sound recording, Ronald, the director of photography Bauhaus, who was personally filming, and the actors' managers, the set was cleared. Seeing that there were no extra people on set, Ronald raised his hand and said to the 2 actors, please. Harrison Ford was the first to take off his pajamas, leaving him in only his underwear. He had taken precautions, covering his lower body with a blanket. Melanie Griffith was even more unrestrained, taking off her pajamas and walking openly to the bed. She unabashedly lifted the covers, then crawled in, draping the blanket half over herself. You look fantastic today, Melanie's manager, Phyllis Carlisle, gave her a thumbs up. Miss Griffith, Harrison Ford's manager, personally chosen by his wife, gestured for Melanie to pull the blanket up a little. Melanie Griffith's carefully planned trick had been seen through. She looked at Ronald behind the camera. This is an R-rated film. If her sex scene with Harrison Ford could be a memorable performance, she would become a long-standing topic of conversation. Phyllis Carlisle had already planned this out. Please, Ronald also made an upward gesture, then shook his finger at Phyllis Carlisle. No tricks. Finally, he beckoned her over and whispered a few words in her ear. No, I promise there won't be any tricks. She just wasn't paying attention. Phyllis immediately agreed, personally tucking Melanie in, leaving only her shoulders and upper back exposed. Harrison's wife specifically instructed. Phyllis Carlisle explained to her client, Melanie. Harrison Ford's wife was very protective, not just out of jealousy, but also because a big star like Harrison Ford couldn't be allowed to act in any indecent scenes. If a scene involving nudity were filmed, even if it involved Melanie Griffith, the actress he was acting opposite, the media would be a media frenzy. Therefore, he would absolutely not allow it to happen. Such a scene wouldn't even pass the distributor censorship. Action. The door opened, and Harrison Ford, a blanket wrapped around his waist and carrying takeout, walked in with a somewhat comical gait. He put the takeout down and then passionately kissed Melanie, who was lying on the bed. His hands very gentlemanly supported him on either side of Melanie's head, like a standard push-up position. Their kiss was very restrained, brief and tentative. However, their eyes were both full of emotion. The control of a professional actor was reassuring. They kissed for several seconds, then separated. Melanie Griffith placed a finger on Harrison Ford's chin. How did you get a scar here? Melanie Griffith improvised. Ronald clearly saw a flash of surprise in Harrison Ford's eyes. In Detroit, someone pulled out a knife and stabbed me. The scar wasn't done by the makeup artist, it was Harrison Ford's real scar, right on his chin. Presumably, many women had asked him that in real life. Really, Melanie Griffith's portrayed as easily fooled, inexperienced woman very convincingly. The surprised expression on her face was clearly a natural reaction to hearing Harrison Ford's rambling. Ronald quickly gestured to the crew not to stop. Such a realistic performance opportunity was rare. No, Harrison Ford's expression suddenly changed. Women love all sorts of stories. This tough guy persona seemed to disbelieve Melanie, so he'd try a more unconventional, rebellious one. I used to have a girlfriend who wanted to pierce my ears, but it hurt so much I passed out and fell in the bathtub, breaking my chin. Haha. Tessa's character was just a bit naive because she hadn't had the chance to interact with wealthy, socially powerful men, but she wasn't stupid. She immediately realized this was another story. The two laughed for a while. Melanie Griffith licked her lips and cleared her throat. I have something I need to tell you. Facing the camera, she swallowed, and then nervously licked her lips again, perfectly portraying a woman anxiously trying to reveal her secret to her lover, her secret being her secretary. Beep beep beep. Just then, the phone rang. They exchanged a glance. Seeing Tess didn't speak immediately, Jack got up to pick up the phone. Hello. Hi. I know. I can't wait, I'll pick you up as soon as you get back, a woman's voice came from the other end. Melanie Griffith, standing beside her, raised her chin slightly for the camera. According to the script, Tess recognized the voice as a woman's, and a bitter expression crept onto her face. Me too, bye. Harrison Ford put down the phone, looking at Melanie Griffith's disappointed face, and wanted to kiss her again. Melanie Griffiths looked up, but before she could reciprocate with a kiss, her emotion surged again, and she simply turned over, burying her head in the pillow. Cut. Oh, damn, Ronald cursed under his breath, unsure whether it was Griffiths' deliberate act or Harrison Ford's strenuous push-ups that had messed up the bed. When Griffiths finally rolled over, she briefly peeked out from under the covers. Oh, sorry, I didn't do it right. Griffiths immediately apologized to the director and Harrison Ford, her voice betraying her nervousness. Her improvisation had initially brought out a great scene with Harrison Ford, but that seemingly unintentional rollover at the end. Harrison Ford pursed his lips. He actually wanted to keep that scene, a rare display of his acting prowess in the film. This scene was very similar to his own personality, a charming, cowboy-like, boastful handsome man, much like Han Solo from Star Wars. Harrison, it's an honest mistake. The chemistry between you and Melanie will captivate audiences on screen. I'll keep this take, if you don't mind, I'll keep that long take. It's a rare shot, a shot blessed by the god of cinema, and it might only appear once or twice in a movie. Okay, actually I don't mind that much. I also think the acting was good. If you're willing, I'll agree to keep it. Harrison Ford wasn't too bothered by the less than half-second scene. As long as the plot was reasonable and it wasn't intentional showing off, such a shot wouldn't qualify for an R rating. Besides, it wasn't like he was exposing himself. Let's continue. Ronald waved for the two to get back into position. Okay, there's a woman. Actually, I've already broken up with her. Well, technically, we haven't broken up yet. I was planning to break up with her, but she broke her leg while skiing, and I felt that in this situation, I shouldn't kick her while she's down. Melanie Griffiths half raised her head. The more she listened, the more something seemed off. Why did this plot sound so familiar? Actually, she works at the same company as you, in the same department. You even mentioned her name when we first talked on the phone. Oh, Catherine. Yeah, Parker. Melanie Griffiths, playing Tess, turned her head and buried it in the pillow. She hadn't expected that her business partner was actually her boss Catherine's ex-boyfriend. Well, technically not exactly an ex-boyfriend. What were you going to say? Harrison Ford, playing Jack, remembered what Tess was going to say before answering the phone. Sigh. Tess sighed, her head buried in the pillow. Oh, nothing, it's not important. Cut. Ronald gave the two actors a thumbs up. The two got up, put on their pajamas, and laughed happily. Actors don't really have a precise sense of whether their performance is good or not on set, so Ronald's reaction undoubtedly told them they did a great job. This sex scene is a classic, the I have a secret to tell you, but never mind trope, setting the stage for Catherine's later return to expose Tess's secret identity. However, with such a cliched scene, if the actors can perform it naturally, the audience doesn't really care. It doesn't matter if the plot is old, the key is to act it fresh. At noon, we had lunch at a famous Greek restaurant together, and in the afternoon we returned to the room to continue filming. After the bed scene was finished, Harrison Ford left first. Next was Tess's solo scene. She also heard that Catherine was coming back. In a hurry, she took the custom-made dress that she had borrowed from Catherine to the dry cleaners. It'll be $120 in total, a Chinese extra, playing the dry cleaner's owner, said to Tess. Here you go. Without having time to question the expensive price, Tess opened her wallet, counted out a few bills, handed them over, and then hurriedly ran away with the clothes wrapped in a plastic bag. Then she replenished the food she had eaten in the refrigerator and tried to restore the contents of the large refrigerator as much as possible. Finally, she cleaned the room, vacuuming away the dust. Wearing a white shirt, a black skirt, and with her hair a little messy, Melanie Griffith turned on the imported Japanese vacuum cleaner and dusted the room in slippers. Cut. Ronald found the woman's disheveled state quite sexy, and having captured the right shot, he called for a stop to end the day's filming. Director, I don't think this scene is very realistic. Melanie Griffiths approached, nervously clasping her hands together, swallowing hard, and offered her opinion to Ronald. What do you mean? Ronald raised an eyebrow. He was also a little unsure whether this woman's earlier sex scene was genuinely unintentional or staged, an attempt to gain attention. I don't know what you think, but a single woman vacuuming at home wouldn't be dressed like a maid. I usually vacuum in my underwear at home, Melanie Griffiths gestured as she explained her thoughts. Is that so? Ronald stroked his chin. This reason did make sense. He had asked several young women on set, and indeed, their mindset at home was quite different from when someone was home. When single, one doesn't care about being seen at home. Vacuuming in work clothes would indeed seem redundant. Okay, let's do it your way. Ronald was convinced by Melanie and filmed another take of the vacuuming scene. A little while later, Melanie Griffith appeared wearing a high-V lingerie set and white high heels. She was prepared. The sex scene hadn't allowed her to show any sexiness, but this vacuuming scene had a reasonable excuse, so it should be okay, right? Ronald swallowed hard. This outfit was just too alluring. The key was those high heels. They were far sexier than nothing at all. Looks like she was prepared. But we can't have too many of these scenes, or it'll become vulgar. Ronald stroked his chin, thinking. An R-rated film can offer a reasonable sweet spot, but it can't look lewd. I have an idea. We can place our camera outside the door, so it doesn't intrude on Tess's personal space. We can just watch a little bit of Tess vacuuming from the outside. Ronald quickly came up with a solution. Doing housework in lingerie, if it's as common as Melanie Griffith said, must be something private, something a single woman would do alone at home. Therefore, the camera shouldn't intrude on Tess's personal space, so the audience wouldn't feel violated. Otherwise, female viewers would definitely feel uncomfortable. Cut. Several shots were filmed outside the door. Melanie Griffiths had no choice but to desperately strike a few sexy poses with a vacuum cleaner, but it seemed the final cut wouldn't be more than a second. The director is too cunning, he just won't give me any screen time, Melanie Griffiths complained to her manager, Phyllis Carlisle. On this point, I actually agree with director Ronald's idea. He understands very well what the audience wants to see. Rather than a long take of your sexy scenes, such a fleeting glimpse will make male viewers love you even more. Phyllis Carlisle is worldly wise. What truly draws male audiences to the theater and then makes it a topic of conversation for a long time is precisely this kind of short shot. The kind you'd miss if you didn't specifically go to see it. I hope you're right, Phyllis. I hope the final scene of the third act will make me look more moving. Chapter 927, Plot Points That Aren't Afraid of Getting Old. Oh, I'm home. Sigourney Weaver rejoined the shoot, wearing a cashmere coat over a cashmere turtleneck sweater, cashmere gloves, and a fluffy white headband. The scene depicting this dialogue is her character, Catherine, returning home. Upon opening the door, Weaver makes an exaggerated gesture, using a cane with white leather supports under her arm, rising on one foot and hopping forward. Oh, God, Catherine rushes into the bedroom to change. The camera is still focused on the doorway when Melanie Griffiths follows her in. She is the one who should be calling out to God. She carries a Louis Vuitton suitcase in each hand, a small handbag slung over her shoulder, a briefcase tucked under her arm, and the gorilla plush toy Ronald personally selected is perched on her back. Phew, Melanie Griffith forced herself to walk in, put down two large bags, and then unloaded the gorilla from her back onto a chair. Exhausted, she sat down in the chair. This was the moment Tess transformed from princess back into Cinderella. After a while, her beautiful decorations and clothes turned into pumpkins, revealing her true form. Tess changed back into her black and white striped wool coat, still wearing her cheap black suit and white shirt underneath. Only her blonde hair, cut short by her friends remained the same as when she was pretending to be a manager. Tess's boss, Catherine, was very good at manipulating people with words. While in the car, she called her boyfriend, Jack Trainer, to come to her house, half whining that she wouldn't accept his refusal. She used the same methods on Tess, immediately turning the still naive career woman into her personal maid, using her still healing broken leg as an excuse to treat Tess like a laborer, making her do this and that. Clatter, clatter. The first thing Catherine did upon arriving home was to turn on her computer. She remembered writing down her plan to embezzle Tess on her computer's memo software, and even noting down words Tess couldn't know. When you came here before, did you happen to see these? Catherine was very skilled at manipulating people. She waited for Tess to sit down and catch her breath before immediately asking if she had seen her computer, testing her. At this point, most people wouldn't be on guard. What was that? Tess, of course, knew what she was talking about and decisively played dumb. You know what? I was writing down your ideas, giving them a final check, preparing to send them to Jack Trainer. But now, it looks like what I wrote down is my idea. The problem is, Jack had a run-in once. He was accused of stealing company ideas, so he's very cautious about the source of his ideas since. If I told him the idea came from a colleague, he wouldn't even consider collaborating, let alone having a secretary come up with it. Sigourney Weaver naturally made up a story while checking the emails. She played the role of a complete bitch. Catherine, judging Tess by her own standards, assumed Tess had seen the memo. Now, all she had to do was use the art of words to deceive this ignorant secretary and prevent her from ruining her job. What am I saying? If you see this, you'll definitely ask me what happened. Trust, she clumsily covered up the matter with a lie, then subtly pressured Tess. Catherine, a workplace animal, was adept at exonerating herself. Sigourney Weaver's delivery of lines was the best among the three leads. Her long monologue flowed seamlessly, each line immediately following the next without giving her opponent a chance to respond. If one weren't wary of her, it would be easy to be drawn into her train of thought. Then, Sigourney Weaver turned and, leaning on her cane, entered the bathroom. "Oh, I need help changing and showering." The next shot focused on Melanie Griffith, capturing her reaction. Melanie, still catching her breath, couldn't stand her boss's shameless behavior and could only roll her eyes and scoff. Cut. Seeing the director indicate the take was over, both actresses breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to do this kind of scene again. Melanie had to carry so many boxes, and Sigourney had to pretend to be a cripple and hop around quickly, both physically demanding scenes. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter, hugging each other. Acting in a movie is either speaking or listening to your co-stars. Acting is about reacting to the other actor's lines, actions, and expressions. If the acting levels of two actors are too different, one actor's signals might go unheard by the other. Only when two equally matched actors can the performance be truly enjoyable. One actor's performance can inspire the other, and the other's reaction, in turn, can inspire the first actor. Melanie and Sigourney's scenes together were very enjoyable for the actors. One was a shrewish boss, the other a scheming subordinate. The two women's battle of wits made them both very happy. Next up is Sigourney's sex scene. Get ready. We'll wait for Harrison to arrive before starting. Ronald directed the lighting crew to begin preparing the next scene. Ronald later, you and he didn't have any problems, right? Sigourney Weaver whispered to Melanie, knowing about Melanie's near dismissal. Ronald was a good director, the past is the past. Griffith didn't want to say more. He really was very good, a director for actors. He often let us figure things out ourselves, without rigidly dictating how we should act. Like that gorilla scene, I only understood Ronald's thinking after seeing your performance. Sigourney Weaver felt she finally understood. The gorilla was a symbol of the intimidation and encroachment that comes with power in the office. There's an English metaphor for having a monkey on your back. It's a metaphor for a problem that's like a monkey, impossible to shake off. The monkey on Tess's back was Catherine's abuse of her time, making an office assistant do everything, even things that weren't her responsibility, using verbal coercion. A gorilla is also a kind of monkey, a very powerful one. While discussing Ronald's superb guiding skills, Sigourney Weaver changed her clothes. She wore a high-end lingerie-like dress over a low-cut silk nightgown. Once ready, she heard Harrison Ford's voice and went outside. "You look stunning today, Sigourney. You look handsome too, Harrison." The two stars greeted each other, preparing to film the next scene, a classic Hollywood farce. Catherine lay in bed, applying powder to her chest to cover the freckles common among white women. She kept ordering Tess to fetch concealer and perfume, making herself look beautiful. She boastfully told Tess that her business partner, Jack Trainer, was coming soon. Tess didn't want to meet Jack under these circumstances and made an excuse about a doctor's appointment. Catherine then instructed her to go to the pharmacy to buy birth control pills. Today, she planned to use this long-awaited reunion to expose Jack's marriage proposal. The art of words was her forte. She simply said she could go to the doctor's later, handing over $5 and a prescription. This self-righteousness and disregard for other people's time was typical of Catherine. Melanie Griffiths left the stage, and Harrison Ford, playing Jack, entered the room. Sigourney Weaver tried various romantic gestures, making Jack smell her perfume, asking him to get champagne from the refrigerator, and so on. Jack Trainer, who was originally planning to break up with Catherine, still felt a slight, innate fear of this woman. When Catherine said she was going to propose, Jack completely exploded. How could someone be so arrogant? "Catherine, this is really not the time to chat," Harrison Ford said with an exaggerated smile, trying to escape. At this moment, Tess returned with the pills and peeked through the crack in the door. She wondered if Jack, like Catherine, was treating her like a fool. Sigourney Weaver, upon hearing this, completely misunderstood. She moved closer to Harrison Ford and reached down to his crotch. "You're right, now is not the time to talk. Big Jack, can't you get some fresh air?" "Katie's lonely." Harrison Ford's expression changed. "Such a direct acting?" No, Jack, what's wrong with you?" Catherine's face changed. She always had this way of making others feel guilty. Harrison Ford, playing Jack, also had an expression as if he felt guilty. He finally made up his mind and said, "I have someone else." "Someone else," Sigourney Weaver repeated, like a high school teacher scolding her student. "I mean, there's another important person, a client. We have an appointment, I can't be late. I'll talk to you later, bye." Jack kissed Catherine, then, taking advantage of her unsteady gait, fled as fast as he could. This was supposed to be the time for Jack, Tess, Mr. Tess, and Newtown Broadcasting to discuss the merger plan. Jack left in a hurry. HMPH, Tess chuckled, eavesdropping behind the door. She saw Jack leave, waited a while, and then pretended to have just returned with the medicine. Coming, cut. Ronald was quite satisfied with the direction. This kind of plot was common in classic Hollywood comedies. Two female leads, one in the open, one in the shadows, used the doorway and other setting to create misunderstandings and coincidences to advance the plot. However, modern working girls shouldn't rely too heavily on such old tropes. Ronald only used it briefly here, and before the audience could even think of the another old trope complaint, it was over. "Here it is, here's your medicine." Melanie Griffith took her notebook from her cheap purse, reached inside, pulled out some change, and placed it on the table. "I have to go, I'm going to be late for the doctor," and then, like Jack, Tess turned and ran before Catherine could react. Tess also hurried off to her meeting. Catherine rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Today was strange, everyone was rushing off. She sensed something was amiss, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Tess, you forgot your notebook." Catherine noticed Tess's haste and realized she'd forgotten it. Just then, she heard Tess rushing downstairs and closing the door. It was too late. Sigourney Weaver looked bewildered. She picked up Tess's notebook. Everyone has curiosity. Just like Tess had once peeked at Catherine's computer notes out of curiosity. Now it was Catherine's turn to peek at Tess's notes. Tess had written down her schedule for collaborating with Jack Trainer, meeting Mr. Teska, and her plan to meet with a media assistant next Monday to present her proposal. Catherine flipped through the pages, her face instantly turning pale. That slut, that wretched little secretary. She jumped out of bed and skipped into the bathroom. Cut. These scenes were filmed very well. It was obvious to the naked eye that the two leading ladies' scenes were far more captivating than Harrison Ford's. However, Ronald didn't mention this. He invited the two leading ladies and Ford to a high-end Japanese sushi restaurant, where the ingredients and chefs were all flown in from Japan. Last night's dinner was truly wonderful. The next day, they were filming the scene where Tess's identity was revealed. The filming location was very classic, with an old-fashioned round table, allowing the two merger teams, the buyer, Tess Corporation, and the seller, Newtown Broadcasting, to sit on equal footing. Tess and Jack's costumes were a continuation of the previous day's shoot. They met in the foyer and began to talk. "I'll sing a solo today." Tess was becoming increasingly confident. "Of course, no problem." Jack was satisfied with his partner's progress. "Tess and Armstrong are over there. We're waiting to see what color smoke is coming out of their chimneys." This phrase is a reference to the Vatican. Every time the Pope is replaced, the Vatican holds meetings to decide the candidate, and the ballots are burned every day so the public can see the smoke coming out of the chimneys. If no one is chosen, straw is burned along with the Pope, producing black smoke. If a successor is chosen, only the ballots are burned, producing white smoke. The most recent successor to the papacy using this method of burning smoke was the Polish-born John Paul II. Jack used this analogy to describe the outcome of a buyer-seller negotiation. "My colleague has a new merger idea. Would you like to take a look?" Melanie Griffiths asked Harrison Ford while waiting for the merger meeting to begin. She also wanted to confirm if Catherine was telling the truth. "Of course, if you ask me for help, I would," Jack readily agreed. Aren't there any ethical concerns? Like, for example, plagiarism? Of course not. I'm always very careful. That's never happened. What's wrong? Why do you ask? I'm just a little nervous. You'll be fine. While the two were talking, two heavyweights had already reached a conclusion. Everyone sat down for the meeting, and Armstrong announced the sale of Newtown Broadcasting to Tesk Enterprises for $68.5 million. Bang! With a loud crash, Catherine hopped in on crutches. Thank God I made it. This woman is a fraud. She stole my idea. She then raised her crutches, pointing at Tess, and said, "This woman is my secretary. She's not a manager at all, Jack. You've been fooled. What are you talking about? Tess can't possibly be your secretary." Jack Trainer had witnessed Tess's cleverness and tenacity in getting Tessia interested in the deal. How could she be a secretary? Then ask her. Is she my secretary? Tess, I can explain. It was my idea. Tess, embarrassed by her exposed identity, could only speak softly. My God, you really are her secretary. Jack Trainer also realized something was wrong. This woman, while I was broken, stole my idea, impersonated my colleague, and this was my idea, my project. Catherine, confident of victory, sat down casually. That's my idea, Tess exclaimed. I can explain, Jack. She's the one who lied. Melanie's voice trailed off. She knew it would be difficult to explain in a short time. Embarrassment and shame filled her, and Tess, unsure of what to do, stood up and walked out. Okay, the name of this game is that we finalize the details of the merger. Harrison Ford's face was full of bewilderment. He flipped open the thick merger contract and continued working. Cut. Ronald called a halt to filming and led everyone in applause. After the scene was filmed, only the final ending and some outdoor scenes unrelated to the main plot remained, which were handed over to the second team for reshoots. Excellent. We're going to have a fancy meal in France today. After dinner, the stars all went to enjoy the weekend. Ronald still had to continue working, reviewing yesterday's footage and preparing for the finale filming starting next Monday. He picked up the phone and spoke with Cameron Crowe. I don't think the ending is powerful enough. Do you have any good ideas? You want an even more powerful ending? Crowe had been working with Ronald every evening in his apartment, revising the script, for weeks and had gotten used to this method. The beginning was so exciting, the scenes between the actresses really whetted the audience's appetite. I'm worried the original ending won't be able to hold up. It's a classic Hollywood twist. Aren't you satisfied? Tess proved she was the original plan to acquire the radio station. Tess believed her. Catherine was fired, and finally Tess and Jack kissed. A classic Hollywood ending. I still feel it's not right. We've revealed enough information so far. The audience will have guessed the ending to some extent. We need to give them something unexpected. Ronald felt deeply that the beginning was too exciting, which would cause the script's structure to become unbalanced. He needed to add more scenes later to balance it out, so that the audience would still be thinking about the plot and recommending it to their friends when they left the theater. Okay, let me think of something. At this point, you need a Billy Wilder-esque twist ending. Cameron Crowe scratched his head. If anyone was best at this kind of powerful ending, it had to be his idol, the famous director and screenwriter of the 1950s, Billy Wilder. Do you have any inspiration? How about this? We can meet in person tomorrow when the crew is off. No, wait, those Writers Guild overseers are still watching me. I need to find a good place to shake them off. Here's what I've arranged. I'll call you when I've got it all sorted. Chapter 928, The Multiple Satisfactions of Two Reversals, Ending. This is a boat from the Hudson River Yacht Charter Company. We'll have the captain take it out. We can talk at our own pace on the sea, undisturbed. To avoid the Writers Guild's ever-present surveillance, Ronald found a mid-sized yacht, brought some food, and sailed off the World Trade Center dock. After leaving the supervising writers on the dock, he turned the boat to Brookfield Square dock to pick up Cameron Crowe, who was waiting there. The boat sailed past the island where the Statue of Liberty is located and drifted on the sea. Why is the Writers Guild escalating their strike again? I saw the writers blocking the NBC building entrance from my Fifth Avenue apartment. Cameron Crowe picked up the takeout from Aquavit, a Swedish restaurant Ronald had brought. It was all unassuming but delicious food. A few days ago, the producers' union invited a federal government mediator to participate in the negotiations. Those lawyers from the Writers Guild responsible for the negotiations are back to their old tricks, trying to put pressure on us on television. Ronald shook his head. The negotiations had been deadlocked for several weeks. and according to federal law, they had reached the threshold where either side could apply for a federal special mediator. With an official mediator in place, both labor and management were forced to sit down and negotiate under his direction, and were not allowed to leave without a valid reason. Ronald took out rye bread, a salad of tuna and salmon, hash browns, ham, and candied butter from the box, set them out on the table, and opened 2 bottles of light beer. He and his old friend Crow began to eat. The 3 major television networks have run out of scripts for their dramas, and all the evening dramas have been rebroadcast. Crow also found it a bit outrageous. He was looking to return to Hollywood, but he hadn't expected to encounter something like this. The film industry is in a similar state. Script revisions and creation are prohibited. I think if this continues, there will be a large number of imported films next year. After finishing their brunch, which was essentially a combined meal, the two began to discuss the ending of the film. A Billy Wilder-style multiple climax requires a false ending, making the audience mistakenly believe it's the ending they're expecting. Then, it flips again, with a heartwarming conclusion. Just when they think a movie should end there, it flips back to the real ending. This is how you give the audience multiple satisfactions. Cameron Crowe drew a wavy line on a cardboard sign, combining it with some of Billy Wilder's most famous films, and explained his idea to Ronald. You mean, take the original ending, Tess proving she was the original initiator of the radio station acquisition proposal, defeating Catherine, clearing her name, and being hired on the spot by Mr. Teska, getting an entry-level job at Teska's company, as a false ending. Ronald took a bite of his hash brown and asked, "Yes, that's a natural ending to the plot. The audience won't be on guard, they won't know it's a false ending while watching." Crowe explained the key to a false ending: it needs to engage the audience. If they realize it's not the real ending, their engagement will be much weaker, and the false ending will lose its effect. This is why everyone sees Billy Wilder's tricks on screen, but few can imitate them perfectly. Tess, this fake ending concludes the workplace story. But Tess also has a love story. Whether she and Jack Trainer can become a couple, we need to use Tess and Jack's love as a false aftertaste after the fake ending. Ronald thought Cameron Crowe's point was valid. In this script, Tess actually had 2 main storylines. One was her career, which was resolved in the fake ending. The other was her love story, which was resolved with a false aftertaste. The key was how to satisfy the audience. What do you think a woman of Tess's social standing is most afraid of? Ronald asked Crowe, taking a sip of his light beer. "I think it's the fear of encountering an unreliable man." Crowe clinked his beer with Ronald's. "So here, we need to reassure the audience that Jack is the most suitable partner for Tess, and they are truly in love. What's the most romantic thing for married women?" Ronald asked the married Cameron Crowe. "Since that's the case, this plot can't end with Tess and Jack kissing as originally planned. It needs to be a kind of genuine romance that female viewers with stable relationships would also find appealing. I probably prepared breakfast for her, packed her tour clothes and snacks." Cameron Crowe's wife is a rock singer, and he spoke with a sweet smile. "Tess's first day at her new company, we had Jack prepare everything for her." Ronald looked at Crowe. This guy wasn't exactly the most handsome, but he managed to win Nancy's heart and marry her. This kind of small, romantic tenderness must be very important to women who need stability. Cameron Crowe quickly wrote a revised ending. Ronald and he rested on the deck for a while, enjoying the scenery, before returning to continue revising. "We tried many approaches to the true ending, but I still felt it lacked impact. What kind of plot points do you think would leave the audience wanting more, with a sense of lingering meaning?" The so-called Billy Wilder-style ending has this charm: short, but allowing the emotions built up in the false ending and lingering aftertaste to be fully released in the true ending. Watching the ending of a Billy Wilder play always makes you want to immediately watch the sequel. What do you think would be the most painful and frustrating moment for a woman working as a secretary, after watching the preceding episodes? Crowe asked Ronald in return. "HMPH, you've come to the right person. I found a former Wall Street secretary, Teresa, to teach Melanie Griffiths how to behave as a secretary. Instead of guessing here, why don't we just find her and ask her?" The yacht headed towards Chelsea Marina, where there were sailing and water skiing activities for tourists and enthusiasts. Teresa was playing with her son there. Ronald found Teresa through her husband. When the yacht arrived, Teresa and her family were already waiting at the dock. Teresa's son was very cute and wasn't afraid at all on the boat, running around and quickly getting his hair wet. "What a healthy boy." Ronald grabbed him, patted the back of his head, and he quickly calmed down. "Thank you, Ronald. You really like boats. David and I are considering letting him make sailing a hobby." Teresa Kate was now living a happy life, and the worries of her past as a secretary were no longer visible on her face. "I think he really likes you. You'll definitely be a good father when you have children. Besides catching up, I also want to hear your opinion on something," Ronald explained, revealing his purpose for calling her in. "Could you help me think about which aspects of Tess's life frustrated you the most?" No need to think. Tess is the epitome of us secretaries. What we hate most is when managers don't treat us as equals. They always think we secretaries are uneducated, inferior, and that everything is hierarchical. Secretaries can only address them as Mr. or Ms., while they can call us by our first names. As for making us do trivial tasks outside our job description, like making coffee, picking up the kids, or queuing up for popular items for them, it's all taken for granted. Ronald's eyes lit up. This was a moment of enlightenment for him. Tess, the working woman, was originally a typical self-made career woman. If, through her relentless efforts and adventurous spirit of seizing opportunities, she was blessed by God and rose to a managerial position, only to immediately transform into someone like Catherine, then what would be the point of the story? Audiences want more than just Tess replacing Catherine and successfully rising to a managerial position. They want to see her embody the diligence, adventurousness, and kindness of a traditional American, far superior to selfish and obnoxious workplace characters. Filming entered its final week, with Sigourney Weaver and Harrison Ford having completed their scenes. Tess was fired by Catherine, and Shin told all the secretaries in the office about the injustice Tess suffered. They pooled their money to help Tess treat herself well and get through this difficult time until she found a job. Tess decided to move to a different city to continue her life. She wanted to find a new place, learn from her mistakes, not take everything too seriously, and cultivate a sense of humor. Tess firmly believed she was on the right path and didn't need a man to save her. Tess, carrying a cardboard box, packed her belongings and finally placed the plush rabbit inside. As she stepped off the elevator, Mr. Tess, along with Catherine, who had replaced Tess, and Jack Trainer, entered the World Trade Center. They were there to finalize the acquisition deal. Tess was bumped into, scattering her things everywhere. Jack came over to help her clean up and scolded her for not answering her phone. He wanted to find her and get to the bottom of things. Tess explained her predicament. As a secretary, she faced discrimination everywhere. If she came to discuss the merger with Jack as a secretary, she wouldn't be treated properly. At this moment, Catherine mocked Tess again, subtly suggesting that she might have stolen something from someone else's box. Enraged, Tess, for her own sake and for the sake of the merger, made a final stand. After Mr. Tess entered the elevator, she pointed out a key flaw in the merger, which, if not handled properly, would prevent the merger from achieving its intended results. Tess had no prejudice against Tess. Ignoring Catherine's nonsense, he jumped out of the elevator and, with Jack, who sided with Tess, went to another movie to carefully inquire about its flaws. It turned out that the New City radio station relied heavily on a comedic host, who had recently gotten married. If the contract wasn't handled properly, the station would definitely not be able to pay them more than $60 million. Believing Tess's explanation, Mr. Tess also questioned her about the relationship between her and Catherine. He didn't believe that Tess, who knew more about the merger than Catherine, was the plagiarist. Encouraged by Jack, Tess finally produced the newspaper clipping she had collected, which featured a photo of Olympia Dukakis, and told Mr. Tess about her inspiration for merging the radio station instead of the television network. It turned out that the personal page on the clipping contained their daughter's engagement announcement and reports of her charity work. Above the entertainment section was a report on the comedic radio host. I was thinking, Teska, radio, Teska, inspiration struck. If they were together, it would be a great merger and acquisition deal. Then I found Jack found Newtown Broadcasting, and then we found you. After exiting the elevator, Teska found Catherine and asked her to explain the inspiration for the merger and acquisition deal. Not many people would think of Teska acquiring a radio station instead of a television station. Catherine stammered, unable to speak, and her request for Jack's help was also refused. Everyone saw through her plagiarism, and Teska fired her on the spot, telling Tess to consider whether she could accept an entry-level position to work for him. The filming of the two main actors was packed up, and Ronald took them to Ludus, a highly rated French restaurant on the Upper East Side. Everyone enjoyed an expensive dinner costing $200 per person, and Harrison Ford expressed his gratitude for working with Ronald on the filming process. Compared to dining at high-end restaurants every now and then, he was very satisfied. "I'm looking forward to the finale," Melanie Griffith said to Ronald as she came out for her last scene. Melanie and the Wall Street banker were going through a breakup, and she was trying her best to control herself and stop relying on alcohol and drugs. "Here's the script, get ready." Melanie Griffiths took 2 pages of the script, quickly read them, and then gaped in surprise. "This is Amy Aquino, she's playing your rival in the final scene." Ronald introduced Griffiths to the actress playing her rival in the final, true ending scene. "Hello, Melanie." Amy Aquino was a Broadway actress who had been temporarily cast as Tess's new colleague. Being cast in the final scene after weeks of filming and developing a rare rapport was difficult for any actor. So Ronald had found a seasoned stage performer. "I brought some salad from Luke's restaurant, we can eat together during breaks." Melanie Griffiths was very friendly to her co-star. "Thank you, I've never acted in a movie before, this is my first time." Amy Aquino was of average appearance, with long, curly black hair, and seemed fairly confident. "Get ready, we'll start in half an hour." Ronald had someone come and tell them to get ready. Action. Tess walked in from outside. The receptionist at the door told her that, as before, her position was in the innermost corner. Amy Aquino sat in a chair in the office, her legs propped up on the windowsill, talking on the phone with her back to the camera. "You know, those terrorists aren't really human, they're more like half-human creatures." Cut. Ronald stopped filming. Amy Aquino stood up, looking very nervous. She knew she had messed up her first take. "Your performance was great. But now there's something you should know. We have a microphone, a small microphone above your head, so you don't have to worry about us hearing you. Just talk like you're on the phone." Aquino looked confused. She had no film acting experience. And she thought a microphone was near the camera outside the door, so she spoke very loudly, afraid of not being heard. "You know what? You don't have to worry about it. There's someone here with a microphone on a boom pole. You can just make a call, like in real life." "Isn't making a movie better than a play?" The employee adjusting the boom pole smiled. Ronald treated these young actors very gently, which helped Aquino quickly understand how to act. Action. Tess saw a woman making a call inside. She found the secretary's seat outside and made the call herself. She already had experience working for women. Alice, played by Aquino, noticed the commotion and came out to greet Tess, saying, "I was just making a call inside and didn't hear you come in." "It's all right." Tess thought her new boss was quite nice. "Want some coffee?" Alice asked Tess. "Tell me where to get it," Tess immediately replied. It seemed her new job still involved making coffee for people. "I'll get it." "What kind do you want?" Alice, played by Aquino, seemed particularly easy to talk to. Sugar, milk, please." "Thank you." Tess thought her new boss, Alice, at least made a gesture, which was much better than Catherine. She put down her coat, took the plush rabbit out of her bag, and then sat down to tidy her desk. Aquino, carrying a coffee with sugar and milk, came back and saw Tess sitting at the secretary's seat outside the office. Confused, she asked, "Miss McGill, that's your seat," pointing to the inner office. "Inside?" "I don't think so." Tess looked bewildered. "Yes, your office is inside. This is my seat. This is the secretary's seat. The secretary sits outside the office," Tess replied. "Yes, I am the secretary. If I could, I'd prefer to be called assistant," Aquino said to Tess, her acting becoming increasingly adept after getting used to filming. The two went into the office, the camera and recording equipment following behind. Assistant Alice explained her schedule for the day to Tess, then pointed to the computer in the corner and said, "Your schedule is all on the computer. Press Shift+S to see it. When I first came in, I saw you tapping your feet and making a phone call. I thought this was your office," Tess thought, feeling it was a strange encounter. She had completely misunderstood Mr. Tess's mention of a junior position. "I'm sorry, Miss McGill, it won't happen again." Alice, played by Aquino, was clearly a more experienced secretary. She assumed Tess would use this opportunity to intimidate her and establish rules. "Perhaps now is a good time. Tell me what you expect of me," Alice proactively asked Tess to explain her rules. "It's all right." Tess didn't mind using her phone. She remembered the rules Catherine had set for her when they first met. The aim was to undermine her confidence and prepare for future exploitation of her physical and mental labor. Now she was the manager, facing her own secretary. Cough. Melanie Griffiths licked her lips and cleared her throat. It was her first time being a leader. I expect you to call me Tess. I don't expect you to make me coffee unless you want one yourself. As for the rest, we'll work things out as we go. Okay. Alice had been a secretary longer than Tess, and this was the first time she'd encountered a boss who treated her with such equality. In their work, she was in a supportive position, but in terms of personality, they were truly equals. For the first time, she showed a genuine smile. Alice could tell that Tess wasn't just putting on an act of equality, she was demonstrating it through her actions, from how she addressed her to how she made coffee. I'll be right outside. Call me if anything comes up, she said, closing the door and leaving. Melanie Griffiths, seeing her secretary gone and now alone in the office, picked up the phone and called her best friend. Sheen, guess where I am? Haha, cut. Ronald was particularly pleased with Melanie's triumphant smile after she answered the phone. Calling cut indicated that all the filming was complete. Thank you everyone. The party's tonight, I booked the best club, everyone applauded, cheering for the working girl shoot. Ronald found Melanie Griffiths alone. Go wait for me at the trailer, and have your manager go too. I need to talk to you. Chapter 929 Recruiting Talent at the Packing Party. Wow, your trailer's got some space, doesn't it? Ronald, along with Polly Pratt and the production manager from Fox, climbed into Melanie's trailer to talk. Upon entering, they were hit by a pungent, sour smell, and everyone frowned, searching for the source. Looking around, Ronald realized the woman's trailer was incredibly messy. It looked like it hadn't been cleaned in a month. It was filled with all sorts of trash. Sorry, I've been completely focused on the film lately, so, Melanie and her manager hurriedly tidied the table and sofa, throwing away the various takeout containers, salad bowls, empty Coke bottles, and other trash into garbage bags, creating a place to sit. Ronald ignored the 2 empty whiskey bottles Melanie had secretly hidden. Melanie didn't disrupt filming afterward. Her personal life was undergoing a dramatic change, and as long as it didn't interfere with filming, that was fine. Listen, Melanie. You did a great job in the movie, but we know just how great you are, and we know how terrible you were when you were on alcohol and drugs. Ronald glanced at Melanie, unsure if her current shame was an act, and continued, I told you, the production company deducted $100,000 from your salary for reshoots. But afterwards, your performance satisfied Fox again, and Mr. Goldberg was amazed by the footage you sent later. They decided to be nicer to you. The cost of the reshoots of the wedding scene will be covered by the production team's funds. Oh, thank you. Melanie Griffiths wasn't a successful actress. $100,000 was a huge sum for her. Here's the check. Ronald gestured to the production manager, who handed over a check for a bonus. Melanie's manager took it, also pleased for her client. In addition, I have booked you at the best rehabilitation center in Los Angeles. A 4-week short course of treatment is waiting for you, Ronald. Melanie Griffith was taken aback that Ronald was going to send her to a rehabilitation center. She had heard that such places were not very good, almost like mental hospitals. Don't worry, this is a great place. You'll be taken care of by professionals. It's a top-notch place. I used to have actor and producer friends there. I can't say their names, who successfully kicked their alcoholism there. Life there is very comfortable, like living in a serviced apartment for a month. Except for the lack of nightly excitement and parties, you can even treat it as a vacation. Quite a few Hollywood celebrities go there too, you'll see when you get there. I've already paid for the expenses. If you want to go, just give them a call. Before she could answer, Ronald looked at Griffith's manager, Phyllis Carlisle. I just think Melanie is a talented actress. She might achieve great things. If you care about her, please persuade her to get a complete overhaul of her body. After all, an actor's body is their most important prop. An addicted actor probably only has 5 years left to create roles. Phyllis whispered a few words to Melanie, who was convinced and agreed to go to the rehabilitation center. Melanie Griffith, who was taken by her mother to a California reservation and lived with wild animals when she was very young, had rarely been cared for like this. Aside from her ex-husband, Don Johnson, the lead actor in the TV series Miami Vice, who took advantage of her when they were young, all the men in Hollywood are just looking to take advantage, to have a casual fling. Not to mention some who aren't even willing to take advantage. Melanie felt a warmth of being cared for, but didn't know how to express it, so she turned her head away from Ronald. Ronald handed the contact information for the rehabilitation center to the manager and left the trash can-like trailer with Polly Pratt. He let out a long sigh. The smell inside was practically like vomit. Looks like you value her a lot? I rarely see directors fight for actors like this, especially since she almost ruined your plans, Polly asked Ronald. Actors today aren't like they used to be on big film sets, where someone would create an image for them, specifically choose suitable roles for them, and even tailor-make scripts for them. Now, there are only agents who only look at their paychecks and their own income. Actresses rarely have long-term plans, and I don't want her to have to take on bad films just for money. That's why I am quite generous to the actors in my films. With money, they won't just consider the paycheck when choosing films, without thinking about the long term. Ronald treats his actors well. Spicy Dance even gave the lead actors an unusually high share of the profits, allowing Jennifer Grey, the female lead, to afford all sorts of expensive clothes and jewelry in the short term, giving her the luxury of slowly choosing scripts. You're doing this with a very old-fashioned gentlemanly air. You remind me of Roger Coleman. Polly Pratt faintly heard Melanie's sobs coming from the trailer. She looked at Ronald, admiring the young man's principles. Back then, my ex-husband Peter Bogdanovich abandoned me and the children for Sybil Shepherd. I was alone at home without a new job, and I almost didn't make it. You know, Hollywood doesn't really sympathize with abandoned women like us. Polly Pratt recounted the past, and she was still deeply moved today. Not only did Hollywood not sympathize with her, but some people also thought that she neglected her appearance and didn't know how to please her husband Peter, and that she deserved to have her husband stolen by Sybil. Of all my friends, only Roger Coleman called me and offered me a job at his company anytime. The salary wasn't much, but he was the only one who gave me a job, the only one who paid me, and the only one who didn't make fun of me. I'll always be grateful to him. Haha, I've been to China. There's a saying there, a true friend will pay for your heating when you're freezing. Your business acumen is similar to his. For big projects funded by others, you strive for artistic perfection. For projects you fund yourself, you make low-budget films. Of course, Roger doesn't have your artistic talent, he just imports some excellent foreign art films. Haha, Ronald laughed. He was indeed somewhat like Roger Coleman. For films he funded, not losing money was his top priority. So, would you be willing to come and help me with Daydream? It's not that I only want to make low-budget films, it's just that reliable producers are hard to find. Most people just want to empty the production budget and put it in their own pockets. And diligent managers with finance backgrounds don't have the artistic taste needed for filmmaking. Ronald took the opportunity to extend an invitation to Polly Pratt. In the few weeks he had worked with her, Polly was experienced and had the ability to control the quality of the film, making her the best candidate for producer. Come find me again when you have a good script. I won't take on projects that are too cheap, like Hairspray. Ha ha ha. Ronald picked up Polly and took her to the World Trade Center. This time, everyone had filmed many scenes in the World Trade Center, but they hadn't had a chance to go to the revolving restaurant and the high-end club. After the filming was packed up, Ronald took this opportunity to let the staff enjoy the treatment of Wall Street elites. Kevin Wade, the original screenwriter, and Cameron Crowe, the screenwriter who ghostwrote the later revisions, were also picked up by Ronald and taken to the high-rise restaurant because the Writers Guild's ban was no longer in effect after the filming was finished. There were several restaurants here, one of which specialized in upscale dinners. Ronald booked the entire place during lunchtime for a relatively inexpensive buffet lunch, and even brought in plenty of biscuits and red wine to cheer up his hard-working staff. After the meal, Ronald brought out a bus and took everyone to Club 54, formerly New York's top club. Since disco lost its popularity and the owner was imprisoned by New York's Attorney General Rudy for tax evasion, unlicensed alcohol sales, and money laundering, the club hadn't been as popular. Most of the high society celebrities went to the newer, smaller, less conspicuous clubs in Midtown. However, Club 54 still retained its reputation, and some remnants of its past lavish lifestyle made the film crew partying quite happy. Ronald disliked messy environments and went into a private room with the two screenwriters. He thought Kevin Wade and Cameron Crowe were both talented screenwriters and would be worth trying to recruit. Kevin Wade, a fledgling screenwriter, was overjoyed to have a big director express his appreciation. He indicated that he would prioritize working with Ronald whenever he was called upon. Ronald sensed that Cameron was delighted that his debut film had become a big production, perhaps misunderstanding that this was the norm in Hollywood, and that he might not even consider projects outside the Big Seven. However, wanting to collaborate was a good thing. As for Cameron Crowe, he was much more pragmatic. Having experienced ups and downs, he knew how rare opportunities were. He was happy to revise the script for Ronald's smaller productions. However, after revising the script, Crowe developed a renewed interest in film directing. He wanted to try directing a film himself to make up for his previous failures as a television director. Since you want to be a director, I'll keep an eye out for opportunities. So, you'll work with me tomorrow. As a director, you need to familiarize yourself with all the procedures. The next day, Ronald took Cameron Crowe to Carly Simon's house. She was a famous pop singer and the composer for the theme song and soundtrack that Ronald had commissioned. I finished the first recording, Ronald. The script you gave me has been quite a challenge. I've been thinking a lot about that Wall Street hymn theme you mentioned. Carly Simon's studio was in her home, and things were scattered about. She pulled open several drawers, rummaging through the tapes. Generally, we need to let the composer understand the plot beforehand, and then let them understand where the music will be used, Ronald explained to Crowe, who was taking notes in his notebook. Of course, you can do what most people do, find some existing music. Or find a composer to score the music after filming is complete, but the harmony between the music and the film visuals isn't as good as if you get involved early on. This was experience Ronald had gained since Top Gun. Big productions usually require multiple projects to be done simultaneously to ensure the quality of the composition. Ah, here it is. Carly Simon found the tape and handed it to Ronald. It was labeled Riverin. Is this the name of the piece? Ronald asked. I suppose so. This is my husband, Jim, who guided me to read books that inspire me. He recommended Finnegan's Wake, which was the book that inspired me. The first word in the text is Riverin. As she spoke, Carly Simon put the tape into a professional tape recorder, and a melody like a hymn slowly filled the air. The beautiful melody suddenly captivated Ronald. This must be the song from my dream. It's so uplifting, so moving. After a few seconds of the choir's intro, Carly Simon's powerful voice cut in, making Ronald and Crowe sit up straight. Let the rivers flow, let all dreamers awaken this nation. Come, New Jerusalem, silver cities rise, mornings light the streets leading to them, whistles call them forward with song. What are you thinking about, Ronald, excited by the music? Asked Cameron Crowe in a low voice. I feel like I'm sitting on the Staten Island ferry, facing the Statue of Liberty and the World Trade Center. Does it feel like a mission, like God is calling you? Now that you mention it, it really is like that. Crowe felt like he was being called by some unseen force. Maybe he was born to be a film director, perhaps not as successful as Ronald. Well, this is a melody I came up with during my weekend trip to Martha's Vineyard with Jim, and it just flowed out like water. I've tentatively named it Hymn to Wall Street. Carly Simon saw that the two seemed to like it. Yes, I think the choir intro is great. Your voice has a kind of ancient power that I really like. It gave me goosebumps. I like it too. The climax made me want to cry. I'm so happy you say that. I just thought of the feeling of hymns. When I was composing it, I kept seeing images of the Staten Island ferry in my mind, the yellow ships crossing the river, and the hymns I sang as a child suddenly flowed into my heart. Great, I like it very much. You make a version with the orchestra's official score, and I'll take it to the editing room. I'm so happy, really, Ronald. My record company listened to it too, and they didn't really like the song and didn't want to include it on my new album. I told them that this is the song I'm most satisfied with in 10 years. With a demo in hand, Ronald said goodbye and went to see Walter Murch with Crowe. This one? What's it called? It fits the opening and closing aerial long shots very well. Murch had also heard the song. He was a master of both visual and sound editing and oversaw Ronald's post-production editing. No title? How about using the first line as the title, Let the River Run? Very good. Murch took the tape and wrote Let the River Run on it. Your vacation time will probably be very busy this time. The Oscars are coming up soon. Yeah, I have to campaign. My agency has been urging me for a long time. Ronald looked at Crowe. The two were about to return to Los Angeles. Crowe continued to follow Ronald to see all the work of a film director. Good luck, although privately I'd prefer you to be nominated. A nomination already proves your ability. If you win, there might be an Oscar curse, and you'll have a few years of bad luck. Walter Murch mentioned the bad luck first, then tapped the wood. He didn't want Ronald to have too high expectations. I understand. This kind of award usually doesn't go to me the first time, Ronald smiled. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 930 Prelude to the Oscars. I know Billy Wilder, I almost bought the house next to his, Ronald said to Cameron Crowe, who was returning to Los Angeles with him, at the airport. The Directors Guild is meeting tomorrow to discuss the current deadlock of the Writers Guild strike. If he comes, I can introduce you. Crowe was delighted. He was a huge fan of Billy Wilder and dreamed of one day making a film as ingeniously conceived as Wilder's. Mr. Lee, you have a call. They say it's urgent. A flight attendant in the waiting area interrupted their conversation. Who is it? Did they say their name? Ronald asked, not wanting to answer the phone again as he was about to board his private jet to return home. He said his name is Mr. Yan. Do you want to take his call? Okay. Ronald thought it might be Yan, who was studying at Staten Island. He picked up the phone and held it to his ear. Hello, Brother Ronald? This is Yan. I heard from my aunt that you're at the airport. I have something urgent to tell you, but it's not convenient for my aunt to know. What is it? Your landscaping construction has been halted. Today, a group of people claiming to be from the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation came and said your landscaping is encroaching on the original state of the New York City Hall Reserve, and it seems to be affecting the migration of some migratory birds. Old Wang and his team are almost finished and are in a hurry. They almost got into a fight with the park officials, but luckily I was there and managed to get them to stop. The American Parks Department has law enforcement officers. You did a good job. Ronald was completely confused. Hadn't the landscaping outside that house already passed the evaluation? Why is it being harassed again? Migratory birds? How is the landscaping getting in the way of birds? You were right not to let Aunt Karen know about this. Do you have my cousin Donna's phone number? Yes. Go find her, tell her everything, and then have Donna call my private lawyer, Lindsay Dole. She'll handle everything. I'm flying to Los Angeles right away. I'll contact you again when I get there. After calling Richard in New York, Ronald boarded the plane, put on his eye mask, and tried to drift off into deep sleep undisturbed. However, this jumble of thoughts still disturbed his rest. Ronald's mind was filled with things like migratory birds, migration, gardens, and parks, all sorts of random ideas, accompanied by the low rumble of the private jet's engines. Half asleep. We don't want real estate, we want wetlands. The scene on the screen in his dream seemed to be filmed from an excavator, the viewfinder showing all sorts of people holding signs opposing construction. Isn't that going too far? I'm not building houses, I'm just creating a garden. Once it's finished, it won't affect your wetlands and lakes. Ronald thought to himself that this dream was as realistic as a movie. I'm reporting live from the scene. Many local residents, moved by Amy and the Geese's story, have come to support us. But we haven't seen Amy or the geese yet. They seem to have disappeared. Is this really a movie? Ronald recognized the editing in the footage. It wasn't news. Thank goodness his house and garden weren't on TV. Otherwise, if it got exposed and caused trouble, would he still be able to live there? According to zoning regulations, it's past 5 o'clock, and the geese haven't migrated back. This area has become private property. Please leave immediately. A man with a thick neck, who looked like a real estate developer, stood on a forklift, announcing this to the protesting crowd below through a megaphone. His coworkers, at his suggestion, started the excavator's engine, moved the joystick up and down, and the excavator began to roar, the bucket repeatedly bobbing up and down, intimidating the residents. Suddenly, the excavator moved forward, the bucket gently churning up the soil, and the protesters began to shout in protest. Please be quiet, or we won't be able to hear the little girl in the geese. The glider engine is very quiet, a bearded man shouted to everyone, and sure enough, everyone fell silent, and the excavator stopped temporarily. Whoosh, a very soft engine sound came, and everyone looked up. A glider that looked a lot like a goose, along with rows of geese forming a V shape, slowly flew over the lake and wetlands. This aerial shot from above was impressive and very beautiful. Ronald, huh? Are the migratory birds here? Ronald was woken up by Cameron Crowe. It turned out that the engine sound was coming from his private jet, which was about to descend and land. What migratory birds? Nothing, There's a lake near my new house, and they say migratory geese fly in every year. The plane landed in Los Angeles, and besides Richard, Joel Silver, the producer of Die Hard, came to pick him up. We might actually make something good, Silver said, pulling Ronald to see the rough cut they had just made. The action scenes in Die Hard were exceptionally complex to film, finishing only 2 weeks earlier than Ronald's own Working Girl, and the just completed rough editing and audio-visual synchronization. This is Cameron Crowe, my earliest film collaborator. Ronald introduced Crowe to Joel Silver, stating he was a friend, and the group went to the editing room together. This is Bruce Willis sitting in the elevator car in real life. Ronald didn't have time to watch all the footage, only skimming through some action scenes. Was that fireball in the elevator shaft also filmed on location? Ronald noticed an interesting scene, a bomb ignited in the elevator shaft, flames surging down and almost catching up to Bruce Willis. The overwhelming explosive force was incredibly powerful. He'd never seen a shot like that before. We hired a pyrotechnician, then had the cinematographer film from above. Because we weren't sure what speed of shot to use, we had poor director of photography to bomb on top of the elevator car multiple times before finally finding a suitable one. Joel Silver was incredibly excited about the film. He hadn't expected it to be so spectacular. Bruce Willis performed most of his own action scenes, adding a lot of excitement to the film. The villain, Alan Rickman, was also a thrilling performance, playing a unique and highly intelligent crime boss. Watching 4 or 5 explosion shots from similar angles, only varying in speed, Cameron Crowe, who was with them, was amazed and excitedly jotted down notes in his notebook. Isn't that interesting? That's how filmmaking works. Often we don't need to learn beforehand, instead, we invent methods to achieve a particular shot. Ronald patted Crowe on the shoulder. Directing techniques aren't like what you learn in university. You learn from textbooks and case studies. Many techniques aren't used, and in fact, you don't need to learn them. Many Hollywood directors who direct cameras to shoot still shots have also produced numerous masterpieces. For example, Howard Hawks, a director on par with Billy Wilder, doesn't rely on many technical breakthroughs in his films. Instead, he uses the actors' movements and ingenious choreography to create diverse and critically successful works. Mr. Wilder, does Howard Hawks really only shoot ordinary medium shots? The next day, Ronald, accompanied by Cameron Crowe, attended the Directors Guild meeting. Billy Wilder also happened to be there and was immediately surrounded by his friend Crowe, who bombarded him with questions. Howard, oh, he's a genius. Before filming, he designs the actors' movements and reactions for each scene. Plus, he always casts the most accurate and suitable actors, so the budget he gets for filming isn't actually the highest. Often, it's to save on production costs. Billy Wilder was delighted to hear this young fan's question. He wasn't an actor, and he didn't have many fans asking for autographs. Only his industry peers respected him. But that was 20 years ago. Now retired, Wilder still missed those moments of being surrounded and praised by his colleagues. Mr. Wilder, what are you talking about with Lubitsch's brushstrokes? Ronald shook his head. Cameron Crowe still had many unrealistic fantasies about filmmaking. In fact, a new director needs basic techniques, not the advanced skills used by master directors. But passion is a good thing. Let's see if there are any low-budget scripts suitable for him to practice on. Ronald turned around and greeted Spielberg, who had just entered. Ronald, what's the Directors Guild's decision? Spielberg asked immediately. He was a busy man too. Continue working with the Producers Guild, not the Writers Guild, but they will remain silent and not publicly comment on the strike, Ronald whispered to Spielberg. Good, I just came from the Producers Guild's president, Nick Kunt. Now the Writers Guild's negotiator, that Brian Walton, is inclined to accept our offer, to settle this negotiation for about $50 million. Phew, finally going to make it. My aunt called to complain that the TV shows tonight are all old reruns. It's so boring, and talk shows and stand-up comedies. Spielberg laughed too. The pressure from the public was the greatest. Everyone was very disheartened by not seeing any new TV shows. Now that the Producers Guild had offered similar conditions, the pressure was all on the Writers Guild's side. I haven't congratulated you on your Oscar nomination yet, you know? This year, apart from you, all the other directors nominated for Best Director are foreign directors. Spielberg seemed less bothered by his Empire of the Sun losing out on most of the major awards. Ronald thought about it and realized it was true. Besides himself, the director of The Last Emperor, Bertolucci, was Italian, the director of Fatal Attraction, Adrian Lane, the director of Hope and Glory, John Bowman, 2 British directors, and the Swedish director of The Years of the Dog, Lasse Hallström. If it weren't for me, this would almost be best foreign language film, Ronald joked. Ha ha ha, Spielberg laughed. Those Jewish high-ranking officials had really gone too far. To suppress him, they'd gone to such lengths. However, they won't give me the award for that reason, Ronald said with a forced smile. Spielberg was a liberal Jew, integrated into mainstream values, and didn't respect Jewish customs much. Many of his ways of doing things didn't suit their tastes. Spielberg got the information he wanted and got up to leave. Ronald saw him out. By the way, Spielberg remembered something. You haven't met the members of The Last Emperor crew yet, have you? No, I just arrived last night, Ronald said, puzzled as to why he brought up the film. To be honest, Spielberg's Empire of the Sun actually overlapped somewhat in subject matter with The Last Emperor, and many judges' attention was drawn to the much bigger film. I'm warning you, be careful if you see any of their crew at the party, especially producer Jeremy Thomas. Huh? Why? Ronald was confused. You'll find out. Spielberg patted him on the shoulder. This kid had broken his own record by getting a Best Director nomination at such a young age. I have to go. Ronald found Cameron Crowe, who was still consulting with Billy Wilder. Oh, I was just talking to Mr. Wilder about how we used his fake ending method for the finale. Go on, don't worry about me. I have something to do. I need to call my lawyer. Ronald held Crowe down, preventing him from getting up. Thank you, Mr. Wilder. Huh. I'm just a retired old man, and I'm happy to hear that someone used my filming methods. It shows that people are still taking filmmaking seriously. Ronald also left the Directors Guild gathering and went to a party hosted by Michael Douglas. As the awards ceremony approached, Douglas threw several parties in hopes of winning Best Actor. Douglas greeted Ronald with a beaming smile and a warm embrace. The two chatted about their recent lives, while the surrounding guests watched them intently, not daring to interrupt. At these Hollywood star parties, the level of interaction between people implied hierarchy. Michael, where are you? A female celebrity walked in from outside. Glenn is here. I went to say hello to her. She's very nervous. This year's her best chance. Michael Douglas, seeing Glenn Close, the lead actress in Fatal Attraction, greeted Ronald and went over to chat with her. This year's The Last Emperor received nominations in every possible category except for Best Actor and Best Actress, as the actors were of Chinese descent. With less competition from the most explosive film, The Last Emperor, Glenn Close truly had her best chance. By the way, you just got back to Hollywood. If any reporters ask you about The Last Emperor, don't answer. Douglas remembered something and turned back to warn Ronald. Why? Ronald looked confused. 2 people had already warned him that day. Douglas didn't answer, just gave him a strange smile and went to greet Glenn Close. Around 9 p.m., Ronald finally arrived at the hotel. After saying goodbye to Bud, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. He'd been so busy these past 2 days, touching the bed was a real treat. Beep beep beep, the phone rang again. Hello, it's me, Lindsay, came his personal lawyer. Ronald sat up abruptly. What's going on? This is a targeted attack. The New York City Hall's Department of Parks has directly ordered an investigation into recent public green space renovation projects on Staten Island. Did you offend him somewhere? Interstellar exploration. Ronald remembered the director of the Department of Parks he'd met while filming the wedding scene. So you really do know him? Henry Stern has a lot of influence in New York's political circles. How did you get targeted by him? I only saw him once while filming, and we didn't even speak. What do you want to do? There are 2 options, either go to court with the Parks Department, or suspend the project and try to smooth things over. I guess there's some misunderstanding between him and you, a film director. You handle it for me. Let's suspend production for now. I'm busy with the Oscars, I don't have the energy. Okay, I'll suspend the project according to their instructions for you. We'll talk about it again when you're done. Ronald hung up the phone. What a mess this was. The high thread count cotton sheets made Ronald want to stay asleep. Beep beep beep, the phone rang again. Hello, Ronnie, are you asleep? I just found out you're back in Los Angeles. Diane? How's your new movie going? I just fell asleep. Are you coming over? I'm waiting for you. I'll come see you. This movie is a lot of fun. Chapter 931 An Accidental Encounter at the Dinner. Diane recounted many amusing anecdotes from filming Big, praising Tom Hanks's comedic talent for frequently inspiring her acting. Director Penny Marshall understood the actress's mindset. A single glance could elevate their performance. Ronald, having been on numerous flights and attending various events in the past few days, was gradually falling behind Diane and unable to react immediately to her excited narration. Soon, his eyes grew increasingly heavy, his breathing became labored, and he fell asleep. Ronnie, Diane noticed Ronald's unusual state and tried to wake him, but to no avail. Diane rubbed her forehead. I forgot you just finished filming, you're probably exhausted. She forcefully turned Ronald upright and covered him with a blanket. Exhausted from so many things, Ronald slept until 10 o'clock the next morning. You're awake? Want to come down for brunch with me? Diane, dressed casually, looked at Ronald from the bedside. He was sleeping soundly. Ugh, how did I fall asleep? Sorry, I was probably too tired last night. I didn't sleep well on the plane. Ronald rubbed his eyes, stretched, and felt like his body had automatically repaired itself after a good night's sleep. You're just too tired. Working over 10 hours a day filming a movie, and then having to attend promotional events afterwards, Diane pressed his nose with her finger. The workload of a director is actually much heavier than that of an actor. Let's go. I'll take you to a fusion restaurant of Japanese and German cuisine. Ronald quickly showered, changed into a polo shirt and a navy jacket, and took Diane's hand to go out for dinner. While waiting for the elevator, he even kissed Diane on the lips. He had dated many beautiful women, but very few could sleep in so late and then go out for dinner hand in hand. Ronald enjoyed this feeling. Diane wore light makeup, a simple white shirt and jeans, and a white sailor's hat tilted to one side, perfectly meeting the dress code for a lady going to a high-end restaurant. Upscale restaurants have rather strict and simple dress codes for men. Only polo shirts are allowed, crew necks are not permitted. Shoes are only acceptable up to boat shoes, open-toed sandals are not allowed. The requirements for women are less stringent. Jeans are generally not acceptable, but Diane's white shirt with its hand-embroidered wide collar and her stylish sailor's hat meet the tasteful requirement. Ronald-san, please try this Chinese chicken salad appetizer. The restaurant is called Shinhwa on Main, founded and head chef by Roy Yamaguchi, a Japanese Hawaii chef. Ronald's Dragon Boy series has introduced more people to the history and culture of Japanese Hawaii, and Chef Yamaguchi has great respect for Ronald, personally introducing each dish as it's served. Thank you, it's delicious, Ronald said, taking a bite. The sesame sauce, oyster sauce, and vinegar, paired with the chopped chicken and lettuce, tasted surprisingly good. Please enjoy. Roy Yamaguchi smiled and withdrew. Japanese chefs in America have a small circle where they share resources and expertise. For Ronald, dining alone with Sony's president, Norio Oga, at one of New York's most upscale sushi restaurants, ensuring his and a lady's satisfaction was paramount. Spicy shrimp and tuna tartar, prepared in a French style, blending ingredients from southeastern China and the west coast of California. Roasted lamb chops with cilantro, mint, and vinaigrette, yellow cod marinated in miso sauce. Chef Yamaguchi personally introduced the ingredients and preparation methods for each dish. Ronald and Diane were very satisfied. The final main course was fried rice with ginger and scallions, served with Thai sweet and sour sauce. The restaurant's dishes were made with ingredients and seasonings from across the Pacific Rim, combined with European cooking methods, resulting in delicious flavors. I wish you great success at the Oscars, Chef Yamaguchi said, knowing exactly what to say at this moment. After dinner, Ronald and Diane strolled along the upscale shopping street at the foot of Beverly Hills. Ronald, this is the dress you ordered for the awards ceremony. Armani's bespoke shop was also there, and they brought out the dress that had been prepared long ago. Diane, acting like a costume assistant, smoothed out the wrinkles caused by wearing the jacket on the back of Ronald's shirt. Looking at Ronald in the mirror, she said, "You look like an Oscar-winning director." Haha, I'm just a runner-up. Ronald laughed as he looked in the mirror. Although the chances were slim, he still wanted to wear the awards dress. He would get close-ups on camera, and millions of viewers would see him. Besides, what if he did? What color is your date wearing? Diane asked. Black. Ronald gestured to the staff, and a moment later he brought over a black V-neck sleeveless dress. Oh, it suits your dress perfectly. Diane happily went over to look at it. The understated dress had many hand-embroidered details, barely noticeable up close. She had learned from her best friend that Ronald had invested in Helen Slater's film project. Compared to her, who had only recommended other people's projects, it seemed that their positions in his heart had already been differentiated. "What, not going to try it on?" Ronald said with a smile as he saw Diane step back. A look of surprise, sweetness, and jealousy flashed across his face. "For me." Diane hesitated for a moment, then went to the fitting room. Ronald scratched his head. He had Diane's measurements saved here. This dress had been made for a while, and now was the perfect time to give it to Diane. Helen had strange ideas. She didn't like wearing custom-made dresses. If she were to come, she would wear second-hand or ordinary clothes. To be honest, it didn't quite match Ronald's recent nomination. Fortunately, she was disgusted enough by the Jewish proposal of a marriage alliance and hadn't been visiting Ronald much lately. So, to suddenly ask Diane to be his date seemed a bit disrespectful, something Diane had noticed earlier. "Luckily, I have a secret weapon," Ronald said, taking a jewelry box from the shop assistant. "Oh, you're so beautiful," Ronald exclaimed, looking at Diane as she emerged in her dress. The dress's cut perfectly accentuated the typical curves of an American woman. "Does it look good?" Diane happily turned from side to side, looking at herself in the dressing mirror. "Very beautiful. A bit like the school beauty from your old film, The Mischievous Kid." Now grown up, Ronald mentally found some fault with Diane. The advantage of an American woman's figure is its roundness, but the disadvantage is a certain housewife-like air, unlike British women who are the opposite, where elegance surpasses physical appearance. "This will make it even more perfect." Ronald took out some jewelry, a pair of large earrings inlaid with small diamonds. Diane happily took them and put them on. The exaggerated earrings perfectly balanced her elegance, highlighting the aristocratic feel of the dress. Ronald's gaze lingered on her. "Thank you." Diane gently tapped Ronald, this time showing some consideration. "Donna's coming tomorrow. She's already dressed here," Ronald told Diane, informing her that his family was coming to encourage him. Diane gave him another look, half surprised and half reproachful. It seemed she only thought of him because Donna was coming. She changed out of her gown into a dress more suitable for a casual occasion. Diane didn't remove her earrings, she seemed to like them. Ronald took her arm, and the two went to another dinner party. Before the Oscars, it was customary to host a banquet for the nominated film crews. Ronald had 2 films nominated, so he invited the cast and crew of Spicy Dancing and Moonstruck to the upscale Spago restaurant in Los Angeles. This restaurant, owned by renowned chef Wolfgang Parker, had become increasingly upscale in recent years, attracting many celebrities for lavish banquets. Patrick Schwitz, the lead actor and actress of Spicy Dancing, along with Jennifer Grey, attended with their families. They were going to be presenters at the Oscars and had already arrived in Los Angeles. "This girl is also a movie actress. Isn't she the one we visited on the set of Sex and the City?" Schwitz was gossiping about Ronald with Jennifer Grey. "Diane Lane was Coppola's darling a few years ago. Back then, I could only audition for a supporting role as a schoolgirl in Red Dawn. She's played the lead role in 3 Coppola movies in a row. Jennifer Grey is now riding high. Fortune has turned, and now she's the one being sought after for leading roles in big-budget films, while Diane can only audition for supporting roles. Is Michael Dukakis really your cousin? Will he be elected president?" Diane spoke to the alluring Olympia Dukakis. She had visited the set of that movie, so the actors were familiar with her. "Of course, he's doing well in the primaries right now. A few days after the awards ceremony is Super Tuesday, and that'll pretty much determine whether he'll advance. Remember to ask MGM for the documentary they filmed back then." Ronald was talking to his agent, Nisita, when the Oscars committee called him. This year's best directors weren't particularly famous, and the awards ceremony's general planner, Samuel Goldwyn Jr., wanted to do something new. He wanted to give each nominated director a short clip of them fiddling with a camera, to be shown during the ceremony. The idea was, ostensibly, to let the audience understand the director's working process. Ronald knew this was more about creating drama, making the planner's work seem unique and innovative. During the filming of Moonstruck, MGM sent people to the set to shoot some footage, intending to make behind-the-scenes footage in a documentary, but later, due to personnel changes at MGM, the project fell through. During the awards campaign, Ronald mainly relied on his agent and PR firm. MGM's big boss, casino tycoon Cochran, failed to trick Ronald into becoming the general manager of a joint venture in China to expand a market, and remained lukewarm about the awards. He was just thankful it didn't backfire. Ronald didn't have much footage of himself working on the film and didn't want to film a fake one, so he had them retrieve some video clips from MGM. By the way, everyone's saying there's something wrong with The Last Emperor crew. What's going on? Ronald remembered several people reminding him. They're obsessed now. Producer Jeremy Thomas's funding was all borrowed and raised through crowdfunding. Now that The Last Emperor's box office is bad, he's under immense pressure. He's trying to sell his investment shares to everyone he meets. Selling investment shares for a film that's already released, that's quite creative of him, really? Their box office is really bad. Ronald recalled Spielberg's smile and began to understand. An Oscar nomination is one thing, box office success is another. It's terrible. The Last Emperor is the second film to never crack the top 5 at the weekend box office. The first was the Mozart biography. From now on, stay away from him. Everyone in Hollywood knows they're in serious financial trouble, and with the media frenzy, it's a real problem. It'll be even worse if you run into reporters. Don't comment on others, just talk about your own film. Nissida also had a headache. Hollywood was in an uproar lately because of the unusual nomination situation. Several promising contenders were attacking and discrediting each other in the media, losing all decorum. Spielberg's Empire of the Sun received 6 nominations but missed out on Best Director. The Last Emperor swept all the major awards, but the Chinese actors playing the lead roles in this epic film didn't receive any nominations. Fatal Attraction was seen as a thriller erotic film, but the lead actors, supporting actress, and Adrian Lane all received nominations, making it a strong contender for Best Director. James Brooks, director of Broadcast News, received a Best Picture nomination but not a Best Director nomination. Like Spielberg, he was considered a runner-up, as it's rare for a film to win Best Picture without a Best Director nomination. His leading actors and actresses both received acting nominations. Some people were critical of Ronald's nomination because the famous British director Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket wasn't nominated for Best Director. Replacing Ronald would mean all the Best Director nominees this year would be foreign. Sighing, Ronald didn't want to get involved in the arguments. He called the waiter for the bill, filled in a high amount in the tip section, and handed it back. Although the food wasn't as good as at lunch, it was still a high-end place, and if Ronald was stingy with a tip, word would quickly spread throughout Hollywood. Everyone got into their cars in the lobby and left, with Ronald and Diane staying behind. Ronald, you're here too, a voice with an Italian accent came from behind. Roberto. Ronald turned around and saw Italian actor Roberto Benigni speaking to him. He gestured excitedly. Let me introduce you, this is our Italian left-wing national treasure director, Mr. Bertolucci. I saw you filming in the Forbidden City. Ronald smiled at the director of The Last Emperor, who had chosen this expensive restaurant with him. Ah, they are truly very kind people. I am so grateful to the Chinese for letting me film here. Upon seeing Ronald, Bertolucci went on and on about how wonderful the Chinese were, how dedicated actors John Lone and Joan Chen were, and so on. Ronald waved to the 2 Chinese actors behind him. The Film Academy was also under considerable pressure, with many people openly or implicitly accusing the Academy of racial discrimination. As a last resort, the awards ceremony committee invited John Lone and Joan Chen to be presenters, a very unusual move for actors who hadn't won awards the previous year, a gesture, in a way. Director Ronald, Joan Chen came over to greet Ronald. Her English wasn't very fluent, but her Eastern accent was perfect for playing a Chinese-American female character. It's a pity you didn't get a nomination. In principle, an epic film presents the world through the protagonist's eyes and depicts the situation at the time. It seems unreasonable not to nominate the protagonist. Ronald looked at John Lone. He was even more wronged for not getting a nomination. The Golden Globe went to him. Ronald, is it convenient for us to talk for a bit? Producer Jeremy Thomas interrupted, asking to speak with Ronald privately. Actually, I have to go back right away. Ronald didn't want to be taken advantage of. It won't be long. You can see we are doing very well. Producer Thomas, who was about to launch into a long speech, suddenly saw 2 men in suits and sunglasses running towards them from a distance. Well, I'll go first. We'll talk later. He hurriedly turned around and went back to the restaurant, disappearing into the kitchen. My God, Bertolucci, upon seeing this, took out a small bottle from his pocket, poured out 2 small pills, and swallowed them. Are you all right? Ronald asked in surprise and concern. I'm fine, It's just my usual medication, like high blood pressure." Bertolucci smiled wryly and changed the subject. He didn't actually have high blood pressure, it was because the box office was terrible, and the Oscars were embroiled in controversy over some Best Actor nominees not being nominated. If he couldn't win those prestigious Oscars, no one would believe he could make big-budget films anymore. Bertolucci had been depressed, his doctor had prescribed antidepressants, and he'd been taking them for weeks before finally feeling a little better. "Bernardo, Ronald, look here, look here. Take a picture of us." The photographer had been waiting outside the restaurant. There had been a lot of news about The Last Emperor lately, and sure enough, he'd managed to stake out the location. Moonlight Seduction and The Last Emperor form an alliance. How many awards are left for others? The reporter pressed the shutter, calculating in his mind that with such a sensational headline, he could sell it for several $100s. "Hey, don't take pictures. I just bumped into Bernardo at a restaurant, and we chatted about our experiences filming together in China. Stop trying to sell it. Name your price." Nishida went up to them. He knew the process of these gossip reporters: take the photos, sell them to the media, and then ask the star if they wanted them back. However, film directors who usually didn't have much news value had become popular subject material for the media recently, given the outcry against the Oscars' perceived unfairness. Nishida negotiated a price and had them take out the negatives for publication. After finally getting everything done, he got into Ronald's car. "How much in total?" Ronald asked, having already inquired about the price and told Nishida to put it on his bill. "Looks like this year's Oscars, no matter who wins, will be very controversial." Chapter 932: Oscar Under Strike. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 60th Academy Awards. In their house on Staten Island, New York, Ronald's Aunt Karen and her boyfriend were watching the live broadcast on television. She had prepared snacks and tea in advance, tuned to ABC, and was just waiting for the broadcast to begin. The 60th Academy Awards venue is glittering with stars: the beautiful spicy dance star Jennifer Grey, Best Supporting Actor nominee Sean Connery, the front-runner for Best Actor Michael Douglas, and the beautiful producer of his nominated film Fatal Attraction, Shirley Lansing. These two women carrying briefcases are accountants from PricewaterhouseCoopers. Inside the briefcases are tonight's winners, ensuring the secrecy and professionalism of the list. Aunt Karen, seeing the briefcase containing the results, picked up the latest issue of Vanity Fair magazine, flipped to the Oscar predictions section, and said to her boyfriend, "Look at this. It analyzes the odds of winning. Ronald's Best Director is only ranked third, after The Last Emperor and Fatal Attraction. Doesn't that look promising? I'm rooting for Ronald." "But, honey, if you're so concerned about whether Ronald wins, why didn't you go to the awards ceremony when he invited you?" Aunt Karen playfully eyed her boyfriend. "I'm sorry." It turned out that Aunt Karen had long suspected that Ronald's desire to film this story of a widow finding love again was somewhat related to her. The protagonist, played by Cheryl, was quite similar to her own situation. "Look, isn't that Ronald?" Aunt Karen and her boyfriend were chatting intimately when the live television cameras caught Ronald and Diane. Ronald Lee, who won Best Director for Moonlight Enchanting, and Louis Malle and his beautiful girlfriend Candice Bergen, the big star Mel Gibson, the actor who played The Last Emperor, and today's presenter John Lone. The camera flashed by Ronald and Diane, but Aunt Karen was still very happy, tears welling up in her eyes. "Oh, I wish my sister could see today." Outside the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles, this Moorish-style building was the venue for the new Hollywood Academy Awards ceremony. Ronald and Diane had just passed the television cameraman when they were stuck in the aisle between the drop-off point and the main entrance. The guests in front of them didn't move, and a constant stream of people kept pouring in from behind. Ronald had no choice but to let Diane walk ahead of him to avoid getting his new dress dirty. This new venue is even larger than the old Dorothy Chandler Concert Hall. It was originally the site of the Temple of the Brotherhood of the Temple, one of the largest Freemasons in America. Ronald looked at the dome towers at the four corners of the building, distinctly Middle Eastern and Arabic in style. When the organization was founded, it was deliberately designed in a Middle Eastern style to attract members. However, its current purpose is completely different from its original religious function. Now it's mainly used for rock concerts and large events. The entrance here is quite spacious, so it shouldn't be so congested. It's all the fault of Chevy Chase, the lowbrow comedian who hosted this year's Oscars. Hello, how are you feeling?" Chevy Chase shook hands with someone, mainly to crack a joke. Dear audience, don't be fooled by these people in tuxedos and luxury cars. Although they are famous actors, directors, screenwriters, and producers, they are all very nervous today. They're just a nominee. I'm not nervous at all. Just let us in, you son of a bitch, Ronald cursed under his breath. What was with this lousy stand-up comedy at the entrance? Did you prepare an acceptance speech? Diane mercilessly exposed him from the side. Just in case, Ronald smiled, and greeted Olympia Dukakis, who was also stuck in the back. She was also dressed up and had come with her husband. The crowd finally began to clear, and Ronald and his group were able to move forward. As Ronald passed Chevy Chase, he saw him remove the microphone and check the time with his assistant, asking, "Did I say a full minute? Did I say a full minute?" Ronald shook his head and smiled wryly. Having this guy, who could only tell lowbrow jokes, host the Oscars for the second year in a row was truly a stretch. However, the awards ceremony producer, Samuel Goldwyn Jr., was also short-handed. This year's writers' strike meant the Writers Guild refused to grant the Oscars special permission, leaving no writers to write transitions or jokes. They had to rely on last year's host, Chevy Chase, who had improvised all those terrible lines, a real headache. Ronald, a potential winner, sat in the aisle. In front of him were Cher, the lead actress of Moonstruck, and her boyfriend. Behind him were Dukakis and her husband. To his left was Diane, to his right was Donna, further on were screenwriter Shanley and Nicolas Cage, and across the aisle to his left were Patrick Schwitz and Jennifer Grey from Dirty Dancing. The seating arrangement was meticulous. Ronald unbuttoned his tuxedo and sat down. In this solemn setting, everyone remained quiet, waiting for the ceremony to begin. After the hall lights dimmed, the stage lights came on, revealing small white cubicles resembling building windows, each representing a different role in the film industry. The actors' performances were terrible, many movements were flawed. Ronald wanted to cover his face. This was what unscripted acting was like. Finally, a dozen or so dancers, clad in gold bodysuits and wielding large swords, began to dance to the music. Laser beams from the center of the stage reflected golden light off them. They then ascended a smaller stage, planted their swords, and transformed into miniature golden statuettes. Good evening, Hollywood hypocrites. Chevy Chase began the awards ceremony. As you all probably know, the Writers Guild is on strike, so they hired me, a comedian, to host. Tonight we're not going to follow the script. I want to save time. He pulled a handful of envelopes from his pocket, Bertolucci, Jack Nicholson, Meryl Streep, and started tossing them around in the audience. Oh, damn it, Ronald cursed inwardly, but maintained a composed facade. This host had absolutely no taste. The Oscars ceremony under strike was a disaster from the start. Just kidding, none of those people are winners. Ronald froze. The joke was awful. He might as well not have said that last line. Nicholson and Streep were both nominated for a tragic love story. Was this some kind of curse preventing them from winning? Most of the audience didn't laugh, and the few who did quickly realized their mistake and stopped. A rare silence fell over the room. Even an idiot like Chevy Chase realized something was wrong and had no choice but to play along. The Writers Guild is still on strike. So all my lines tonight weren't written by me, nor by any of the Writers Guild members. They were actually donated to me by a few students from USC. Ronald glanced around and noticed that Olivia de Havilland, the supporting actress in Gone with the Wind, seemed to share his sentiment, her face stiff with displeasure at Chevy Chase's vulgar joke. Then, Chevy Chase half-jokingly asked the audience to forgive any mistakes that might occur during the live broadcast, because there really was no script, and introduced that other comedians would be responsible for connecting the different award ceremony segments. Ronald could only smile wryly. There was really no other way but to have comedians fill the time with jokes to make up for the lack of live performances. Sean Connery first presented the Best Visual Effects Award, spouting a bunch of platitudes about how special effects can create volcanoes, avalanches, and explosions in movies. He then read out the nominees, with Inner Space ultimately winning, the only other nominee being Predator. A poster for the winning film appeared on the big screen. It starred Dennis Quaid and Meg Ryan. Quaid, since his breakup with Lee Thompson, had been dating Meg Ryan, who had worked with Ronald Reeves. The screen was quickly removed, allowing the teams who each gave 2 acceptance speeches to leave the stage. Next up was the first acting award of the evening, Best Supporting Actress. Our presenters are the lead actors and actresses of a blockbuster. The plot is very interesting. A career woman has a one-night stand with a colleague, but she doesn't want it to be just a one-night stand, so she takes a knife and decides to break up her colleague's family. Fatal Attraction. Chevy Chase finished his tired joke, and a large poster of Fatal Attraction was raised on stage, followed by the presenters, Michael Douglas and Glenn Gross. "I'm so glad we can do this together," Glenn Gross, already showing her pregnant belly, quoted a line from a movie, a double entendre that made the audience laugh. Michael Douglas paused deliberately, and more audience members understood, the laughter growing louder. "This lady is really proactive. Let's get to the awards." "Good idea." The nominee for Best Supporting Actresses, Glenn Gross began reading the nominees. Norma Alindro, Gabby, a true story. The camera focused on her, an Argentinian Latina actress. The film was a co-production between America and Mexico. Anne Sasson, The Whale of August. This was an elderly lady, and the applause grew a bit more enthusiastic. Not because of Anne Sasson herself, but because there was something unbelievable about this film. The lead actress was Lillian Gish, the first female star of the silent film era, who co-starred with Bette Davis. This actress, who directed E.W. Griffith, who directed his first feature film and invented many editing techniques, was already over 90 years old. Many people didn't know she was still alive and could even star in movies. She couldn't attend due to her advanced age, but some elderly people in the audience still applauded for her. On the large screen of the Olympia Dukakis, Moonstruck stage, a scene of Dukakis speaking to Cher appeared, then the screen switched to Dukakis himself sitting in the audience. The applause and cheers from the audience suddenly rose in volume, and some people even whistled loudly. Ronald was startled. How could Dukakis be so popular? It seemed like the whole audience was cheering for her. Anne Archer, Fatal Attraction, Glenn Gross chuckled as he announced. This was the supporting actress who played Mrs. Douglas in Fatal Attraction, the one who ultimately shot Gross's character. The cheers and applause suddenly subsided a bit. Ronald looked to his left. Diane was also looking at him with surprise. She couldn't understand why Moonstruck was so popular with the audience. And Ramsey, the one who throws her mother off the train, and the ultimate winner is, Michael Douglas raised his voice. Ronald drove past Diane, and Olympia Dukakis, across the aisle, was too nervous to speak. She just sat there, watching Glenn Gross open the envelope on stage. A drumbeat sounded, and Glenn Gross finally opened the envelope. Olympia Dukakis next to him breathed a sigh of relief. She kissed her husband, then stood up and walked forward steadily. Ronald saw a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Dean Martin's song, a variation of the theme song from Moonstruck, began to play. This led to the newly crowned Best Supporting Actress accepting her award. The applause in the audience grew louder again. Dukakis walked steadily, shaking hands with Cher as she passed her row, without lingering for long. Finally, she went on stage and received the trophy from the guest. "Yes, I am very honored," Dukakis paused, then began her speech. "Thank you to the members of the Academy." Dukakis was clearly very excited, her eyes glistening, but as a stage actress, she tried to control her emotions. "I've said it many times, but I still have to say it. Thank you, Ronald Lee. Thank you, John Patrick Shanley. Thank you to my husband, for all these years. Thank you to my friends and colleagues for supporting me in life and work. Finally, Michael, let's go." Olympia Dukakis controlled herself well. She knew there wasn't much time for the Best Supporting Actress's acceptance speech. After thanking everyone, she finally revealed her true excitement, calling out for her cousin, Michael Dukakis, the Democratic presidential nominee, urging him to work as hard as she did to win the upcoming Super Tuesday primaries. Dean Martin's "That Same Old" rang out again. The hosts of this year's Oscars were terrible, but the coordination of various details was quite good. The sound system in the new venue is much better than the old one, allowing for easy switching of the winner's theme music. The screen, which rose and fell at will, was framed like an oil painting. As the winners and presenters took the stage, stills from their representative works served as background introductions, helping the audience become familiar with the films. A still of Olympia Dukakis, playing the mother in her pajamas during the breakfast scene, slowly rose as she exited the stage, eliciting continuous applause from the audience. Ronald stood up, waiting for Dukakis to come down, gave her a hug, and then kissed her cheek. "Congratulations." 1,000 words were succinctly conveyed in those words. "Thank you, Ronald." Olympia Dukakis couldn't hold back any longer, tightly hugging her husband's shoulders. Her husband was also a stage actor, Their hard-won success, landing a supporting role in Moonlight Enchantress, was a life-changing decision for her. Seeing the audience still applauding, Ronald glanced at the crew around him. Nicolas Cage also looked over, noticing the unusual applause for Dukakis. Then came screenwriter John Patrick Shanley, attending his first Oscars ceremony, unaware that Dukakis's unexpectedly loud applause was particularly unusual. What's going on? A huge question mark swirled in his mind, and Ronald suppressed his doubts and sat down. Next up is Best Production Design. Chevy Chase refrained from his usual cheesy joke this time. Thump, thump, thump. The drum beats began, this time not after the winners were announced, but before the presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting this award is 5-time Oscar nominee, 2-time winner, Olivia de Havilland. A still from Gone with the Wind appeared in a frame, slowly rising. The theme song from Gone with the Wind began to play, and after the last note, the still rose to its highest point, the lights shining on the back. Olivia de Havilland, wearing a full red gown and a large sapphire necklace, walked to the stage. Wow, this is a grander affair than the award ceremony itself. The entire audience rose to pay tribute to this Hollywood legend, the applause comparable to that for Dukakis. What's going on? This is the second time this unusual applause has happened today. Ronald slowly sat down. The old lady's delivery was superb, her speech melodious and rhythmic, possessing the grace of a classical actress. It inevitably brought to mind her portrayal of Melanie decades ago. I've played 8 centuries of stories on screen, from Robin Hood to the Civil War. An actor needs the help of an art director to get into character. The winner is Olivia de Havilland. Paused. Ferdinand Scarfiotti, The Last Emperor. The delicate, melodious, and oriental-sounding theme song of The Last Emperor began to play, and the winners went up to receive their awards. However, this time the applause was much quieter, and even the theme song hadn't been changed. The gentle instrumentation was clearly audible. Feeling something was amiss, Ronald looked at Donna on his right. She didn't clap enthusiastically. Today was the first awards ceremony held in the new venue, and because there were many more seats, nominees could bring family members. Donna was also in attendance. Why aren't you clapping? I saw you clapping enthusiastically for Dukakis just now, Ronald whispered to his cousin. I've seen Moonstruck. Olympia's acting was fantastic, and I haven't seen The Last Emperor yet. I don't know if it's good. Donna's words seemed to give Ronald an idea. Gone with the Wind, directed by de Havilland, is the most watched Hollywood film of all time. Many in the audience were outsiders like Donna. They had no idea that films like The Last Emperor or Moonstruck were what they liked. Ronald pulled out a list of all the nominated films prepared by his agent, glanced at it casually, and sure enough, his guess was correct. Many very successful films at the box office, such as His Own Dirty Dancing, Beverly Hills Cop 2, Lethal Weapon, Predator, RoboCop, and The Magnificent Scoundrels, were not nominated, or only received 1 or 2 minor awards. Of the films nominated for major awards such as Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress, and Best Screenplay, only Moonstruck rose $25 million after its nomination, Fatal Attraction $140 million, and The News $35 million. The other nominated films in the major categories didn't exceed $20 million. Even the Best Performer, The Last Emperor, only grossed slightly over $10 million after a long run. Several other films nominated for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, and Best Screenplay only grossed a couple million, or a few $100,000, meaning they were largely unknown outside of industry circles. No wonder they applauded Olympia Dukakis. Her performance was excellent and memorable. As for Anne Archer in Fatal Attraction, the supporting wife was less memorable compared to the leads. And the other nominees, the audience hadn't seen them much either, so why applaud? Chapter 933 People thanked and those not thanked. They're brutal, they're tough. That's the work ethic of a cinematographer. In the battle to keep the film from getting boring, they're the deadliest weapon, just like the 2 detectives fighting the villains in the movie Lethal Weapon. Host Chevy Chase started spouting tired jokes again. Lethal Weapon refers to the 2 presenters for Best Cinematography, a very successful crime thriller starring Mel Gibson and Danny Glover, which propelled the 2 actors into A-list stardom. The 2 made some witty remarks as characters from Lethal Weapon, but since there was no script and no rehearsal, the music wasn't turned down in time, and almost no one heard their jokes. The writers' strike turned the Oscars into a farce even worse than the Golden Globes. Ronald smiled wryly in the audience. Apparently, ABC had spent a fortune on the broadcasting rights, and over 70 million viewers in the US were expected to watch the awards ceremony. He wondered what they thought. The winner is Vittorio Storaro, The Last Emperor. The theme music from The Last Emperor started playing again, and Ronald smiled and applauded. This Italian-American cinematographer has won his third Academy Award for Best Cinematography. His previous two wins were for Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now and Warren Beatty's Red, which he directed and starred in. The films he cinematographed feature incredibly vibrant colors. Rather than reflecting reality, they focus on capturing the psychological impact of color. You know it's fake, but psychologically you perceive it as real. Storaro, a three-time winner, remained composed and even joked with director Bertolucci. His debut film was with Bertolucci, and this award is a recognition of their 20-year collaboration. His brief and elegant acceptance speech felt genuine. After several smaller awards, including for animated short films, the theme song from The Last Emperor played again. This time, the two lead actors, John Lone and Joan Chen, presented the award for Best Documentary Short Film. "How does it feel to stand here?" John Lone asked his co-star. "Very good. I didn't expect the Academy to nominate a Chinese film for Best Picture." Joan Chen spoke with a swaying head, displaying an affectation characteristic of people from mainland China. It was like being chosen by a teacher in elementary school to read aloud from a textbook on stage. Ronald was quite familiar with this affected tone, feeling a sense of seeing an old friend after many years, and couldn't help but smile. "Of course, we Americans are known for our openness." John Lone was clearly unhappy about not being nominated, and he earnestly praised the Academy's openness. "Ha ha ha!" Ronald and everyone burst into laughter. This skill of telling jokes in a serious manner was far more sophisticated than the ticklish, teasing style of the host, Chevy Chase. "Joan, I don't think The Last Emperor is a Chinese film." John Lone continued his deadpan comedic performance. "Why not? The studio is American, the director is Italian, the producer is British, the composer includes a Chinese, a Japanese, and an American rock star." That's true. So many talented people from different countries collaborated to create this masterpiece. "Our film should be." Joan Chen seemed unable to find the right English words. "It's a universal collaboration." "No, it's Columbia." "Right." The audience was very accommodating, giving the two Chinese-American comedians a laugh. This was the only opportunity for the Chinese-American actor, who should have been nominated, to appear at the awards ceremony. Several more smaller awards were presented, and the host introduced the next presenter, Billy Crystal. "Thank you everyone, this is something I wrote before the strike." Billy Crystal, like the host Chevy Chase, was a comedian. He paused for a few seconds after saying this, and the audience reacted and laughed. It was this pause that made Ronald think this man was the real comedic genius. Comedy requires precise timing. The success of a joke is heavily dependent on the rhythm of the delivery and pauses. The fact that Billy Crystal paused to give the audience time to react to a one-line joke demonstrates his extraordinary confidence, knowing the audience would laugh. "I'm presenting the award for Best Sound Design." "Ah. Oh. Okay. That's it. Important." His introduction sounded strange, as if the microphone and speakers were malfunctioning. Sometimes it picked up sound, sometimes it didn't. Ronald watched Billy's mouth open and close, the sound intermittent. He looked around and saw the same bewildered expressions on the faces of those around him. "Ha ha ha!" Ronald realized that Billy Crystal was controlling his vocalization to mimic a microphone malfunction. He was using his performance to demonstrate the importance of the award he was presenting, Best Sound Design. Billy Crystal's solo performance lasted several minutes, partly because the organizing committee needed comedians like him to improvise and fill the time gap caused by the writers' strike. He was the only one who had written his own script before the strike. On the other hand, it was also because Billy was so talented, he made the audience laugh heartily, keeping everything entertained. Especially memorable was his imitation of Humphrey Bogart, where he removed the mouth and hid behind it to mimic the character. The American audience particularly loved Bogart, laughing uproariously. Then he switched to one of Hollywood's greatest comedic stars, the legendary dog Rin Tin Tin, imitating a dog licking its own face. Many audience members laughed until their abs hurt, and applause erupted 5 or 6 times in just a few minutes. "He should be the host," Donna next to him noticed. Billy Crystal was clearly more comfortable in this kind of setting. Bill Roy, Best Sound Design, The Last Emperor. It was The Last Emperor again. Before the awards ceremony was even halfway through, The film's distinctly Chinese theme song had already played 4 times. Ronald, sitting below, was quite moved. Now television viewers would definitely remember the film, and it seemed the box office would improve. "I have to go backstage," Nicolas Cage apologized as he came out. He had received a call from his staff informing him that he needed to go backstage as an award presenter. Ronald and Diane made way for him. Nicolas Cage walked to the aisle in the front row and reached out to let his Moonlight Seduction co-star, Cher, link his arm. He led Cher, who was dressed in a gown, backstage. "What's that?" Ronald's eyes almost popped out of his head. It was one thing for the Golden Globes, but for an event like the Oscars, Cher was wearing a see-through black dress. And today, her hairstyle was particularly outrageous. 2 strands of hair were pulled in front of her ears, while the rest of her hair was piled high and combed back, with the sides close to her scalp, topped with a large feathered headdress. It was an eyesore. Ronald looked down and covered his forehead. The mohawk hairstyle was certainly eye-catching enough, but paired with that see-through dress, had Cher not read How to Dress Like a Hollywood Star? After a few smaller awards, the music from Moonstruck began to play, and Nick and Cher went on stage together to present the Best Supporting Actor award. "I'm surprised my hairstyle is so popular," Nicolas Cage quipped, making an impromptu comment on Cher's hairstyle. "I don't want to snap you in such a formal setting. Don't be silly, snap out of it," Cher quoted a line from the film, eliciting laughter from the audience. The nominees are Albert Brooks, Morgan Freeman, Denzel Washington, Sean Connery, and Vincent Gardner. The last nominee was for Best Supporting Actor in Moonstruck, the father of the female lead played by Cher. Ronald applauded him from below. This year's Best Supporting Actor competition was fierce. "The winner is Sean Connery." The cameras focused on the nominees, who all looked disappointed, but immediately applauded the first 007. The applause grew louder, and many audience members stood up in respect. Ronald had no choice but to stand up and listen to the acceptance speech of CAA's #1 star client, a man with a thick Scottish accent. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, friends, and some enemies," Sean Connery began, immediately eliciting laughter. "I had agreed that if I won, I would give the trophy to my wife. But backstage just now, they told me the trophy's worth $15,000, and now I'm not so sure." Ronald felt a little uncomfortable. Sean Connery's wife was in the audience, and this joke implied she wasn't even worth $15,000. If winning an award meant making a wish, I wish the strike would end soon. Ronald most resonated with a former 007 agent's last sentence. The lights returned to the host, who was picking his nose. He seemed to suddenly realize the camera was on him and stopped. Boos erupted from the audience. This lowbrow humor had turned the Oscars into a cheap stand-up comedy performance in a Staten Island bar. Another actor named Sean, actress Sean Young, presented the Best Editing Award alongside Rob Lowe. Sean Young, perhaps inspired by Billy Crystal, spoke incoherently, trying to portray a poorly edited scene. However, her acting was so bad that Rob Lowe had to save the day, explaining Sean Young's intentions. "The winner is Gabriella Christiani, The Last Emperor." "The Last Emperor again?" Diane nudged Ronald's arm. "Yeah, it's them again." Ronald thought tonight's awards were absurd. So far, every nominee for The Last Emperor had won. Halfway through the awards ceremony, the musical performance began, and Ronald went to the restroom. Moonstruck had 1 win and 1 loss in the Best Supporting Actor and Actress nominations. There were still Best Actress, Best Original Screenplay, Best Director, and Best Picture nominees to come. He wondered how many it would win. Ronald patted the acceptance speech in his jacket pocket and returned to his seat. The staff filling out the seating charts quickly stood up to offer Ronald a seat. The band Starship Troopers, who had previously disbanded and topped the charts with their swaggering performance, were performing the movie's theme song. "Nothing can stop us now, it'll be over soon." Diane glanced at him, wondering why Ronald had taken so long. It seemed he wasn't as indifferent as he appeared. He still had high hopes for Best Director and Best Picture. "I'm having the best time of my life right now. No, I've never felt like this before. Yes, I swear, it's true, and it's all thanks to you." The last pair of performers were the singers who sang the theme song for Dirty Dancing. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Right, his film also had a Best Original Song nomination. He'd won an Oscar for the same category for the theme song of Fame. After the intermission, an elderly man came on stage. It was Oscar-winning actor Jack Lemmon. The trophy in his hand wasn't an Oscar, but a large head sculpture. From a distance, it was hard to tell who he was. The Irving G. Selber Memorial Award was established to commemorate the brilliant producer Irving G. Selber. This honorary award aims to recognize producers who have made outstanding contributions to the film industry. Many famous producers have received this memorial award before, including Hitchcock, Ingmar Bergman, and last year's winner, Steven Spielberg. This year's winner is different. He's received a dozen nominations for screenwriting and 8 for directing. This year, he might need to buy a new display case to show this thing, because the original case already has 6 Oscars. Who is it? Donna didn't understand. Listening to Jack Lemmon's list of honors, she thought he was probably the most powerful person in Hollywood. Billy Wilder. Ronald knew that bringing Jack Lemmon up on stage meant he was going to present an award to Billy Wilder. After all, several of Wilder's famous films starred Jack Lemmon. Ladies and gentlemen, Billy Wilder, the elderly man, who had been chatting with Ronald and Cameron Crowe just a few days ago, slowly walked onto the stage. The entire audience stood up and applauded him again. This is a very touching moment. Of course, I want to thank the deans of the Academy, because this award is not voted on, but decided by the deans of the Academy, the members of the Academy, and all the fans of my films around the world. Billy Wilder delivered his acceptance speech in a thick Eastern European accent. Because he was a renowned senior figure in the industry and was receiving a commemorative award, and English was not his native language, the organizing committee gave him ample time. I also want to especially thank a gentleman. Without his help, I wouldn't be standing here. Everyone's guessing, is it Jack Lemmon? I've forgotten his name, but I'll never forget his compassion. He was a consul at the American Embassy in Mexico. It was 1934, Germany began persecuting Jews, and I was lucky enough to escape and come to America. I got a 6-month tourist visa and started writing screenplays in Hollywood. But the 6 months quickly came to an end, and I had to change my visa to an immigrant visa. Strangely, I had to leave America, go to a foreign embassy to change my visa, and then come back. But I left Europe in a hurry, with only 2 hours to escape, and I took nothing with me. Education, work experience, letters of recommendation, nothing. So I could only handwrite a document and ask a few friends in Hollywood to write some letters of verification that I was working in Hollywood. The consul looked at my application with difficulty. He stood up and observed me for a long time, finally asking me what I did for a living in America. I wrote screenplays for movies. Billy Wilder truly lives up to his reputation as a screenwriter and director. He told a story that piqued everyone's curiosity. The consul let out a sigh of relief and stamped my passport with an immigration visa. Finally, he said to me, "Then write something good." That was 54 years ago, and I've been working towards his demands ever since. This line drew enthusiastic applause from the audience, and Ronald was also deeply moved. He truly was a master of crafting a perfect ending. The subsequent awards ceremony became rather dull. All the awards nominated for The Last Emperor, such as Best Original Score and Best Costume Design, went to him. The Chinese-style theme song played repeatedly. The only award they hadn't been nominated for, Best Original Song, was given to Ronald's Spicy Dance. With the awards ceremony nearing its end, the most important awards began. Best Actor went to Michael Douglas from Wall Street. The winner of Best Actor was announced by the previous year's Best Actress, the deaf-mute Marlene Matlin. She spoke with a slight lisp because of her deafness. Her voice was blurry, and everyone held their breath for her. Finally, Marlene managed to say Michael Douglas's name. Michael Douglas, who deservedly beat out Jack Nicholson and other established actors, paid tribute to his father, Kirk Douglas, on stage. His father had been nominated 3 times but had never won Best Actor. It was his eldest son, who debuted as a producer and was criticized for his acting skills, who won Best Actor. Next came Best Adapted Screenplay and Best Original Screenplay. A framed image of Roman Holiday appeared on the stage, and the audience began to stand and applaud once again. The lights shone, and sure enough, Audrey Hepburn and Gregory Peck walked onto the stage. Hepburn embraced Peck, just as they had in a film years before. Best Adapted Screenplay, Mark Pepperell, Bertolucci, The Last Emperor. Damn it, they didn't miss a single one, Ronald cursed under his breath. Were they going to sweep all the nominations? I just arrived, and they wouldn't let me in. I had to show them my Oscar before they let me in. Thank you. Bertolucci seemed to be late, only sneaking in after everyone else had entered. After a self-deprecating remark, He and his in-law Mark Papello left the stage. The two presenters were going to continue presenting the Best Original Screenplay award. The two veteran on-screen lovers reappeared on stage. Hepburn and Peck still had great chemistry. Hepburn opened the envelope, and Peck announced, "John Patrick Shanley, Moonlight Twist." Shanley looked incredulous. Like Ronald, it was his first nomination. He was even less experienced than Ronald. This was his first time writing a screenplay, and he hadn't expected to be nominated. In the end, it was Hepburn and Peck who announced his win. After a second or two of stunned silence, Shanley kissed his wife and went on stage to accept the trophy from Hepburn. "Oh, Shanley nervously composed himself, then let out a strange cry. "Wow, I don't care anymore. They told me to stay calm. This is wonderful. I want to thank everyone in my life who has hit me, everyone who has kissed me, and everyone I've hit and kissed. I especially want to thank Ronald Lee. If it weren't for that man, I wouldn't be standing here. You're so kind," Ronald said, beaming from below. The camera panned to him, broadcasting him live nationwide. Ronald felt Shanley's words were sincere, otherwise, he wouldn't have been the first to be mentioned during the awards ceremony. "I also want to thank Nick and the beautiful Cher. They were the best casting. Finally, I want to thank Ronald and MGM again for making all of this possible. I'm going home with my family with this trophy. I'm so happy." The audience laughed loudly. This acceptance speech, clearly unprepared and completely devoid of the embellishments of a typical celebrity, was quite unique. "Thank you, you spoke so well," Ronald said to Shanley, who had returned a while later after an interview. "Thank you, I didn't expect to win. I'm so happy." Ronald patted his hand. It was almost his turn. Next, the previous year's Best Actor presented the Best Actress award. Host Chevy Chase was still on stage, asking the previous year's Best Actor, Paul Newman, "After this, how about we play a game of 8-ball? This was a joke about Newman's role as a billiards master in The Color of Money, which he co-starred in with Tom Cruise last year. Newman hadn't expected this impromptu performance. "Sorry, Chevy, my eyesight isn't very good." Newman picked up the envelope, preparing to read the nomination. "How about a game of 9-ball instead of 8? With a little stakes, if you really want to play, how about betting your house?" Newman knew Wilder's award had gone much longer than expected, and he needed to cut time, while Chevy Chase was still here, only making jokes. "I'll lose my pants." Chevy Chase finally started walking down. Paul Newman was about to announce the nominations when the audience started laughing. He looked to his right and saw Chevy Chase really walking with his pants down. He had deliberately loosened his belt. The lights had to be dimmed to prevent this kind of trashy footage from being seen by the 70 million domestic viewers on the live broadcast. "Oh, cough." Paul Newman was also annoyed with him. This kind of lowbrow joke was only suitable for low-class bars. This was a live broadcast that families across the country would watch, and it wasn't good for children to see this kind of joke. The nominees for Best Actress are Cher. The camera panned to Cher, and her name was announced first. Cher remained expressionless throughout. Like Shanley and Ronald, she felt she had no chance of winning and was just there to be a nominee. To attract attention, Cher wore a see-through outfit and sported a mohawk, seemingly afraid the media wouldn't report on her if she didn't win. Meryl Streep, Glenn Gross, Holly Hunter. Ronald was also quite nervous. Glenn Gross was the front-runner this time. Her performance was outstanding, portraying a woman who deliberately disrupted her colleague's family after a one-night stand, taking many shocking actions. Meryl Streep played a terminally ill patient who rekindled her on-screen romance with Jack Nicholson during the Great Depression. Holly Hunter's radio news depicted a love triangle between two men and one woman, telling the story of three people struggling in the television news industry. The winner would likely be one of these three. The Best Actress award goes to Cher. The audience erupted in screams. Holly and Glenn, the three most popular actresses, were visibly disappointed, their clapping gestures almost awkward. Only Meryl Streep jumped up to cheer for Cher. The two had worked well together on the Scarwood incident and were good friends. Like Shanley, Cher's win was a complete surprise. She shared a passionate kiss with her Baker boyfriend, then stood up to accept the award. Ronald went up first to hug and congratulate her, a very auspicious sign. "Congratulations, Cher, thank you, thank you." Cher was almost delirious with joy, then hugged the other award-winning cast members, Patrick Shanley and Olympia Dukakis, a shared victory. Urged by the staff, Cher hurried forward to the front of the stage, her shawl falling off. She picked it up, casually wrapped it around herself, and went on stage to accept the Academy Award from Paul Newman. Ronald covered his forehead again. His shawl was misplaced, clearly showing Cher's bikini underneath her see-through outfit. This singer-actress was really going all out to get attention and make headlines. Cher's face visibly flushed. She chuckled twice. Then she touched her hair in front of her ear. I really wanted to say something. The entire audience was silent, waiting for her to speak, but Cher's mind was blank. Unable to remember, Cher burst into laughter first. The audience laughed along. They understood Cher's situation. She had been nominated for numerous Grammys and Oscars without ever winning. My mother used to tell me that I had to become a big shot. Cher's mind went blank again. This is probably the first time in my 23 years in the industry, no, 24 years that I've won an award in front of my peers. Cher could hardly utter a complete sentence. Who knew that after being a professional runner-up for 20 years, she could actually win an award? If she had known earlier, she would definitely have worn a nice outfit. Cher's mind was filled with this. I want to thank everyone I worked with in the film. Working with them was a great experience. Cher's eyes swept over Ronald, Nicolas Cage, Dukakis, Shang Li, and others. Ronald nodded and smiled at Cher from below. She was overjoyed and was slowly regaining her senses. Now he wanted to encourage her. My makeup artists, they had to do so much work. The audience realized that Cher was making fun of her age. My hairstylist, my assistant, and the other nominated actors, especially Mel Streep. I worked with her on my first film, and she taught me so much. Thank you everyone. I'm going home with my trophy now. Cher happily took her Oscar and went backstage. Ronald noticed everyone was looking at him. What's wrong? Cher didn't thank you separately, Diane whispered to Ronald. It's customary and polite for actors to thank the director when they win an award. Dukakis, Shang Li, and other stars who won awards tonight all thanked the director first, and even called out their names separately, because the stars' performances depended so much on the director. She's just too happy, didn't you see? She can't even finish her sentence. Ronald frowned. Indeed, she hadn't thanked him separately. Although he knew Cher was overwhelmed by the huge surprise and a little dizzy, it was still a little uncomfortable that everyone else thanked the director but not Cher. Did you guys notice? Cher thanked the makeup artist, hairstylist, and assistant, but not the director. Do they have a conflict? The audience noticed this. The tradition of everyone thanking the director was broken, which felt particularly abrupt. Ronald cleared his throat. Many people were looking at him. Hollywood is full of gossip, and such things inevitably lead to speculation. Cher, holding her Oscar, went off stage and to the dressing room. There was a large, life-sized model of the Academy Awards as a backdrop, where each winner would be photographed and interviewed by reporters. Cher, why didn't you thank the director? Do you have a conflict with him? You didn't thank the other actors separately either, including Vincent Gardner, who was nominated for Best Supporting Actor, and Olympia, who won Best Supporting Actress, or Nick, the lead actor. Do you have a conflict with them? I saw you even thank the makeup artist and hairstylist separately. I didn't thank them. Cher was bewildered. No, Cher turned and ran back onto the stage, but was stopped by staff. Robin Williams, another comedian, has already taken the stage to present the Best Director award and started his stand-up comedy routine. Was Chapter 934 intentional or a misunderstanding? Cheryl was at a loss. This misunderstanding had blown up. She was very anxious. Oscar acceptance speeches were all pretty much the same, simply thanking people who deserved it. Only a few actors, like Shirley MacLaine, the Best Actress winner a few years ago, could deliver memorable speeches. For Cheryl, following the rules, what she said wasn't important, what she didn't say was more important. Tomorrow, this would definitely become a highlight of her awards ceremony, appearing in news reports at various times, and perhaps even gossip tabloids would fabricate stories of discord between her and the director. Cheryl was filled with regret. Why hadn't she prepared a note to read? Or was it because she hadn't expected to win? Looking back from backstage, she wished the presenters would pause so she could go up and correct her speech. The Best Director award was presented by comedian Robin Williams, who sported a mustache and began his stand-up comedy performance, to stall for time. He was also nominated for Best Actor this year for Barry Levinson's Good Morning, Vietnam, In the movie, he played a DJ at an American military radio station, known for his passionate morning show. Today, he borrowed the style of the protagonist from the movie and began his energetic performance on stage. Perhaps harboring some unpleasantness about losing to Michael Douglas, Robin Williams put on a very energetic show. Some audience members appreciated it and laughed heartily. But not Ronald. Since Robin Williams came on stage, he had been telling jokes and doing impersonations for a full 3 minutes, mimicking various cartoon characters. By the end, he didn't know what else to say, so he started imitating Tom and Jerry, rolling his eyes. Ronald pressed his hand to the bridge of his nose and rubbed his forehead, which was about to explode. This was just too much. Did this presenter not know that there were 5 other nominated directors sitting below waiting for him to announce the winners? The nominees for Best Director Achievement Award are. Robin Williams finally began to read the list of nominees. Bernardo Bertolucci. The big screen began to show footage of Bertolucci directing actors dressed in Qing Dynasty official robes in the Forbidden City. The Last Emperor, one of President Ronald's favorite films, Robin Williams continued his joke. Bertolucci frowned, head bowed. As an Italian left-wing filmmaker, he disliked the right-leaning president the most. Lasse Hallström. The Years of the Dog-Faced. The screen showed footage shot a few days earlier by the committee, the young Swedish director looking at the scene in front of the camera's viewfinder. Why are they all looking at the camera? Oh no, the lens cap isn't off yet. Robin Williams added a joke to each person. The winner of the Oscar for Best Director is. Robin Williams announced the 4 nominees, then skipped Ronald and went straight to announcing the winner. The camera had already moved to Ronald, but seeing the red light, Ronald, knowing he was on camera live, nervously tried to give the audience a relaxed smile and show his composure. Suddenly, the cameraman didn't know what had happened either. Why had only 4 of the 5 nominees been mentioned? He froze, unsure whether to pan the camera away from Ronald or stay there, waiting to capture Ronald Lee's reaction. Ronald was even more astonished by the situation. What was going on? Had his nomination been withdrawn at the last minute? Diane, standing next to him, was also confused. She turned her head and saw Ronald's raised eyebrows. This definitely wouldn't look good on camera, so she immediately used her acting skills, maintaining a smile while squeezing out a sentence. Smile, mind the camera. The director didn't have the cameraman move the lens away, keeping the camera focused on Ronald. The Best Director winner is, alright, besides the Oscar statuette, the Academy is also going to give the final winner a green card. Robin Williams continued to joke, teasing that 4 of this year's nominees weren't American. They withdrew your nomination, Donna couldn't help but ask, turning slightly to the right at a 45-degree angle. Her cousin, now junior investment manager at a Wall Street fund, knew that one shouldn't make exaggerated expressions or movements in such situations. I don't know, nobody told me. It's unnecessary, isn't it? Ronald tried to remain calm. Would the organizing committee do something so unreliable? Why was his nomination withdrawn? Had someone discovered his secret of time travel? Did they think he hadn't made the movie on his own merits? No, Robin forgot about you. Diane noticed that the framed screen on the stage was playing a documentary clip from MGM's Moonstruck, showing Ronald sitting at a table with Cher and Dukakis, seemingly instructing them on performance details. Oh, sorry, I forgot, there's one more. Ronald Lee, Moonstruck. Ronald immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What was going on? He forgot the nomination? Had this guest been improvising jokes for too long and lost his mind? He just got signed to film the sequel to Moonstruck, High Noon. We all know that after being captivated by the moon, you'll wake up very late the next day. Ha ha ha. The audience burst into laughter. This guy is doing it on purpose. Ronald gritted his teeth while maintaining a smile to show that he wasn't upset by the teasing. He squeezed out a few words and complained to Diane. This Robin Williams, he must have seen how young I am and deliberately prepared a joke to tease me. Don't talk, it's about to be revealed. The cameraman is zooming in on you. Diane, being an actress, was particularly sensitive to the camera and quickly gripped Ronald's hand to remind him not to speak aloud and have his lips read. Sure enough, the cameraman, instructed by the director through his earpiece, zoomed in for a close-up of Ronald. Ronald didn't dare to be disrespectful, so he forced a cute smile, then turned to Diane, feigning nonchalance, and pretended to wipe his sweat. But when he turned his head, he saw Bertolucci over there, also gritting his teeth and feigning composure. This Robin Williams has made all the nominees nervous during a normal awards ceremony. He's really not a good choice. The two exchanged glances, then both rested their chins on their hands and smiled at each other. I just want this award to be revealed quickly. The winner is Bernardo Bertolucci, The Last Emperor. As expected, Ronald deliberately clenched his fist, cheering for Bertolucci, and then began to clap. These close-up shots would be displayed on the screen simultaneously in a picture-in-picture format by the television station. Ronald had practiced this expression of pride for his competitor, even though he hadn't won. As an Italian, a European, the Oscars were very distant and mysterious to me. But with 9 nominations for The Last Emperor, I suddenly became the most enthusiastic viewer, calculating the odds of winning every day. Ha ha ha, Ronald genuinely laughed this time. Bertolucci's acceptance speech was quite sincere and interesting. I want to thank many people, first and foremost, China, for allowing me to film this movie in their beautiful country. Bertolucci was clearly excited. He even said he was willing to kowtow to the members of the Academy. Because this was the most emotional moment of his life, he didn't know how to express himself. Ronald clapped along with everyone else, and after listening to the acceptance speech, his fluctuating emotions finally calmed down. Tonight, The Last Emperor has won 8 of its 9 nominations. Only Best Picture remains. As the theme song of The Last Emperor played about 10 times tonight, Donna asked Ronald, "Do you have a chance at Best Picture?" "Almost none," he replied. Usually, films that win Best Picture also win Best Director, Best Screenplay, Best Editing, and usually Best Actor or Best Actress. Ronald knew in his heart that the final award wasn't much of a possibility for him. Before the final awards were presented, there was a few minutes of intermission for commercials on television, giving the audience some time to adjust. Ronald looked at Bertolucci. His seat was relatively far back, quite different from the usual front row seating for popular films. Perhaps it was due to his unusually shy nature among Italians? Ronald looked around. Producer Jeremy Thomas was nowhere to be seen. The Last Emperor crew seemed to be keeping a low profile today. "Ronald, is this a convenient time?" someone seemed to be calling him. Ronald turned around. It was Cher's manager, a woman standing outside the aisle. Her face showed anxiety as she asked Ronald to come out and speak to her privately. "What's wrong?" Ronald walked a few steps with her to the aisle. "Cher is very sorry she couldn't thank you individually on stage. She didn't expect to win and hadn't prepared a speech. You might have noticed she stumbled several times. She was nervous." "It's all right. I know she forgot her lines on stage, and the time was short." A leading lady's acceptance speech is usually much shorter than a leading man's. Ronald hadn't recovered from being teased earlier, and his expression was serious as he spoke. "Cher wanted to come and apologize to you in person, but she has an obligation to give interviews, so I'm here on her behalf. Please forgive her. She said she'd explain to the reporters. It's all her fault." "I'm Eddie Murphy." The presenter for Best Picture had already come on stage. "Okay, let Cher explain to them." Ronald gestured that it was all right and returned to his seat. "I only had 60 seconds to give my acceptance speech. I should thank Ronald and Shanley, but I was a little nervous and didn't even thank my boyfriend," Cher explained in a joint interview with reporters. "How was it?" "What did Ronald say?" After finishing her interviews, Cher waited for her manager to come and tell her. She had tried her best to explain the situation in the interviews. Ronald didn't look too good. He was very serious and said it was okay, as long as you explained it clearly when answering the reporters' questions. "Oh my God. Ronald and I are finished. I spoke ill of him during filming, saying he didn't know how to direct actors. It seems he's not going to forgive me today. Actually, no one in Hollywood accepts me. I'm older and don't look like the typical Hollywood woman. Only Ronald gave me the opportunity to play the lead role." Cher held her Oscar statuette and discussed countermeasures with her manager. Although winning the Best Actress award would undoubtedly bring a flood of high-priced script offers, if word got out that she was ungrateful to the director, no qualified director would invite her to act in high-quality films that were both artistically and commercially excellent. "What do we do?" Cherry asked her manager. "Ronald meant that you should make amends, let most people know that you are truly grateful to him. It's good for him, but ultimately it's for your own good. An ungrateful actress has no future in Hollywood. How can I make amends? I just rushed in and apologized." Cherry covered her face. "Those reporters definitely won't put my apology on the front page. They'll definitely report on my feud with Ronald for sensationalism." She hadn't expected that winning the Best Actress award would become a problem because of a single oversight. Television news headlines are decided by reporters and editors, but newspapers and magazines, her manager offered Cherry a suggestion. Let everyone know, let's do it this way, you applauded every winner, now you should applaud the loser too. I know what it's like to lose an Oscar, you must feel really stupid. Presenter Eddie Murphy was also a comedian, and as usual, he had to tell a joke before announcing the Best Picture winner. Ronald thought to himself, if he had given more time to this kind of incredibly stupid impromptu joke, he wouldn't have said the wrong thing. Actually, the committee asked me to be a presenter, but I didn't really want to come. My agent asked me why I didn't come, and I said, because the Oscars don't really recognize black actors. A big question mark rose in Ronald's mind. Wasn't Morgan Freeman nominated for Best Supporting Actor this year? What are you being so dramatic about? Before the awards ceremony, apart from the 2 staff members from PricewaterhouseCoopers, nobody knew who would win. The Oscars have been around for 60 years. Let's count which Oscars a black person has won. Hattie McDaniel for Gone with the Wind, Sidney Poitier for Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, and Louis Gossett for Officer and Gentleman a few years ago, just 3. Ronald shook his head below, seemingly approving of this pretentious black star. Actually, besides black people, other minorities aren't recognized by the Oscars either. John Lone didn't even get a nomination this year. And the only 3 awards he mentioned were for acting. Since the Best Original Song award was established, it's practically always been won by a black person. Aaron Carr's fame is an example. Steve Wonder and Lionel Richie also have Oscars. On average, one every 20 years. At that rate, the next black winner won after 2000. That's why I finally agreed to present the Best Picture award, but it's for black people. I want Hollywood to give black people more recognition. Eddie Murphy launched into a long speech about the discrimination and unfair treatment black people face. Everyone was getting impatient before he finally stopped complaining. The winners of Best Picture are Broadcast News, Fatal Attraction, Hope and Glory, The Last Emperor. The winner is. Eddie Murphy began opening the envelope. At that moment, the screen displayed the last Best Picture nominee, Moonstruck, produced and directed by Ronald. Huh? Ronald looked at the stage. Had he won? Everyone in the audience shared Ronald's thought. What did Eddie Murphy mean? He finished saying the winner was, and then Moonstruck popped up on the screen. Had he forgotten about the other nominee, or was the staff preparing the winning image? Did you win? Donna gripped Ronald's hand tightly. She was an outsider. Common sense told her cousin must have won Best Picture, right? No, Eddie Murphy forgot. Diane knew that all the winners were only revealed when the presenters opened the envelopes. Eddie Murphy was probably too caught up in his speech and forgot to mention that Ronald Lee's film was also nominated. The entire audience fell silent, everyone staring intently at Eddie Murphy. Perhaps startled by the silence, or sensing the unease on the audience's faces, or perhaps it was a deliberate attempt to create a joke, Eddie Murphy acted as if he had just realized what had happened. Sorry, there's another nominated film, Moonstruck, produced by Ronald Lee. Are there any other nominated films I haven't mentioned? Eddie Murphy added after finishing his sentence, as if Ronald Lee's film had been eagerly brought in. If not, I'll announce it now. I've already seen the name. Boom boom boom, the drums began to beat. The Last Emperor, as the theme song of The Last Emperor played for the last time, producer Jeremy Thomas finally appeared. His eyes were swollen, as if he had been punched twice, and he went on stage to accept the Oscar. I want to thank everyone who contributed to this film. There were 30,000 people working on it in China, and it was a success. Thank you everyone. Ronald clapped mechanically, still feeling uneasy about Eddie Murphy forgetting his film nomination again. Once might be an accident, but twice? Who is this person? Was he trying to give him a signal? You seem preoccupied. Actually, everyone says that nominations are about ability, and winning is about luck. In my eyes, you're already a winner. No one interviews the losers. Ronald returned to his hotel with family and friends. Donna went to her room, and Diane took off her expensive dress, put on her pajamas, and made herself coffee. Seeing Ronald still frowning and lost in thought, she came over and kissed him, trying to comfort him. I'm not upset about not winning, Ronald indicated. You go to sleep first. I still have a few phone calls to make. Okay, I'll go to sleep first. Diane patted Ronald's arm. Hey, Rick, Nisida? Were you and Richard there for today's awards ceremony? Isn't that strange? I was there. Richard was watching the live broadcast outside. We have to be careful and take some precautions. This is very unusual. You monitor tomorrow's news reports from me, including all the newspapers, magazines, and television media. I need to see everything about tonight's Oscars. Chapter 935 The Most Sincere Apology. The next day at noon, Ronald's agent, Richard, knocked on his door precisely on time. Ronald, still in his pajamas, opened the door, took the large stack of newspapers and magazines from Richard's hands, and gestured to the coffee and various breakfast items on the dining cart, urging Richard to eat first. He had unusually slept in that day. There are no reports targeting you, or anything about the alluring moonlight. Nor are there any reports about the two presenters deliberately omitting your nomination. We can continue to observe for a while. I'll pay attention to all the reports daily. Richard took a piece of toast, sat down, and began to eat. Ronald poured him a glass of orange juice and added some bacon and baked beans. He then picked up the newspapers and magazines and started reading. This year's Oscars, reportedly including both live and recorded broadcasts, would be watched by 1 billion viewers worldwide. Therefore, all the newspapers and magazines published special editions the following day. All the headlines were about the last emperor receiving 9 nominations. Photos of Michael Douglas winning Best Actor and Cherry Ying winning Best Actress occupied the second and third spots of attention. A photo of the two holding their Oscar statuettes appeared in the lower half of many newspapers. Richard marked every article featuring Ronald. Ronald glanced through them. They were all photos of him at award ceremonies, with no particular commentary. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the Hollywood Reporter in his hands. Ronald couldn't help but wonder if he was being paranoid. Was yesterday just a coincidence? He put down the Hollywood Reporter and picked up Variety magazine. These were two of the most authoritative media outlets in Los Angeles covering Hollywood entertainment. Variety was a magazine published every weekend, and there was also a daily newspaper version called Daily Variety. A large newsletter was pasted on the magazine. Ronald flipped it open and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, honey, who's here?" Diane, her head covered by a towel, peeked out from the bathroom. She heard Ronald's hearty laughter. The troubled Ronnie from last night was gone, the ever-optimistic Ronald was back, and her mood had improved. "Richard, come have breakfast with us after you've finished your hair. How much did Cheryl pay?" Ronald flipped to the page in Variety magazine and asked Richard with a smile. Cheryl had contacted Variety overnight and managed to squeeze in a full-page advertisement before the Oscar special edition went to print today. It had only one line of bold headlines: "Thank you to Ronald Lee, director of Moonstruck. I didn't thank him at the awards ceremony, but his guidance during filming helped me complete the most important work of my career. Also, thank you to screenwriter Patrick Shanley, the lovely Nicolas Cage, and Olympia Dukakis, Vincent Gardner." Below was Cheryl's signature and a small photo of her holding an Oscar. A regular advertisement for Variety usually costs around $15,000, but today's slot, plus the rush fee, and the favors she used, couldn't have been done this quickly for less than $30,000. "I have to give her a call." Ronald felt that the $30,000 apology and thank you note was very sincere and worth calling Cheryl to joke around with immediately. Richard called Cher's manager, while Diane, dressed in her bathrobe, came out for brunch. The two happily fed each other on the sofa. Ring 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 ring. 10 minutes later, Cher called. "You watched the Variety show, didn't you?" "I'm so sorry, Ronald. I was so nervous last night that I forgot to thank you and Shanley, and all the actors and crew. After the ceremony yesterday, I had so many interviews to give, and by the time I finally finished the marathon, you were already gone. That's the importance of having a little note prepared. Ha ha ha, but mine didn't get a chance to be used." "Congratulations, Cher," Ronald laughed heartily. "Yet, not preparing that note was quite costly," Cher said, relieved to hear that Ronald seemed to have no grudge. Her manager had given her the inspiration last night, and she'd come up with this idea on the spot. Fortunately, the editor-in-chief of the Variety magazine liked the drama and agreed to adjust the layout at the last minute, giving her a way to apologize immediately. It was this immediate, full-page apology in the most famous media outlet that prevented any resentment from Ronald or the rest of the crew. Everyone assumed Cher was just nervous and her mind went blank on stage, so she didn't even know what she said. The two chatted and laughed for a while. Besides the apology, the Variety show also had a separate segment that comprehensively reviewed Cher's acting career and her infamous see-through dress history. This actually increased her popularity, and some young movie and music fans also got to know her. Cher's unexpected Best Actress win also brought a turning point to her singing career. Her new record label boss, Cher's ex-boyfriend David Geffen, saw this as a signal that Cher was returning to the center stage of pop culture. David Geffen even considered getting big-name singers under his label, such as Joan Bon Jovi and Michael Bolton, to write new songs for her new album. In short, Cher's singing career unexpectedly experienced a revival. "I'll treat you to dinner at Spago tonight, Ronald. I also want to apologize to you in person. After all, you gave me all these new opportunities." Cherry invited Ronald to Spago, a restaurant frequented by Hollywood stars. Chef Wolfgang Parker was happy to host the newly crowned Best Actress and gave her a table. "I'll go." Ronald wasn't a big fan of the food, but it was a favorite spot for all the stars. It seemed like you couldn't be considered a top star unless you made a reservation. After the call, Ronald continued watching the variety show coverage of last night's Oscars ceremony. Sure enough, just as Ronald had expected, there was a lot of criticism of host Chase's vulgar hosting style. Especially his act of taking off his pants in front of Paul Newman, a highly respected figure in Hollywood, really displeased the film critics. Having comedians step in to save the day for the awards ceremony is a mixed blessing. Honestly, I think Billy Crystal should have been the host. At least we wouldn't have to put up with a host who picks his nose for laughs. Chevy Chase's hosting was utterly boring, as was Robin Williams among the presenters. Watching those two joke around is as utterly tedious as watching George Sr. and Michael Dukakis run for president. God, please let Gore from Tennessee and Dole from Kansas win. Watching George Sr. and Dukakis debate is put to sleep. How did the topic of the presidential election come up again? Ronald paused, went to his bedroom, and called Douglas Jr. Is there a problem with George's campaign? I've seen magazines complaining that his campaign speeches were as boring as last night's Oscars. Ronald, it's alright. Former Secretary of State Alexander Haig recently endorsed Dole, so there were some issues in Iowa, and he's temporarily trailing Kansas Senator Dole. Fortunately, with Roger Ailes hosting and your new campaign ads, George has regained first place in the New Hampshire primary, and he's expected to crush all his competitors on Super Tuesday and get the incumbent president's endorsement. Why hasn't the incumbent president, Ronald, endorsed George yet? Ronald asked in surprise. You know, the two ladies have a deep conflict, and the president has some unresolved issues. You've been busy with your film career lately, so I haven't told you much. By the way, I heard there's been some trouble with your house renovation project, little Douglas asked. You know, I just liked Chinese-style garden architecture and wanted to replicate a small one on Staten Island. But that beep from the New York Parks Department is giving me trouble, and I don't have time right now, so I have to temporarily stop work. When I have time, I'll ask around and find out what's going on and who to contact to handle this. I suspect you've been dragged into New York's local politics. Little Douglas briefly explained that New York's local politics are more complex than any other city. Besides the Donald Party and the Elephant Party, there are also the powerful Conservative Party and the Liberal Party. The Parks Department director, Stern, nicknamed Interstellar Explorer, is keen to make a name for himself in local politics, and a Hollywood director like Ronald is a perfect target to boost his name recognition among voters. After asking little Douglas to keep an eye on things and help him out, Ronald rested for a while and went to a dinner party with Diane that evening. The Best Actress is waiting for you. The newly crowned Best Actress has many privileges. At the entrance of the Spago restaurant, the hostess gave Ronald special treatment, leading him directly past a party crowd to dine. The cast and crew reunited. Ronald, screenwriter Shanley, Olympia Dukakis, and Vincent Gardner, the two actors who played Cher's parents, were still in Los Angeles. Everyone brought their partners to the restaurant, making it a small, private gathering. Cher apologized to everyone in person and presented them with a gift of apology, bagels made by her boyfriend. Everyone saw the full-page apology and didn't hold Cher's mistake against her. For their careers, several of them had received nominations, and the difference between a nomination and an award in terms of career advancement wasn't that significant. So they could still chat together. Only Nicolas Cage hadn't received a nomination, but he was quite satisfied with his career. His new girlfriend was a blonde who looked somewhat familiar. I'm a fan of yours, Director Ronald. I owe my career to you, said Amy Dorrance, the actress, excitedly upon seeing Ronald. Why? I don't remember directing you. Ronald only thought she resembled Brooke Shields, a classic blonde icon, but had no recollection of her. I had a cameo role in 2 episodes of Growing Pains. Because your Dragon Boys is so popular, the TV director wanted a girl who knew karate, and I was chosen because I practice karate. I'm glad I could help you, Ronald said. Surprised that he had changed so many people's lives in so many ways. Mr. Lee, this is a 1985 Ramune Conti, one of the best red wines in our restaurant. If you like it, I'll open it for you. As they were chatting happily, a waiter came over and showed Ronald a large bottle of red wine. Ronald looked at Cherry. This wine was expensive, and 1985 was said to be a very good vintage. He had never tasted it before. Was Cherry going to such lengths to apologize today? I didn't order it, is there a mistake? Cherry asked, bewildered. This is a gift from Mr. Gibson, Mr. Lee. The waiter pointed to another table behind him, where Mel Gibson, the Australian superstar and star of Lethal Weapon, sat. He raised his hand when he saw Ronald looking over. Having accepted such an expensive gift, Ronald naturally went over to express his gratitude. Mel Gibson and his wife dined together. He had met Ronald before at a Stallone party, but now that Ronald had been nominated for Best Director, Gibson was eager to get to know him better. Ronald's films were primarily commercially successful, but recently, while maintaining commercial viability, his artistic merit and reflection of major contemporary issues had become increasingly apparent. Mel Gibson was keen to collaborate with Ronald on a film that could also garner an Oscar nomination. However, it was too early to say anything more. Mel Gibson chuckled and chatted with Ronald about some gossip. For example, at last night's awards ceremony, producer Jeremy Thomas and director-producer Bernardo Bertolucci of The Last Emperor were both late and left early. It was rumored that Jeremy Thomas, in addition to borrowing money, had also divided his investment into smaller portions and sold them to wealthy individuals in Hollywood and Britain to finance the film. Before the awards ceremony, The Last Emperor had been in theaters for over 10 weeks, but hadn't even cracked the top 5 at the box office for a single weekend. Last night, during the awards ceremony, many creditors were waiting at the entrance to confront the two directors, demanding repayment on the spot. If this wasn't explained, it would be embarrassing if the news media caught it on camera. Unexpectedly, Jeremy Thomas had already outmaneuvered them, sneaking into the venue late in the awards ceremony. The cameras didn't capture him until the Best Picture award was announced. Creditors, alerted by the news, tried to ambush him at the subsequent press conference, but Jeremy Thomas slipped away through a side door, leaving Bertolucci to take the fall. However, Bertolucci was a famous director and not the primary person responsible for financing, so the creditors couldn't press him too hard, preventing a scandal. But Bertolucci had a way to handle it. The Last Emperor, nominated 9 times and winning 9 times, had already generated considerable buzz and curiosity in America through last night's live broadcast. Everyone wanted to see what kind of story this Italian-made film about the last emperor of China, which had conquered Hollywood, would tell. After hearing Bertolucci recount a long list of Hollywood examples of companies boosting the box office through Oscars, the creditors decided to give this fraudster, Jeremy Thomas, another chance. Ronald, it's such a shame you didn't win last night. I think you should have taken the last 2 awards. The speaker was Sean Young, who presented an award with Nicolas Cage last night. Ronald had now become a big shot that celebrities wanted to befriend. Even at a dinner, 3 or 4 actors would approach him, hoping to make a good impression. Especially after Moonlight Seduction, which won both Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress awards, Ronald's reputation for filming women had spread far and wide. Many actresses saw her as a shining jewel. Being nominated is a great honor, Ronald said cautiously. Sean Young was a bit eccentric, and saying such things in public wasn't good if someone with ulterior motives overheard. Diane also disliked Sean Young's low-cut V-neck dress. This bitch was definitely doing it on purpose, defiantly pressing herself against Ronald's arm. Remember to contact me if there's an opportunity to work together. Sean Young swayed her hips a couple of times, turned around, and walked away. Her figure was indeed fantastic, and her gait was pleasant to behold. Ronald didn't pay much attention. Cage had told him that this woman was a bit crazy and sometimes acted out on set. Yesterday, during the awards ceremony, she had taken it upon herself to clumsily imitate Billy Crystal, almost embarrassing Cage, who was also presenting an award. Being fawned over by Hollywood stars was indeed a great feeling. Ronald savored a small sip of his expensive red wine until he saw an annoying face. Hey, Ronald, Nick, Mel, you're all here. The black man who walked over was Eddie Murphy, The presenter who had tricked Ronald last night and almost made the world mistake him for Ronald win the Best Picture nominee, forgetting to mention Moonstruck's nomination. Eddie Murphy was originally an ordinary comedian who had worked with Ronald's partner Joel Silver on 24, debuting in action comedies. His current fame is all thanks to Sylvester Stallone's rejection of CAA President Michael Ovitz's suggestion not to play Beverly Hills Cop, which paved the way for Eddie Murphy, the biggest black actor in Hollywood, to command a top-tier salary. He arrived as if nothing had happened, greeting everyone. He always considered himself the greatest male star in Hollywood, and if it weren't for his skin color, he would have been #1 long ago. Ronald glanced at this overly familiar and arrogant man, thinking this was a good opportunity to test him. "Eddie, what happened last night?" Ronald stood up, deliberately moving closer to Eddie Murphy, slightly encroaching on the Hollywood star's safe distance, making the other man feel a little uncomfortable, then stopping at the distance. "Hey, buddy, have a sense of humor. It was a joke. You know, award ceremonies don't have scripts. We just squeezed in enough time." Eddie Murphy was very smooth. He immediately used a joke to brush it off. Ronald chuckled, tilting his head, gesturing for him to come aside for a private chat. Eddie Murphy couldn't ignore this provocation. He snorted and followed, showing he wasn't afraid of any white person's challenge. "First of all, I don't like you talking to me like that. After Dr. King's civil rights movement, nowadays, black people," Eddie Murphy wanted to save face, so he poked Ronald in the chest and began to lecture this white guy about the history of discrimination and oppression against black people. He was a Hollywood star, after all, and shouldn't be looking at black people with the outdated perspective of the 1930s. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm just asking you what happened last night. It's just the two of us here, you can be frank," Ronald said, noticing the fleeting glint in his eyes before the star's confidence returned. He knew this guy was probably doing it on purpose last night. As he spoke, he moved closer to Eddie Murphy again, his nose almost touching his face. "Hey," feeling his space invaded, Eddie Murphy reached out again, trying to keep his distance. Ronald wrestled him, grabbing the back of his neck with one hand and gripping his fingers tightly with the other. Then he made a gesture of intimacy, like old friends, and turned to smile at the others, as if the two old friends were having a chat. "It's just the two of us here, so you can tell me the truth." Ronald tightened his grip, causing Eddie Murphy a slight pain as he tried to break free but was held firmly in place. "Hey bro, someone told me you're being unfair to black people, so I was just kidding." "Unfair? You're kidding, right?" Ronald thought to himself. "I've always been good to black actors, giving them quotas fairly. That guy told me your new movie, that thing called Office Girl, doesn't have any black main characters. Well, that's a Wall Street movie. There aren't many black people working there anyway." Ronald laughed at this logic. "Hey, you can't say that. We black people have suffered discrimination for decades. You should focus more on our success. We're no worse than you. Then you should protest to Wall Street and make them give more jobs to black people." Ronald thought to himself, what kind of thinking is this? I'm saying, did the person who told you this not tell you that I made the most famous black musical of our time, Breakdance? MJ is also a good friend of mine. You can ask him if I've discriminated against black people. What? You made Breakdance? Wade? I love it. After Eddie Murphy became famous, he was surrounded by offers from big studios, and he really didn't know much about low-budget breakdance. After becoming a big star, Eddie Murphy drank every day, often waking up drunk in the evening, surrounded by all sorts of beautiful women. He was easily swayed. Today, hearing Ronald mention that MJ was his friend, he believed it. Someone who could get MJ to perform breakdancing couldn't be the kind of white person who disrespected black people. The two smiled again, this time genuinely. They chatted and laughed as they walked back. "Who is that Jew who talked badly about me?" Just as they were about to return to the table, Ronald suddenly asked with a smile. "Hey, I can't say. You know how it is, I don't spread rumors. I met you today, and if anyone says you discriminate against black people again, I'll clear your name. You're a good friend of us black people." Of course, a good friend. Ronald bumped fists with him. Chapter 936, Diane's new film. After getting information out of Eddie Murphy, Ronald realized that the Jews were stirring up trouble and trying to embarrass him. He then called Nisida and Richard for an emergency meeting. "I remember when Mr. Ovitz signed me, he told me I could contact him directly if I needed anything. I need his help now. This is really embarrassing. I've made a lot of money for the Jews, and I even blurred the lines in the sex scene. I'm fed up with this kind of subtle way of teaching me a lesson. You two go see Ovitz in person and convey my message. My film project used many CAA actors and helped many of his clients. Now it's his turn to repay me. This is just how the Jews do things. They don't actually have a direct conflict with your ideas or power, at least not right now. That's why they were using this roundabout way to convey their message. Don't worry about who's behind it. It's hard to pinpoint the exact cause of these things. Richard, also Jewish, understood the way some people of his ethnicity think. I don't have time to think too deeply about who I've offended or who's unhappy with me. I love making movies, and I don't want to worry about anything else. Isn't your job as an agent to handle these kinds of things? I know Ovitz has a way to talk to the people behind the scenes and get my thoughts across, otherwise I would have someone talk to him personally. Ronald waved his hand, as if trying to shoo away these ubiquitous flies. The two agreed and went to talk to Ovitz that night. If Ronald wasn't satisfied, it would cause immeasurable losses for the company and for them. Actually, they seemed like children, making some tests. If Ronald just wants to be a director, then just ignore them. With his ability and reputation, he won't have trouble finding partners. We Jews are known for being willing to work with anyone, Richard said self-deprecatingly as he drove. Ronald isn't a director anymore. If you compare him to the two Israeli producers at Cannon Films before they got funding, you'll find that the channels and resources he has now are enough to qualify him as a second-tier production and distribution company. Nistidis saw things more clearly. But it's not 1985 anymore, it's 1986. Wall Street is much more cautious about investing in Hollywood now. Cannonball's financial situation makes them more hesitant to invest in small and medium-sized companies. Ronald isn't a threat yet, is he? Richard asked. The problem is that he has the potential. You should understand Israel's position on the Middle East issue and resolve potential problems before they arise. The next day, Ronald arrived at the editing room rented by the company. Corey Yuen had already brought all the film stock from Fist of Fury back to Hollywood and was assembling and editing it there. What did Cannonball say? Ronald asked producer Rachel Talalay. They refused joint distribution. Now Yorm is in charge of Cannonball, and they have a lot of filming scheduled for the new year. They don't have the resources to cooperate with us. I think they mainly lack confidence in this kind of kung fu film. Rachel Talalay was sent to Hong Kong by Ronald, and she did a great job. The filming time and budget were completed within the plan. Ronald intended to cultivate her talent and also involve her in the distribution work. Minahan's not involved anymore. Ronald shook his head inwardly. Being unemployed was incredibly difficult for Minahan, especially with his cousin Yorn taking his place. He asked about you, saying he's free now and could go back to directing or screenwriting. If you're interested, he'd like to collaborate with you again on a breakdancing musical. We'll see. I'm too busy right now. Ronald shook his head. He didn't have time for a low-budget musical. I think this scene should be edited like this. Jean-Claude Van Damme looked at the small monitor, watching himself, under the guidance of his master played by Joe Hung, sparring with his master blindfolded using a teacup. He managed to block his master's attacks perfectly each time. He was very proud of himself. The stuntmen in Hong Kong were very professional, using many methods to make these fight scenes look great. He looked incredibly cool as the protagonist. No, you've used too many close-ups. What we need here is narrative. I've already given you 2 close-up reaction shots. Adding more will make the pacing feel a bit dragged out, director Corey Yuen explained to Jean-Claude Van Damme after rewinding. Okay, you're right, lead actor Jean-Claude Van Damme thought for a moment. Indeed, from an overall perspective, Corey Yuen's idea was correct. Having his face appear too many times for no reason wasn't necessarily a good thing. He wasn't Tom Cruise, he wasn't so handsome that female viewers would want to look at him more than once. Hey, Jean-Claude, Ronald overheard their conversation and turned to the Chinese-speaking action actor, who had adopted a Chinese name. I brought you to the editing room because you said you wanted to learn editing, not to interfere with the director and try to get more minutes of screen time for yourself. Hey, I know, I was just saying. Corey's right, Jean-Claude has also given a lot of good advice, he just lacks editing experience, Corey Yuen added, also speaking favorably of the lead actor. There aren't many foreigners who can fight so well in front of the camera like him. Brother Long had seen the sample footage and admired his flying kick. It's good that you know what you're doing. I put you in charge. Ronald nodded to Corey Yuen. The Hong Kong director was still a bit reserved in Hollywood, and he was there to support him. After Fist of Fury was assembled, it was shown on the big screen. The plot wasn't the work of a great screenwriter, it was a bit old-fashioned. But the action scenes were absolutely spectacular, especially the Chinese-American Muslim Yang Si, whose portrayal of the villain was truly memorable. Chu Yunbo, who played the son of the master and was killed by Yang Si in the ring, gave a decent performance. Ronald suggested that if the movie was a box office success, he would give him a chance to play a more important role. Your muscle definition is really good. The big screen showed a scene of Jean-Claude Van Damme, the protagonist, having a one-night stand with a female reporter in a hotel. Van Damme showed off his gluteal muscles, which looked quite good. Brooke Shields played the female reporter. Her status was much higher than Van Damme's, so she was only covered by a blanket and didn't show anything. How is Brooke doing there? Ronald hadn't seen her in a while, so he asked Jean-Claude Van Damme and the director about her performance. She didn't have many scenes, but she didn't ask for any special treatment in Hong Kong. One day she was recognized by someone in the industry, appeared on a TVB program, and filmed quite a few commercials. After that, she went to Japan. Mitsubishi Motors thought she had a good following there and wanted to invite her to give it a try. I see. Ronald looked at Brooke on the screen. As she got older, Brooke Shields' youthful and invincible beauty had faded a bit, but the memories of her for a generation of teenagers around the world would last her for a long time. After it's edited, we'll do 1 or 2 test screenings to get feedback from the audience, and then I'll review it. After making revisions, we'll release it before the summer season. Ronald is very busy with film projects, so he tries to schedule them together to save time. Therefore, another film related to him, Big, starring Diane, also had its first test screening on the same day. The most challenging scene for me was when I learned that Josh was a 13-year-old boy, and I didn't believe my boyfriend's fabricated reason for breaking up with me, so I went to confirm it. Diane was overjoyed to finally be a leading lady in a mainstream Hollywood studio film. She excitedly narrated for Ronald. Very challenging, Ronald chuckled, ruffling Diane's hair. However, what Ronald was truly interested in was the male lead, Tom Hanks, playing a character who appeared adult but had the heart of a child. His acting was exceptional. Adults often forget how children think and act, but Hanks' performance was incredibly convincing. Ronald looked at the female director, Penny Marshall, the blonde who had asked him for casting advice. She was very capable. Noticing Ronald's questioning gaze, she smiled and said, I had the young actor act out Tom's scenes first, then I had him learn by imitating. A brilliant method, Ronald thought. No wonder the acting was so convincing. Directing children's films was probably a female director's forte. He certainly wouldn't have come up with this method himself. The 2 leads you introduced me to are both excellent, and best of all, they respect the director. I owe this film's success, and the fact that I wasn't fired by Fox halfway through, all thanks to you. Penny Marshall took the opportunity to thank Ronald. The original male lead was Robert De Niro. He made various demands for script revisions and ultimately withdrew due to the perceived difficulty of playing the role. Ronald's recommendation, Tom Hanks, not only delivered a superior performance but also only asked for $2 million, a third of De Niro's salary. Meanwhile, the original female lead, Deborah Winger, after De Niro's withdrawal, acted arrogantly, demanding that the boy in the script be changed into a girl so she could star, completely altering the story. Ronald's recommendation, Diane, had no intention of revising the script, completed high-quality filming, and received a much lower salary of only $300,000, plus a bonus for exceeding a certain box office target. During filming, many crew members disrespected Penny Marshall, leading her to consider firing the director of photography the following week. Finally, 20th Century Fox's Goldberg called Ronald for his advice, and with Ronald's strong support, Penny Marshall was able to direct and complete the film. The film proved that Goldberg made the right decision. Ronald doesn't take credit for this. The success of the film is all thanks to the main creators. Diane's performance was very good. I'm sure the critics will say a lot of good things about her. Really? What do you think? Diane overheard this and after a while, secretly asked Ronald for his opinion. After all, he was a very reputable director. I think so. Your portrayal of the transformation was very convincing. Ronald wasn't worried about Diane's acting. The character of Susan was complex, which suited Diane perfectly. At the beginning, Susan was a career woman, her hair styled in a high bun, wearing heavy-shouldered, high-heeled clothes and expensive stockings. Later, after spending time with Josh, the big boy, Susan, working at the toy company, rediscovered herself. Her hair started to fall loose, she adopted childlike gestures, started wearing girlish Angora rabbit fur skirts, and her shoes changed to comfortable flats. Diane's expression also transformed from a reserved career woman guarding her professional ladder to a relaxed, sweet, and gentle woman who understood children's preferences. The film's surface storyline is the psychological transformation of Josh, played by Tom Hanks, as he grows up. The underlying storyline is that of adults, represented by Susan, played by Diane, who, with the help of children, rediscover their long-lost innocence. Indeed, such performances will be recognized by critics. They neither overshadow the main character nor are they buried under Hanks' powerful acting, making them evenly matched opponents. The preview showed Susan and Josh falling in love at the end. At that moment, Susan was softened by Josh's childlike nature, no longer judging him by the standards of a mature woman's expectations of a boyfriend, such as career advancement and the way he expresses love by giving gifts. She gradually softened, awakening her hidden childlike innocence. Ronald turned to Diane. Although Penny Marshall didn't show Diane any nudity in the sex scene, it was a PG film, the costumes were still cleverly chosen to satisfy adult audiences. Ronald felt that Diane seemed to be wearing nothing under her shirt. It's for the plot. Susan thinks Josh isn't making any moves, so, you're not jealous, are you? Diane looked at Ronald with a strange smile. Looks like I'll have to visit the set more often. Harrison Ford's wife came to watch every day when he was filming his sex scenes, Ronald replied with a laugh. Will you come? Diane looked incredulous, glancing at Ronald a few more times. If only he really came. Thinking of that sweet moment, she hugged Ronald tighter. I was filming my own movie then, but I'll come if I have time. It's good that you want to come. Diane tightened her grip. Are you going to New York next? Yes, there's something on Staten Island, Ronald said, preparing to go back to take care of the landscaping for the new house. I'm going back with Donna too. I haven't seen my dad, Bert, in ages. Great, we can fly back together. After the preview screening, Ronald stood up to congratulate director Penny Marshall. The film's technical aspects were mediocre, the cinematographer and director's abilities were indeed limited, or perhaps they lacked respect for the director, resulting in inconsistent color tones. However, Ronald found it deeply moving. How so? This film didn't win over audiences with its plot, but rather with the brilliant performances of the two leads, filling viewers with inner strength and prompting them to reminisce about their childhood dreams, temporarily setting aside workplace struggles and yearning for the innocence of their youth. This is the screenwriter, Anne. Penny Marshall was pleased with Ronald's reaction. He was sure he'd speak highly of her film to Goldberg. She pulled him aside to introduce him to some of the key members of the creative team. Hello. A very good story. Ronald wasn't particularly impressed with a screenwriter named Anne. This was a typical film where the script wasn't as compelling as the film itself. Many details and performances relied on the actors acting rather than the story itself. My brother said the same thing. He highly recommends you. Oh, your brother is? Ronald asked. This is my business card. Anne pushed a business card forward, not answering the question directly. Ronald took it and saw that it read Anne Spielberg. Steven, Ronald asked, the surname wasn't very common. Yes, he's my brother. He originally intended to direct, but he said he didn't want to steal my thunder, so he recommended Penny. If there's an opportunity, I'd like to work with you too. There will be opportunities in the future. Ronald smiled and accepted the business card. This Steven's sister believed her brother's perfunctory words. But this time, maybe she really could become famous. So, you're very optimistic about Penny's new film. Sure enough, that evening, Goldberg from Fox called to ask for Ronald's opinion. Very good, really very good, a PG story, and it can attract the whole family. It's very much in line with the current trend of children's films. The quality is absolutely no problem, especially the male and female leads. Both are Oscar-nominated performances, Ronald praised. Good, I'll have the distribution department find a suitable time. Our most important thing for next year's Oscars is still your new film. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 937 Ronald's Money-Making Machine. Dukakis won 6 states on the Democratic Party's Super Tuesday. Tennessee Governor Gore won 5, and civil rights movement leader Jesse Jackson won 4. The primaries will continue to be a close battle. In the airport's business jet lounge, Ronald and Diane sat waiting, watching the political news on television. The Oscar buzz was fading, and the nation's focus was now on the results of the two parties' primaries in the new general election. The Democratic Party had been suppressed by the incumbent president for 2 terms. In the second term, only Washington, D.C. and Minnesota, the home state of Democratic candidate Mondale, voted for the Democratic Party. Under this strong pressure, the Democratic Party was divided, with no one knowing what platform to adopt to defeat the Elephant Party. Generally, by Super Tuesday of an election year, a candidate should have been decided in the primaries. However, the Democratic Party's leading figures were still locked in a fierce battle, with no one holding a clear advantage. In contrast, Super Tuesday for the Elephant Party had essentially secured the Elephant Party's nominee, with incumbent Vice President George H.W. Bush. His rivals, Bob Dole and Jack Hamp, had all publicly announced their withdrawal from the presidential nomination and congratulated George H.W. Bush. All he had to do was go through the motions and accept the nomination at the Republican National Convention in August. The private jet gave Ronald a good rest. After he and Diane were taken to their Fifth Avenue apartment by Bud Jr., Ronald still had the energy to handle various matters. Early the next morning, he summoned the Daydream staff, spending the entire morning and afternoon dealing with company affairs. All the reports that needed his review and signatures were completed in 6 or 7 hours of meetings. The last task was for Ronald to sign off on bonuses for the employees, to which everyone was very satisfied. Everyone did an excellent job, which fully demonstrates that Daydream can make money in Hollywood, Ronald concluded, eliciting cheers from the employees in the New York office. Amidst the cheers, Ronald went home to rest. On the fax machine in his apartment, MGM faxed over the weekend's box office figures for Moonstruck. Moonstruck's box office is really soaring. Diane had just finished meeting with her father, Bert, and returned to her apartment, looking enviously at the faxed box office report. After sweeping 3 awards at the Oscars, the box office indeed skyrocketed this weekend, with audiences eager to see the performances of the Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress. Moonstruck, which had been in theaters for over 10 weeks and whose weekend's box office had dwindled to just over 1.3 million, jumped to 3.2 million thanks to the Oscar. With a total box office just over $50 million, this surge in popularity suggests it could continue running for another 2 or 3 months, potentially reaching $80 million. The Last Emperor, which won 9 awards, was even more impressive, jumping from less than $500,000 in weekend's box office to $3.4 million, breaking into the top 5 for the first time since its opening, ranking 4th, ahead of Moonstruck. The top spot still belonged to the horror comedy Beetlejuice. However, this movie is a bit difficult to understand. And I doubt it will have the same staying power as your Moonlight Enchantress. Diane naturally favored Ronald, hoping Moonlight Enchantress would surpass it next week. She had played a small role in it, and the better the movie's box office, the more it would boost her career. After all, the lead actor in a small film is less memorable than a supporting actor in a big production. They're good too, they deserve this kind of success. I just hope Jeremy Thomas can make more money, otherwise no one will make movies like this. Ronald said The Last Emperor is a Chinese-themed film, and producer Jeremy Thomas disappeared after winning the Oscar to avoid debts, not even attending the subsequent parties. If the box office is higher, at least someone will be willing to make this kind of Chinese epic film in the future. I still think your movies are better. That scene at the dinner table at the end was so complex. Many of my friends say you're a genius for making it. Diane is very knowledgeable about filmmaking and knows how difficult that scene was. That was an accident, not something I planned. Ronald laughed heartily. But most of the great scenes in film history were filmed under unexpected circumstances. I love seeing you happy. Diane jumped behind the sofa and wrapped her arms around Ronald's neck. Ronald was indeed happy, but only about 10% of it was because of Moonstruck's Oscar win and its box office boost. What he really liked was that the Best Original Song award went to the theme song of Dirty Dancing, the one that was the time of my life. Unlike most people who check the Hollywood Reporter's weekly recommendations and know the box office figures, the sales of the film's soundtrack are unknown to outsiders. The sales in the first quarter of this year were already remarkable, exceeding 5 platinum total sales, and the sales speed showed no signs of slowing down. With the Oscars awarded, the record sales surged again, and RCA once again began to operate at full capacity. The Dirty Dancing soundtrack was expected to break 10 million copies in sales in China. With a CD price of $15 to $20 per copy, domestic retail sales steadily surpassed $100 million. Adding sales in Europe and Asia, Japan and Korea, Ronald earned over $40 million from this soundtrack alone. In short, this soundtrack was Ronald's most profitable single deal since entering Hollywood. To reward Jimmy Reiner for securing the music rights and providing the ideas, Ronald officially appointed him as the music director for Daydream and wrote him a very generous check, far more than his total earnings as a middleman over many years. With such a generous boss, Jimmy was highly motivated. Overseeing the release of the second soundtrack with RCA, he added several tracks that hadn't made it into the first album, along with a few similar 1960s-style songs, and together with RCA, forced them onto the second soundtrack, More Hot Dances. The release last month was also very successful. The album's title track, Do You Love Me, featuring Patrick Schwitz and Cynthia Rhodes dancing together, also climbed to number 3 on the charts with the album's release, even higher than its initial release in 1963. Compared to the soaring record sales, the videotape sales, Ronald's second source of revenue from Dirty Dancing, were relatively slow. However, the videotape's characteristic was its consistent sales pace, selling approximately 60,000 cassettes per month in the retail market. Since its release last Christmas, over 600,000 cassettes had been stocked in video rental stores. During his trip to New York, Michelle Canold, the distribution director for Daydream, told him that they expected to surpass 1 million cassettes by the end of the month. With each cassette priced at around $40, plus a $6 subsidy from sponsor Coca-Cola, the videotapes were expected to earn Ronald approximately $20 million, and were growing at a rate of about 1 million per month. The more copies sold, the lower the production cost per box. The bonuses for the lead actors, screenwriters, and other key creators were as high as Ronald's earnings, making the lead actors incredibly wealthy. Patrick Schwitz, who owned the rights to one song on the album, was already looking for a larger ranch with his wife and was starting to seek out top horses for racing. Jennifer Grey was also changing into various haute couture gowns, and her popularity within the industry was rapidly improving. Everyone was eager to talk to her. In a Daydream, Michelle Canold, assistant director Emil Itorino, and others involved in the production of Spicy Dance received substantial sums, and the morale of the initial staff was extremely high. Of course, Ronald earned the most. He now had nearly $60 million in readily available cash, and his investment in Sony stock from the early record and video revenues had also seen a significant increase due to the successful acquisition of Columbia Records. In short, if Ronald had used all his money to make movies, his financial resources would have been comparable to those of a mid-tier studio among the Big 7 Hollywood studios. As for mid-side production companies like Cannonball, Orion, and Heimdall, which rely on financing and loans to make films, they simply couldn't compete with Ronald in terms of available cash. However, the old Hollywood adage still applies, don't use your own money to make movies. Ronald gambled everything on Spicy Dance, and with such great success, there was no need for another high-stakes gamble. That's how Hollywood works anyway, the more money you make, the more money comes to you. Only consistently successful directors and producers can continue to get other people's money to make movies. Why are you so happy? Is there something good I don't know about? Diane noticed that Ronald hadn't stopped smiling all day. My movie won an Oscar, can't I be happy? I don't believe you, you weren't like this the other day. Diane straddled Ronald, who was sitting on the sofa, and ran her fingers through his soft hair. Okay, I can't hide it from you. My videotape and record business made some money, and I'm planning to take a good vacation. Do you want to come with me, really? Sure, where are we going? Diane's interest was immediately piqued at the mention of a vacation. I haven't decided yet, where do you want to go? I don't know, I haven't been to many places since my debut. Where do you want to go? We still have time to think about it. Ronald was attracted by the new perfume on Diane. He didn't know what brand it was, but it smelled alluring. Diane was intoxicated by his kiss, her legs wrapped around Ronald's waist, her mind a little hazy. I want you. Ronnie. How about we get a yacht and go out to sea? Ronald held Diane as they lay on the bed and talked. You've made so much money, You can afford a yacht? Diane asked in surprise. Are movie soundtracks and videotapes that profitable? Ha ha ha, I don't like driving the boat myself, renting is fine, Ronald laughed. There was no need to buy a house just for a beach vacation, staying in a hotel would be enough. Although he could afford a yacht, the annual maintenance, crew, and docking fees didn't interest him much. Oh, I knew it, Diane thought to herself. Ronald wasn't a big star like Warren Beatty who owned a yacht. What's your perfume? You smell wonderful today, Ronald said, remembering her, and kissed her. Haha, it's a gift from Cher, her own brand. Diane jumped off the bed, pulled a bottle from her luggage, and handed it to Ronald. Fragrance uninhibited, Ronald looked at the perfume bottle, which resembled a woman's body. The label was indeed romantic. You smell so good. Ronald buried his nose between Diane's hair and neck, and the two began a new round of their perfume battle. The next day, Diane met with her father, Bert, again. After years of Cold War, there were signs of easing between them. Diane's acting career was originally orchestrated by her father, Bert, but after 3 consecutive films with Capullo flopped, Diane ignored her father and took on the responsibility of choosing her own roles. However, her own luck wasn't good either. Starting with Ghetto Justice, a series of films performed poorly at the box office, and the scripts she received had increasingly lower production costs. In the end, it was Ronald who gave her a few opportunities, starting with supporting roles, gradually bringing her back to mainstream Hollywood films. This time, with her grown-up status, Diane finally landed a leading role in a mid to large-scale production from one of the 7 major studios. Her father, Bert, was thrilled with his daughter's return, and the two reminisced about the old days when Diane would sit in her father's taxi, discussing acting and movies. Ronald, however, had other business to attend to. He and Douglas Jr. went to congratulate the vice president's eldest son, George Jr. Congratulations. Your father got the nomination, right? George Jr. had been traveling between Washington, D.C., and New York recently, getting close to Roger Ailes on the campaign team. He had contributed significantly to his father's campaign ads. It's just a formality now. The primaries have to be completed in each state, and voters in every state want to see my father, George Jr. said proudly. Hasn't the president endorsed your father yet? Ronald asked George Jr., ignoring the political news commentary. There's a bit of a rift between them, and my mother and Nancy also have a bit, George Jr. chuckled sheepishly, but my father has already spoken to the president about it, and it'll probably be announced after the primaries. That's great. The president's popularity is still very high. With his endorsement, your father should be a sure winner. Everyone wants to continue these good times. Roger Ailes said the same thing, but another campaign advisor, Lee Atwater, and my brother Jeb don't think so. Their voters want something new. Ronald hadn't expected his two brothers to be competing against each other. I still like your idea. I support you. Very well, I came here today to seek your help. George Jr. explained his purpose. It turned out that under Roger Ailes' strategy, George Sr. had focused on his history of fighting for America, his harmonious family, and his successful children, winning over many female voters. After securing his place in the primary, the campaign advertising strategy should continue. George Jr. hoped his daydream would lead to more screen time for him in the new version of the ads, making him stand out among his children. I think there shouldn't be any problem. Emil Laterino, the director of the last ad, wants to direct it himself. Having him direct another ad for you before finalizing the script isn't an issue. He's great. I really like his style. Thank you then. Having achieved his goal, George Jr. began chatting with the two about other things. What have you been up to lately? I heard from Doug Jr. that you've run into some problems with your new house, George Jr. asked. The New York Parks Department thinks my landscaping is adjacent to a natural wetland, a migratory bird stopover, so they've halted my construction. I'm preparing to go to court, but it would be best if we could get a settlement, since my land is near a lake. Ronald knew that Vice President George Sr.'s most important decision was choosing his running mate. New York Congressman Jack Camp, who had won the primary, was very interested in running with George Sr. So right now, young George is very popular in New York. Many politicians are reaching out to him, hoping he'll say a few good words for them with their father, especially their mother, Barbara. Everyone wants to do a favor for George, who has a chance of winning the White House. Ronald helped young George, and young George is now helping those people. If someone in the Parks Department knows someone willing to help Ronald, That would be great, saving them from going to court and dragging things out. Alphonse D'Amato, a New York State senator, is on our side. He's also facing an election this year, and he'll be endorsing my father's candidacy this weekend. If you come then, I'll introduce you to him. Chapter 938 The Local Tyrant of Staten Island. Alphonse D'Amato is one of two New York State senators, belonging to the Elephant Party. The other, a more senior senator, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, belongs to the Democratic Party. Interestingly, the American political spectrum tends to favor the progressive Democratic Party in large cities, while smaller, sparsely populated towns tend to favor the Elephant Party. New York State, in its rapid urbanization, has gradually leaned towards the Democratic Party. Senators serve 6-year terms, and this year it was Alphonse D'Amato's turn. This Italian-American politician rose to prominence as mayor of Long Island and has consistently enjoyed high approval ratings in Manhattan, Queens, and Staten Island. He has been a strong supporter of George S.R.'s re-election campaign, one of the few New York politicians actively campaigning for him. Because George Sr. lacks appeal among voters, many New York Elephant Party politicians only offer behind-the-scenes support, rarely publicly expressing their endorsement. "George, you did a great job," Alphonse patted George on the shoulder, praising him. This fundraising event, aimed at both himself and George Sr., has raised a significant amount of money for his Senate re-election campaign. However, compared to the current president, who is known for his witty jokes, old George's speeches were always dry and dull, making them almost boring and putting people to sleep. Let me introduce you, this is Ronald, a Hollywood director. He's also one of our supporters. Young George quickly introduced Ronald and young Doug to the senator. A Hollywood director, huh? There aren't many staunch Elephant Party supporters like John Wayne back in the day. Your name is Ronald? The name sounds familiar. The senator wasn't familiar with Hollywood, so young George introduced him. He's made a lot of blockbuster movies. Spicy Dance? Haven't seen it? Moonlight, Cher's very sexy in it? No? Top Gun? Our Navy fighter jets. Ah, you've finally seen it. He also made a campaign ad for my father. After connecting Ronald and the senator, young George, having completed his task, took his leave to greet the other guests. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let me shake your hand and thank you for your support. Alphonse D'Amato extended his hand to shake Ronald's. Those attending the fundraising rally had to donate at least $1,000 to be personally introduced by the vice president's son. Doug and I are the initiators of the Action Committee for continuing to promote jobs and prosperity. Ronald reintroduced himself. So you are. Let me shake your hand again. The senator immediately became interested. This Super Action Committee was very generous to New York candidates, regardless of whether they were Democrats or Republicans. As long as they supported the current president's economic tax cuts, they could receive substantial investments. Douglas Jr. had also invested in Spicy Dance, and like Ronald, he had reaped a very rich reward for his foresight, adventurous spirit, and trust in Ronald. This was the first time in his life he had earned profits exceeding those of his family trust. Unlike his family, who focused on land investment, Douglas Jr. invested more in securities and the film industry. Therefore, the Continue to Promote Jobs and Prosperity Action Committee he and Ronald formed was separate from the family's political investments, allowing them to select candidates whose political views better suited them. He also advised Ronald to invest some money in these super action committees that donated to their preferred candidates, to first establish a strong foothold in their hometown. With donations exceeding $100,000, Ronald and Douglas Jr. were eligible to take a photo with the senator and have a brief chat. Senator, I have some questions about some New York State policies. Could you please advise me? Ronald seized the opportunity to briefly explain his ordeal with the New York City Hall Parks Department, hoping to get Alphonse D'Amato's help. Upon hearing it was the Parks Department, Alphonse D'Amato frowned slightly. This eccentric director Stern, who preferred to be called by the nickname Interstellar Explorer, was known in New York politics for his eccentricities, womanizing, and difficult nature. He came from a working-class family. His father was an accountant who later ran a small business selling outdoor tents. There were two reasons why he was so arrogant in New York City. First, he had a good relationship with Robert Wagner Jr., the son of former Mayor Robert Wagner. Most City Hall officials were reluctant to offend him out of respect for the civil service faction left by Wagner. Second, he carried on his father's tradition of small business, personally designing and manufacturing many products bearing the New York City emblem. such as ties and cufflinks, which he sold to tourists through government-owned businesses to raise funds for public works. This Stern had an eccentricity: those unfamiliar with him, who didn't show him particular respect, often inadvertently offended him, and being targeted by someone like him was certainly unpleasant. The senator didn't want to deal with him. Through his small business, he had amassed a large following of workers, distributors, and public servants who received public donations, all united around him and voting in unison in various elections. For a politician, such a mobilizing force was far more important than someone like Ronald, who could only write checks. Although Stern of the Parks Department was a Democratic, he wouldn't vote for the elephant senator, but there was no need to fence such a troublesome opponent. Being bitten by him would be troublesome. Hollywood often doesn't understand how our country works. I'm a U.S. senator, I can't interfere with state and city legislation, the senator said, trying to make an excuse to leave. Ronald frowned. What was going on? He had donated so much money to his and George's joint fundraiser, and now it was just a casual remark? Hey, Senator, they're good friends of mine. My father's campaign ads played a huge role in his comeback in the primaries. George, who had been watching closely, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. It wasn't a big deal that the senator had offended Ronald, he still needed Ronald to promote him in the next round of campaign ads. I understand. Could you give us some privacy? The senator wanted to say something that no one could hear. You're a Hollywood director? You must know a lot of actresses, right? The simplest way to solve your problem is to introduce a few actresses to interstellar exploration. That guy's been harassing almost every young woman in the parks department. If you're willing to give him some bragging rights, he'll get your park approved. I'm afraid I can't do that, Senator. Hollywood actresses are all about exchange. I can't afford that. Ronald immediately thought the idea was a bad one. Even if he could afford to pay Hollywood actresses, they'd only pay producers or directors. What kind of bureaucrat from the New York Parks Department would that be? Besides, this guy's harassment of all the women in the department would create a huge mess. If he lost power, he'd probably be targeted. What would happen if he implicated them? If that doesn't work, then try starting from the bottom. What I said earlier makes sense. Why don't you go to the mayor of Staten Island and the Staten Island representative in the New York City Council to resolve your problem? With that, the senator patted Ronald on the shoulder, leaving Ronald alone to ponder. This is Senator Douglas. After hearing Ronald's account, Douglas Jr. began to berate the man who took the money but didn't do his job. Anyway, our money was mainly donated for the vice president. Ronald wasn't too angry. At most, he would only donate the follow-up action committee's contributions to the vice president's election. But he did remind me. Old George's position is too high. For some family matters, it's best to find lower-level legislators and bureaucrats. Ronald felt that in the future, he would need to find a few local bigwigs in New York and Los Angeles, the one who was in charge of his affairs being the most powerful. My grandfather said the same thing. Douglas Jr. nodded. America is a federal country, and state and local governments also have legislative power. In many cases, the federal government cannot force states to do things they don't want to do. Even the law prohibiting those under 21 from drinking and driving was only passed by the current president through the threat of canceling federal subsidies. Do you know any grassroots politicians? Ronald looked at Douglas Jr., whose family happened to be local bigwigs. I don't know either. I have to ask Grandpa. This is Susan Molinari, a current New York City Council member and the daughter of Congressman Guy Molinari, who represents Staten Island. After returning home, young Douglas tried to make amends by finding the newly appointed city council member in charge. He recognized her as an old acquaintance, Susan, the eldest daughter of Congressman Guy Molinari, whom his grandfather supported. Hello, Representative Molinari. Ronald stepped forward and shook her hand. I've seen the sexy dance you directed. It was very good. I even bought a videotape. Susan had short hair, was capable, and was a typical American politician, speaking and acting methodically. Similar to federal districts, the New York City Council also designated Lower Manhattan and Staten Island as one district, named District 1. There are a total of 51 districts in New York City, each with one representative, for a total of 51 city councilors. This is the best position for the most capable children from these political families to enter politics. Susan Molinari represents a small number of voters, so she can hear the direct voices of voters like Ronald. After hearing the ins and outs of the matter and seeing some on-site planning maps and photos of the wetlands, she confirmed that Ronald's garden did not have much to do with the so-called wetlands. It was entirely due to administrative manipulation, so she said that there was a way to deal with this. This wetland is not a federal or state protected area. It has just been included in the New York City Protected Area Plan. The Parks Department was originally only responsible for Central Park in Manhattan, and was later granted the authority to manage all parks and public green spaces on Manhattan Island. However, all administrative districts in New York City have their own park commissions. The Parks Department commissioner can only directly manage Central Park and the ice rink in Manhattan. Staten Island, in principle, is only managed by the Parks Department commissioner on behalf of the City Council. So, how can I get the New York City Council to approve my park construction? Ronald looked at the city councilor. Her meaning was clear, that Parks Commissioner Stern was just an employee, the real bosses were the various park commissions under the City Council. This matter requires the help of our Staten Island Parks Commissioner. In principle, the New York City Parks Department can only directly manage the central green belt of Staten Island, which is New York's largest nature reserve. The land where your house is located has a very old title. As long as you can prove that it was private property before the establishment of the Staten Island Green Belt in 1984, you can get the Parks Commissioner to help, through the Staten Island Council, redefine the boundaries of the central green belt and remove this area from the public green space. Under existing federal and state laws, as long as this property is more than 50 feet away from the current Greenbelt Protection Zone, New York City Hall has no authority to manage it. It's that simple. Ronald thought that finding the right person made dealing with government departments much easier. The Parks and Street Lights Department has enforcement capabilities and its own patrol teams, but by legally clarifying that the other party has no enforcement power on its territory, it's a fundamental solution. Even if they have power, they can't use it against you. That's the principle behind how American politics works. From the grassroots Staten Island to the highest federal level, similar principles apply. I wonder when the next city council election is, and how I can help Councilwoman Susan Molinari. Ronald thought that even federal senators only offered guidance after donating money, so the city council must be similar. Ha ha ha, Susan Molinari laughed. New York City Council members serve 9-year terms, and I was just elected. Oh, Ronald touched his forehead. So city council members could serve long terms once elected. Local councils couldn't be elected every 2 years like federal representatives, otherwise, limited resources would be wasted on elections. Only the federal level has various donation channels to support this expensive game. However, I will one day enter federal politics, and I hope to get your help then. Representative Susan's eyes shone. She was willing to help this time because she valued Ronald's resources. Her father couldn't stay in office as a representative forever, he would seek other positions. This district's representative position was his entry into the lowest level of federal office. The 14th district was mostly in Staten Island, a poor area. Having a Staten Island native like Ronald to help was a huge advantage over competitors. Of course, I will definitely recommend a responsible politician like you to everyone. Your style is refreshing. We in America need professionals like you who are dedicated to serving the people. Ronald understood that she wanted a promise for the future. I hope to receive similar support from you, like you advertised for the vice president. Susan Molinari wasn't naive, she had planned ahead. Ronald's greatest support for her would come from the endorsement of Hollywood professionals. I don't think that's a problem, Ronald smiled. With such a promising prospect, he was investing in advance, establishing a solid relationship, and giving himself a foothold as a wealthy resident of New York. Besides, I have some small factories on Staten Island, mainly producing small film-related products, camera parts, lighting accessories, and some tape. The business is small, with few employees, and there aren't any national unions to bother us, so I have some influence within the factories. They're mostly the breadwinners of these families, the ones who bring bread home. Ronald recalled that Parks Commissioner Stern, wasn't it through his small businesses that he amassed a large number of stakeholders, who then collectively voted on his behalf, allowing him to be so powerful in New York politics? His own 3 small factories on Staten Island employed dozens of people, and adding their families and friends, they could be a significant force in the city council election if they were united enough. That's great. I hope to have the opportunity to go into the factories and talk to them face to face. Susan Molinari immediately chimed in. These hardcore supporters were a crucial weapon in future House of Representatives elections. The more, the better. Are you going on vacation with Diane? Auntie cooked Ronald a meal, and after he finished eating, she asked him, Yeah, I'm planning to rent a boat and go out to sea. Ronald wondered how his aunt had found out. Diane told Donna, and Donna told me. Auntie pointed to her nose. You really need a vacation. These past 2 years of filming have been so hectic. I have to take a break now, whether I like it or not. The Writers Guild rejected the Producers Union's $50 million offer, and we have to continue the strike. Ronald shook his head. Now, even if he wanted to prepare for a new film, he would be unable to find a screenwriter. Where are you and your boyfriend going on vacation? Ronald asked Auntie Karen with a smile. She had also used the money she made from selling leg warmers to invest in sex dance, and like Douglas Jr., she had earned more money than she had ever seen in her life. I hope you won't scold me. I donated the money to build a church. Auntie went to the study and brought back a blueprint, gesturing for Ronald to open it. I hope you don't donate all the money. Ronald was startled when he heard it was for a church. Churches aren't cheap. Many European communities have been donating to their churches for centuries, and they're still not finished. Haha, it's not what you think. We Quakers treat a church simply as a public gathering place. We don't have so many formalities. I just had the designer reinstall the stained glass from your father's family into the church. Ronald opened the design drawings. One page showed the final effect, a rectangular building resembling a small factory, with rows of tables and chairs, but no pulpit at the front. Quakers valued spiritual communication with God, and everyone prayed silently in the church, without even a pastor's sermon. The only expensive element was a window near the ceiling in the upper part of the wall. A piece of glass, donated by Ronald's great-grandfather's mother and engraved with her son's name, had been reinstalled. According to the design, on sunny days, sunlight streaming through the window would leave a cross-shaped octagonal pattern on the wall in front, giving the small church, which looked like a factory from the outside and a classroom from the inside, a touch of a Quaker style. Oh, this church is very interesting, Ronald thought. He had never been to a church like this before. He immediately wrote a check and handed it to his aunt. Since my father's ancestral belongings have been placed in the church, I should contribute as well. I hope the details of his death and battle and the origin of that glass can be clearly stated in the donation document. My aunt agreed, of course. However, Quakers believe in communicating directly with God, and other people's biographies cannot be displayed in the church. She said they could be placed in the garden outside the church and a monument erected in their memory. Chapter 939 Norio Oga's new acquisition. With advice from City Councilwoman Susan Molinari, Ronald had his private lawyer, Lindsay Dole, draft an application to redraw the land title. He only needed the Staten Island City Hall's approval to resume construction on his Jiangnan-style garden. After settling this matter, Ronald quickly called a travel agency to arrange a few days of leisure at a resort on the east side of Long Island, New York. Didn't you say you were coming by yacht? Diane got out of the car, casually putting on large orange sunglasses and a light yellow straw hat. Her white trousers had a Marilyn Monroe-esque feel. I was delayed for 2 days because of the garden project, wasn't I? Ronald followed, dressed in a preppy schoolgirl outfit, a navy jacket, cropped trousers, and boat shoes. The outfits for boats, planes, and cars are all different. I wasn't perfectly prepared. Diane's clothes were specifically for the boat trip, a bit of a disappointment. It's alright, there are no reporters here, Ronald said, getting into the convertible sports car prepared for him, the most common mode of transportation here. At the easternmost tip of Long Island lies Southampton, the first place immigrants set foot on New York State soil. The English immigrants, lacking any creativity, simply named it after their hometown, later expanding it into East Southampton and South Southampton. Ronald arrived in Southampton, borrowing a vacation home from Steve Bannon, who had also invested in Spicy Dance. The house was in Sagaponack Village, one of the most expensive zip codes on the East Coast, with only 700 residents. Ronald drove his sports car south along Highway 27. He soon arrived at Bannon's house, where the staff had already cleaned and were waiting for them. The houses were spaced far apart. To peek at the neighbors' gossip, one had to use binoculars. Ronald was quite satisfied with the place and planned a yacht trip for fishing and a Broadway show. Although there were few people, there was just as much to enjoy as in Manhattan. The town's golf course was the most expensive in the country. Bannon had arranged everything perfectly, and Ronald and Diane enjoyed a few days of restful sleep. The next day, they were able to go fishing with a renowned Captain Reed from Long Island, and on the third day, they relaxed at a bathhouse on Southampton Beach. The bathhouse was on a private beach and operated on a members-only basis. Ronald was only able to enter thanks to a club membership card that Bannon had specially obtained to entertain important figures in Washington, D.C. They ate lunch on the beach, and Ronald chatted with the people next to him. They all had surnames like Rockefeller, Astor, and Vanderbilt, old money family names. Finding little common ground, they exchanged a few awkward sentences and then sat down to eat. "Are you Diane Lane? I love your ghetto justice. Could I have your autograph?" A young man from the Rockefeller family, who looked to be under 20, seemed to have different tastes from his elders, approaching the actress for an autograph and striking up a conversation. "Thank you," Diane replied, surprised that this young man liked her movie. Many more people preferred The Bridge at Sunset or The Outcast. "Would you do me the honor of having lunch with me?" The young Rockefeller Jr. began to fawn. "I came with a friend." Diane smiled and gestured to Ronald across from her, who was engrossed in eating. He'd been quite the eater at the quiet resort these past few days, devouring seafood whenever he could find it. "Everyone's a friend here. Your friend won't mind, will he?" Rockefeller Jr. had seen actresses here before. "Wait, you're the director, right? I saw your TV interview for Top Gun, huh? Today's a lucky day for me, meeting both my favorite actress and director. Do you mind if I sit down?" He brought over his coffee and sat at Ronald's table. "Are you here on vacation? How is it going?" Rockefeller Jr. asked. "Very good. I didn't expect to see the latest Broadway play, Speed the Plow, at the same time. I really like it. It's written by David Maime and is a play that reflects Hollywood. You can tell I like Hollywood. The version at the Candy Box Theater on Broadway is even better. Madonna plays Karen. Do you like Madonna's acting? She's in a play? God bless her. If the role is right, she'll be quite good." Ronald hadn't expected Madonna to still harbor dreams of becoming an actress and go straight to Broadway. During the New Year's holiday, Madonna filed a domestic violence complaint against her husband, Sean Penn, unexpectedly. This gave Broadway a good actress. Really, Ronald was busy making movies and didn't know about this gossip that was circulating all over America. It's said that Madonna also filed for divorce. "Would you buy a house here, Director Ronald?" This young man seemed to have no sense of boundaries. "I don't plan to, just for vacation." Ronald declined to discuss further. "Actually, the houses here are quite nice. If you're interested, I can put in a good word for you with the homeowners association." Ronald thought the kid was a bit too lively. "Mr. Lee, your call." From New York, the waiter pulled over the long telephone cord, picked up the receiver, and handed it to Ronald, conveniently getting him out of the predicament. "It's me, Ronald." Ronald took the receiver, turning his back to the curious teenager. "Ronald, are you enjoying your stay there?" The call was from Bannon. "Steve, I'm very happy with this vacation. Life here is much more interesting than those resorts on the West Coast that cater to Hollywood stars." "Ha ha ha, of course, this kind of place is a century-old resort for the wealthy. The service level is definitely higher than those nouveau riche on the West Coast." Bannon was pleased that Ronald had done this favor, having achieved his goal. "I'm calling you because an old friend of yours is in New York and wants to see you." He came here, an old friend. Ronald wondered who this was, and why Bannon was being so cautious. "We bought his company's stock in Tokyo. Mr. Ogo said he spoke with you once and admires your understanding of Eastern and Western cultures." "Oh, he's in New York. He'll be staying here for a few days. He's free tonight. Can you come over?" Ronald covered the microphone and asked Diane. "Bannon said an important person wants to see me. Can you?" "Let's go. I'll go back with you." "I've had enough of being here." Diane pouted. Although having fans was a good thing, these hormone-fueled guys were really difficult to deal with. "You don't seem to like it here." On the way back, Ronald asked Diane. "My father brought me here when I was a child," Diane said, looking out at Highway 27, "but it's stamped into the east. It's a place for poor people. There's a railway line that goes there directly, and there's a monument marking the easternmost point of New York. Lots of people take pictures there." "Really? Why don't we take the train?" "It's still early. American passenger rail business is bad. Only some that have been preserved as tourist attractions are still operating." Ronald and Diane rode the direct train to Manhattan, and sure enough, many middle-class families were on vacation. Children were excitedly shouting, and their parents were busy trying to keep them from running around too much in the carriage. Families were admiring photos taken with disposable cameras. This is what ordinary people's lives are like. Ronald, in comparison, preferred this kind of popular entertainment. As a film director, if he achieved success and moved into a large detached house, separated from ordinary people, he would eventually become detached from the public's tastes. Many directors, after achieving fame, could no longer make moving films. The success syndrome was a major reason. Mr. Oga. Ronald met Oga Honorio, the second in command at Sony, again at a high-end Japanese restaurant in Manhattan. Ronald-san, we meet again, ha. After dinner, the two chatted over tea in a private meeting room. Oga sipped the Japanese matcha prepared by the waiter, gestured for Ronald to try it, and then waved for the waiter to leave. Ronald, I've come to ask you something again. This is top secret until it's made public. I trust your character, but it's a serious matter, so I need your promise. Of course, I won't tell anyone until you announce it. We're just chatting as friends. Actually, I have another identity. I've bought some Sony stock and am a de facto shareholder. Ha. That's even better. Dago hadn't expected Ronald to bring this up. We're thinking of acquiring an American film company. We'd like to ask you, would Americans approve of us being shareholders in a Hollywood film company? Ronald hadn't expected Dago to not only acquire a record company but now also a film company. The Japanese company acquiring an American media company in the Working Girl script was just the screenwriter's speculation. Did the Japanese really want to do something like that in reality? Is there some doubt? I wanted to see you to hear your honest thoughts. Everyone in the company just agrees with me. I want to find someone objective who knows Hollywood well enough to hear their opinion. Dago noticed Ronald's hesitation. It's nothing really. There's a similar plot in my new movie. Ronald took a sip of matcha, the taste of which was completely different from Chinese tea. He put down his teacup, thought for a moment, and said to Oga, records and movies are different. For the past 80 years, Hollywood has been the pride of ordinary Americans. The movies here are all related to the lives of every ordinary American. When we were children, our parents took us to see them. When we were adults, we went with our partners, and when we had children, we took them. You could say that for any ordinary person, the most profound memories of their life involve Hollywood movies. To some extent, our lives are also shaped by Hollywood movies. I see. Oga Honorio frowned. What Ronald said was exactly what he was worried about. Japanese products have defeated many domestic products in the American market, and then you came and acquired many companies, but these are all secondary. Movies are different from ordinary refrigerators and cars. They are related to the shared memories of the people. Then what do you think we need to do without provoking opposition from the American people? Oga Honorio touched his forehead. May I ask why you acquired a Hollywood film company? You sell hardware in Japan, right? Your VCRs and cameras are top of the line. I use them myself. But selling VCRs and making movies are two different things, aren't they? Ronald-san is as sharp as ever. Our beta format VCRs couldn't compete with a VHS format. Although we open up the VCR market in America with our case against Universal, Honorio Oga recounted the case Sony fought with Universal to the Supreme Court. After winning, VCR rental shops sprang up everywhere in America. However, while they opened up the market, they didn't capture the largest share. Although beta format VCRs had better image quality and smaller file size, the VHS format completely devoured the market they had painstakingly opened. Only a few users with the highest demands for image quality still use beta format VCRs, but the disproportionate number of the two formats on the market already signaled Sony's defeat in this battle. Sony seemed to have invested heavily in expanding its market, but only managed to get the best bit of chocolate sauce on an ice cream sundae. The majority of the ice cream was monopolized by the VHS format from the JVC, Panasonic, and Hitachi Alliance. Sony's chairman, Mr. Morita, was heartbroken by this failure. He concluded that the main reason was that Sony didn't have enough film library. If they could own enough classic film rights, then beta format videotapes would have exclusive access to the best classic movies. Recently, Sony has been developing a new innovation. A new product similar in concept to the best-selling Walkman in America, the Watchman portable television, will be mass-produced. Sony has the same high hopes for this product as it did for the Walkman. Oga showed Ronald a very small television set. The Watchman, not much larger than the Walkman, displayed a television signal on a 2-inch screen after pressing a button. Ronald pulled out the antenna and tested it. The picture and sound were clear. There were also some interfaces on the back of the machine for connecting cable TV signals. The most interesting thing was that there was a port on the back of this mini TV for playing beta's short videotapes. Just this, Ronald looked at the tiny TV screen, smaller than a 1950s television. Watching movies on it was pure fantasy. Yes, Mr. Morita is very interested in this. He told me that programming and equipment are like Sony's two wheels, they must work together. So, I'd like to hear your opinion on how to prevent the Americans from being against our acquisition. This, Ronald thought, how would I know? Working Girl Ridge used this antipathy towards the Japanese, exploiting a legal loophole to block the Japanese acquisition of American media. Politicians also need to listen to the people's voices. The Japanese already have a bad reputation in America. If the public hears that classic Hollywood movies are going to be owned by the Japanese, their resentment will definitely be strong. Seeing Oga's gaze fixed on him, Ronald scratched his head. He'd have to say something since the guy was visiting. I think in many Hollywood movies, after the Japanese acquired American companies, they started using Japanese methods to manage production and hired Japanese managers. There was a movie a couple of years ago called Gong Ho, which tried to praise Japanese management, but it was a disaster. Many people thought the managers were devils, and those who didn't meet production targets were shamed, like the Germans during World War II. I know that movie. My friend at Toyota told me it's a textbook example of how not to manage American employees. Norio Oga immediately recognized Ronald's point. He was truly a master of both East and West. Only someone like him could be so perceptive about the American perspective. Also, we care a lot about American-style heroes. Our children grow up wanting to be like them. If our heroes become Japanese-style heroes, we'll feel terrible. What do you mean? Oga wanted more details. Like in my film, Dragon Boy, the protagonist, Daniel, learned some Japanese philosophy, but he's still essentially an American hero, fearless and willing to try new things. If you acquire a Hollywood studio and create heroes who aren't like John Wayne but like Toshiro Mifune, it will be very uncomfortable. We'll ask, after all, Pearl Harbor, well, you know what I mean. Ronald almost blurted out, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, who really won? Since the Americans won, then our heroes should be shaped according to our philosophy and ideals. Norio Oga seemed thoughtful. After seeing Ronald off, he began drafting a report for Mr. Morita. Hollywood is the cultural center representing American pride. Any idea of acquiring it solely based on commercial considerations is immature, even harmful. We must complete the acquisition in a way that avoids offending the sensitivities of American politicians and the public. Chapter 940 Bad News for Small and Medium-Sized Producers. Long Island was too restrictive and lacks social interaction. Ronald decided to cut his vacation short and return to Los Angeles. I thought you'd be staying in New York for a while, Ronald asked Diane, who insisted on coming back to Los Angeles with him. The Writers Guild strike was still ongoing, new film projects were stalled, and the usually busy audition schedule was now sparse. He wondered what Diane was going back for. Someone saw my performance in Growing Up and called Paula specifically to ask me to audition. Paula said I'd be perfect for it. Diane finally dressed to match the plane, looking very Marilyn Monroe-esque today. Perhaps every actress dreams of being Monroe. What film is it? Ronald was puzzled. With scripts so difficult to revise, what studio would be willing to take a gamble at this time? Betting the strike would end soon? The information he'd received from the producers' union didn't seem to suggest that. He was going to Los Angeles for a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Not a film, Diane gave the Monroe-esque kiss. Is it a TV series? Ronald asked. It's not a TV series, Diane chuckled. It's a miniseries that CAA launched a few years ago. A miniseries is a TV series of about 6 episodes. Compared to a regular TV series with 10 or even dozens of episodes per season, the difference with miniseries is that the number of episodes and the plot are fixed. Each episode is also longer, and the filming techniques and budget are closer to movies than TV series. 10 years ago, CAA entered the talent agency market with a miniseries called The General, which tells the story of the Warring States period in Japan, and has since become one of the largest talent agencies in the industry. What kind of genre is it? Ronald thought. No wonder Diane took it. She always had high standards for the quality of the roles she could choose from. Westerns, Ronald frowned. The Western market is shrinking significantly. Not only are Western movies unpopular, but even Western TV series have poor ratings. However, he quickly relaxed. This wasn't his project. Let Diane film whatever she wanted. Anyway, Paula had good taste and wouldn't let her down. Even in a declining genre, there are still some excellent works. This is a script co-written by Peter Bogdanovich, almost 20 years ago, intended to be made into a movie, with John Wayne, James Stewart, and Henry Fonda in the cast. However, Wayne was unwilling to direct it, so it was shelved. This time, it was changed to a 4-episode miniseries, a total of 6 hours. On the plane, Diane told Ronald a lot about the script, titled Lonely Pigeon. Ronald wasn't actually very interested in this kind of old subject matter. The story of a group of Texas cowboys driving a herd of cattle to Montana, with 3 positive male protagonists, reminded him of the classic Hollywood film Red River. The story's structure was similar, only the details were different, and it was stretched to 4 episodes. But he couldn't say this to Diane, who was currently very interested. Ronald waited for Paula Wagner to pick him up at the airport and only asked her one question: "How is the quality of Lonely Pigeon?" "Very good, suitable for Diane. We expect it to become a hit TV series. There's a serious script shortage lately, and we were lucky to get this old script." Ronald nodded. This hit the nail on the head. "Aren't you still considering Rain Man?" Paula asked Ronald only one question. "I still have the same answer, unless Tom Cruise chooses to play the mentally challenged character." Ronald still felt that only by having the handsome Cruise play a mentally challenged character could there be an unexpected effect on the audience. Moreover, Nisida had warned him that Dustin Hoffman, who was originally slated to play the mentally challenged brother, was difficult to work with on set. Having witnessed such big stars who received $6 million in pay, Ronald felt it was better to find someone easier to work with. If Tom Cruise, whom he had discovered and worked with, were to play the lead role, he would be very interested in getting him an Oscar nomination. Now, he was playing a more challenging but unremarkable supporting role. Why? Perhaps Cruise didn't have the confidence in his acting skills. The next day, Ronald went to a meeting with the Producers Guild. Brian Walton, the negotiator for the Writers Guild, had already softened his stance in the media the previous week, indicating that he was considering accepting the Producers Guild's offer of $50 million in compensation and would go to the Guild to persuade the representatives of the various chapters. The strike, which has lasted for over a month, is expected to end soon. "Let's all get back to normal filming." In the Producers Union, representatives from various major studios gathered, all complaining about the strike. Unlike the large studios with their plentiful scripts, the smaller studios are facing a severe script shortage. Moreover, their financial pressure is much greater. Project delays can crush them with bank interest payments. Meanwhile, representatives from the larger studios are chatting in another group. They are more concerned with how much of the revenue share allocated to screenwriters in the agreement. These senior managers rely on this for their year-end reports. "Gentlemen," Nick Kund, the union president, who arrived a dozen minutes late, said, "Bad news, the Writers Guild has officially rejected our terms." "Oh, Kund, didn't he hint that he was going to agree? We can discuss any terms he's unhappy with." A chorus of lamentations erupted from the smaller studios. Those who had expected to receive new contracts and prepare to resume work were utterly disappointed. "They didn't make any new demands, and we didn't revise the terms. Everything was done exactly as arranged by the special envoy sent by the president." The negotiations broke down because Brian Walton couldn't persuade the Writers Guild's committee to accept these terms. They still insisted on a $200 million settlement and greater creative control for the writers, a greater say in deciding on directors and actors. "We can't accept that. Who do they think they are?" Now it was the big studio's turn to complain. Nick Kunter, president of the Producers Union, waved for silence, then explained the negotiation process and the details of the breakdown, answering everyone's questions. Ronald, sitting in the back, basically understood. Brian Walton, the Writers Guild's negotiator, won the election by inciting lower-level writers. His reasoning for persuading the Writers Guild's negotiating committee was that 3 years ago, if they had listened to him, they could have gotten $200 million and taken creative control back from the greedy and incompetent producers. Such excessive demands, of course, resulted in a bloody defeat in the negotiation process. Even the president's personal intervention and the federal government's special envoy for negotiations could not prevent him from succeeding. Left with no other option, Brian Walton had to return and report the bad news. However, the lower-level screenwriters he had misled refused to accept it. The committee members representing them would not allow Brian Walton to agree. Returning to the conditions previously proposed by the Producers Guild would mean that Brian Walton's previous statements were all lies. This would severely impact the next re-election of these committee members elected by the union members. Moreover, they had initially believed Brian Walton's confident demeanor and were overly optimistic about the union members' propaganda. This led them to believe the lies, actively participate in the strike, and even form an oversight committee to prevent screenwriters who wanted to work from doing so. This dedication made them refuse to believe that Brian Walton was an incompetent liar. Brian Walton could only pretend that this was just a temporary setback, and that as long as the strike continued, he could obtain the promised conditions. Under this false sense of confidence, the Writers' Union's negotiating committee formally rejected the employers' demands and announced that the strike would continue. Hollywood isn't under the biggest pressure right now, President Nick summarized. The new seasons of TV shows for the fall are about to start production, and the writers are seizing this opportunity to force us to comply. Everyone agrees that if creative decision-making power, even partially, is given to the writers, Hollywood wouldn't be Hollywood. We have to unite and continue to drag this out. The writers who oppose the agreement are mainly lower-level writers who haven't independently written a blockbuster film or TV series. But they make up the majority of the union. They don't receive much of the remaining revenue from TV reruns anyway. These people are too idealistic, too simplistic, sometimes even naive, and easily manipulated by people like Brian Walton. We have to let the facts soften them. No work, no pay. They are now seeking star actors to raise funds for the strike and help the writers get through the strike without pay. Everyone can use their own channels to explain the situation to their friends in the Screen Actors Guild. This farce is not good for anyone if it continues. I will continue to maintain contact and negotiations with the Writers Guild and try my best to help everyone get some exemptions. Everyone was very disappointed, but due to the circumstances, they had no choice but to discuss how to apply for an exemption, what conditions needed to be met, and then fill out an opinion form for President Nick to review. Ronald filled out some forms casually, his attention focused on the conversation between the producers beside him. Is the situation at your station really that bad? Don't even mention it. Did anyone watch David Letterman's show last night? I didn't watch it. I had to find writers from Australia and Canada to revise the script. What happened? He was really out of ideas, so he installed a fountain in the studio. When he ran out of topics, he would let the fountain spray water on himself. Ronald almost burst out laughing. It seemed the situation on television was even more serious, especially for talk shows that aired every night, requiring a constant stream of jokes. Usually, there was a writing team working on the host's behalf. I spend my days in the script warehouse, looking at those old scripts from decades ago, trying to see which ones can still be modified, exactly, but many details in those scripts are outdated and unsuitable, and we can't find good screenwriters to revise them. Good screenwriters are all union members. I think one day we'll all be forced to go to places like Australia or Canada, where there's no union interference and we can find English-speaking screenwriters. Ronald looked at the producers, big and small, around him, always with a melancholy expression. Fortunately, this strike didn't affect his business much. If you were filming Sex and Zen, investing his own, his friends, and his family's money, and then a strike like this happened, Ronald didn't dare to think any further. Just then, he heard a sigh. Sigh. Ronald looked up and saw it was Minahan Golan from Cannonball. When did you arrive? I didn't see you earlier, I just arrived, Ronald. It's really good to see you. I haven't had anything good to do lately. I thought my big project might have a turnaround, but unfortunately, I have to go back to Tel Aviv to have the screenwriter revise my script. Minahan was behaving much more normally, lacking his usual enthusiasm. His speech was even slower. You're doing well. You have a base in Israel, and the screenwriters there speak quite well in English. Ronald comforted his old friend, pointing to another mid-sized production company across the street. That was Dino De Laurentiis, an Italian producer. A Neapolitan with whom Ronald had a past grudge over the film Year of the Dragon, PFFT. Ha ha ha, Minahan finally laughed, causing the other man to turn around and look at him. Hey, Ronald laughed back without any attempt to hide his laughter. He's even worse off than me. I heard that his last film was halfway through production when the bank withdrew the funds, forcing him to sell it to another distributor. What happened? Tell me, I love hearing about these things. Ronald stared at Dino De Laurentiis with a wicked grin. HMPH, Dino muttered and turned away. Being mocked to your face is really unpleasant. He approached Peter Bogdanovich, hoping to use his talent to promote another male star from the Brad Pitt gang, Rob Lowe. In the end, well, he didn't achieve anything. Minahan had also pursued Peter Bogdanovich for a while, wanting to sign the washed-up actor as the exclusive director for Cannonball. But Bogdanovich looked down on him and ultimately went with Dino, who had produced many classic commercial films. As a result, a few days before filming began for You Who Break the Law, Dino informed Bogdanovich that the film's budget had been reduced, and the script had to be revised to accommodate the lower budget. Bogdanovich, who was only in it for the money, immediately arranged for his confidant, Colleen Gapper, to play the female lead. The two had collaborated multiple times and knew how to get away with it. They cut all the high-cost scenes and added a female supporting character to fill the gaps. They even cast Louise, Stratton's sister, as his deceased girlfriend. They made sure to rake in all the money they could. Hey, Ronald and Minahan laughed for a while. Both were directors by training, and they knew the damage a director could do to a film if they deliberately sabotaged it for profit. Rob Lowe's hopes of using this film to further his career were completely dashed. He also had to be careful not to let the film's poor reviews affect him, and quickly make a critically or commercially successful film to salvage the situation. It seemed that the strike had the most severe impact on mid-sized production companies in Hollywood. Smaller studios, like Roger Corman's ultra-low-budget productions, were less affected. This script doesn't allow hiring screenwriters to modify certain scenes? Fine, they could just tear up that scene and save money. Besides, many of whose screenwriters were talented people who aren't unionized. Perhaps it was their untimely laughter that drew the attention of the surrounding producers. Ronald, Minahan, finally, someone came up to greet the two rather aloof producers. Samuel. Ronald recognized him. It was Samuel Jr., son of MGM founder Samuel Goldwyn and producer of this year's disastrous Oscars ceremony. You're here too. I actually have my own small production company, Samuel Jr. chuckled. His family had little connection to MGM except for a slight resemblance in name. What are you talking about? You seem quite pleased. We're joking about hiring screenwriters in Israel, Ronald laughed. It's driving me crazy. I had to find a Chinese-American screenwriter to revise my new film, Samuel Jr. said with a smile. These days, a producer finding a screenwriter who isn't a member of the Writers Guild but still has a certain level of talent is something to be proud of. Haha, what's his name? Is he from Hong Kong? Ronald thought for a moment. Could it be Sweetheart from Hong Kong who can write screenplays in English? Has he come to Hollywood? His skills are quite good. He graduated from the film department of New York University. I heard he hasn't been able to find a job for many years and has been staying at home taking care of his children. I found him by chance. Chapter 941 Comic Book Adaptation Movie. He was my classmate in college. Haven't you seen his graduation project? It was very good. Ronald looked at the screenwriter's name that Samuel Goldwyn Jr. had shown him and realized it was Ang Lee, one of the 3 directing students with the last name Lee from his time at NYU. The connections between people are like rivers flowing across a plain, sometimes together, sometimes apart. Back when he was shooting commercials, he had even had Ang Lee work as an assistant director alongside the black director Spike Lee. A few years later, Ronald had his own production and distribution company, while Ang Lee was still looking for his first film directing opportunity. Really? He's your classmate? I saw his graduation project. He could definitely make a movie. When I was filming my new film, Mystic Pizza, I couldn't find anyone to revise the script, and someone recommended him to me. He has a good understanding of romantic comedies. He submitted one of his scripts to me, and after that film is released, I plan to invest in his new movie. I'll use the original male and female leads from Mystic Pizza. I have high hopes for him. You're really lucky, Samuel. I didn't know he was still in America. I thought he went back home. If I had known, Ronald thought to himself that if he had known Ang Lee had ideas, he would definitely have prioritized investing. Ang Lee's graduation project really showcased his talent. The fact that he hadn't directed a film in so many years certainly wasn't because he couldn't direct or couldn't find a production company willing to invest. A director's ability is like pregnancy. Once you've seen your work, you can tell whether you can direct or not. You can't lie. He probably still has a strong commitment to his directorial work and isn't willing to make just any movie. Ronald nodded goodbye to Goldwyn. making a note in his notebook to ask the Daydream team to keep an eye on Ang Lee and consider investing in suitable projects in the future, as talent is rare. After leaving the producers' union, Ronald still found a place to chat with Minahan. Minahan now had more free time, he no longer needed to make many decisions regarding Cannonball, and he was now only concerned with the films themselves. Perhaps having understood the lessons learned from the successes and failures of the past few years, Minahan was no longer obsessed with collecting the film rights to various has-been directors and stars, he focused more on his favorite genre, comic book adaptations. I've now collected a large number of comic book film adaptation rights. Once Yoram finds out his current approach isn't working, I can finally make the movies I like. Minahan seemed much better now, and Ronald could see he had regained some of his former passion for film. This really suits you, Ronald chuckled. Minahan did indeed love comic book adaptations. In the past 2 years, he had directed Superman 4, Unicron, He-Man, and other comic book adaptations. Actually, when Minahan directed other films, they also had an exaggerated, pretentious, and somewhat comic book-like feel. Perhaps he would actually be better suited to making films in this style himself? Think back to that utterly disgusting film The Apple at the Montreal Film Festival in Canada. If it were a comic book story, would the audience have thrown things onto the stage? But comic book movies usually have a lot of special effects. I saw that the special effects in your Superman IV didn't get much praise. Ronald recalled the 50-cent special effects in Minahan's films. If you were to make a comic book adaptation, you'd really have to invest a lot of money in special effects. That movie was a mistake. I released too many movies back then, diluting Cannonball's investment in the Superman movie. Now I've learned my lesson. Pathé is powerful, and after merging with Cannonball, as long as they realize Hollywood needs big investments, they'll eventually abandon Yoram's approach and get back on the right track. Minahan now has a lot of criticism of his cousin Yoram's ideas. He waved his hand and laughed heartily, as if there was a giant screen in front of him showing the Spider-Man, Captain America, He-Man 2, Fantastic Four, and other movies he had bought. Then the audience below cheered, stood up and applauded for a long time, throwing him all kinds of flowers. We want to make movies like this. Movies like this are what audiences like. Ronald, let's work together again. Ronald felt that this Israeli was a bit obsessed. After being usurped by his cousin Yoram, he was showing signs of not accepting reality. Up until now, Hollywood comic book adaptations have been the favorites of low-budget producers like Roger Corman. Those green laser effects don't cost much. Only the first 2 Superman films truly achieved big-budget success and made a fortune. Audiences have vastly different levels of tolerance for blockbusters and low-budget exploitative films. If you spend $1 to see a Roger Corman sci-fi film in a midnight theater, you know it's terribly fake, and you accept the cheap costumes and makeup, focusing on the plot and a sense of absurdity. But if you spend $5 to see a sci-fi film from one of the 7 major studios, you expect it to at least look real. This is why Superman spent so much money on flight effects. A single flight shot took weeks to film, costing over $1 million. I'm not very good at special effects, you'll have to find someone who is. Ronald declined, still feeling deeply hurt by Minahan's previous films. Cassandra Peterson, the lead actress in Ecstasy, described her experience working with Minahan. She heard there would be millions invested in special effects, only to find out it cost a mere $2.53. You don't know, I've got the adaptation rights to Marvel, Mattel, and several comic book and toy companies. Nobody in Hollywood has more comic book rights than me. Hollywood hasn't realized the potential of these movies yet. I've already collected them before they even reacted. Only Warner Brothers has some foresight. They've started a Batman movie project, so we can make a Spider-Man movie and compete with them. You can be the director, producer, or investor. It's up to you. This is a great opportunity, and I haven't told anyone. By the way, who's the best at making special effects movies in Hollywood right now? Your friend, the one who made Terminator. Could I ask him to direct it? Hell, he's making a sci-fi movie for 20th Century Fox right now. You can ask him after he finishes. Ronald saw that Minahan was again eyeing Cameron's Spider-Man project. He knew this guy probably didn't have a plan and just acted on impulse. It was best for Ronald not to get involved in the Cannonball project. But did he really have that many comic book adaptation rights? This guy really has the guts to gamble big. His successes and failures both stem from his willingness to take huge bets. Your information is true. Minahan really did acquire a large number of film adaptation rights from several major comic book and toy companies, Nishida reported to Ronald with the results of her research. Did he really buy so many? The prices must have been high. Ronald counted the money Minahan spent on the comic book character rights owned by the two major comic book companies, plus Mattel and other toy companies. Not cheap. These are some of the best characters from the big companies, Nishida agreed. However, not many people in Hollywood recognize the value of comic book adaptations. Only Warner Brothers recently greenlit a Batman movie. Minahan will either win big or lose big. This guy always gambles. Ronald recalled how he spent tens of millions to make Brooke Shields' desert racing movie. When will Warner Brothers start filming their Batman movie? It's currently stalled by the writers' strike. Their large-scale pre-production auditions have been suspended. Nishida handed Ronald the Batman movie information. 40 million? They're serious. Ronald was shocked when he saw the budget figure. They've wanted to make this for a long time. They had a first draft of the script 10 years ago, and at that time they planned to have William Holden play Batman and David Niven play Robin. Weren't they too old back then? Ronald imagined it for a moment. The temperament was suitable, but both veteran actors had passed away in the early 1980s. Later, our CAA learned about this project, so we started recommending our top actors, Bill Murray for Batman and Eddie Murphy, a black star, for Robin. Ronald thought that this combination was the classic Hollywood setup of a white hero and a talkative black partner. Is it still them acting? No. Warner Brothers ultimately preferred the new Dark Knight comic and hired Tim Burton, the director of the currently best-selling Beetlejuice. Now, Michael Keaton is confirmed to play Batman, and they were holding a massive audition for actresses, looking for Hollywood's sexiest female stars. Another strike. Ronald really felt this Writers Guild strike was too difficult to handle. The 7 major studios were helpless against this kind of industry-wide union-mandated strike. Do you have any recommendations for Hollywood bombshells? Or any promising newcomers you think are worth considering? I can try to get them involved. Nishida knew this project would attract many of the sexiest and prettiest actresses. Tell me. Ronald's mind flashed to Helen Slater. No, Helen's temperament wasn't suitable for that kind of role. Ha. I'll update you on their audition progress once the strike is over. More than a week had passed since Ronald finished filming Working Girl, and he hadn't completely forgotten the ideas from the shoot, so it wasn't the right time to go into the editing room. He continued his vacation in Los Angeles, and that day he returned to the new office building of 20th Century Fox. Most of the projects he had been involved in over the past year were related to Fox. Filming for Die Hard had finished in the building, and the top floors were finally completed, with employees gradually moving in from the old building. Ronald and Joel Silver talked with the distribution department about the film's marketing and distribution. After seeing the sample footage, they were very confident in the film, so they planned to move this Christmas story to the summer season, the period with the largest American audience. Is it really that good? The plot of this film takes place at Christmas. Isn't it more suitable for the Christmas season? Ronald asked Joel Silver. I'm very confident. This summer's lineup isn't very strong. There's Robert Zemeckis' animated film Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Tom Cruise's Cocktail, and Eddie Murphy's American Journey. Did you notice something? Silver smiled and gave Ronald a list of blockbusters expected to be released in the summer. No action movies. Ronald immediately noticed the problem. Originally, that Australian's Alligator Dundee 2 was a competitor, but they decided to release it earlier at the end of May. A series of coincidences meant that this summer's blockbuster season didn't feature any big-name action stars. Schwarzenegger transitioned to action comedy, incorporating many comedic elements into his films, no longer just striking muscle poses to scare people. Schwarzenegger felt that if he didn't change his approach, American audiences would eventually get tired of his muscle-bound acting style. Stallone only had Rambo II this year. The series, which started with a first film reflecting the social realities of Vietnam War veterans, became a purely commercial villain fighting film in the second. It's rumored that the third sequel will follow the same path, and lacking confidence for a summer release, it was moved to May. Stallone and Bridget Nielsen finally divorced. This high-profile divorce, relentlessly pursued by tabloids for a year, severely strained Stallone's energy, and it's said that the quality of Rambo II has significantly declined. It's like even God is helping us. Ronald agreed with Silver's assessment. Let them see how a truly good action film should be made. You're set in South Carolina needs a safety assessment. I need to see the report from the scientists." As Ronald stepped out of the office, he heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw his old friend, Gail Hurd. "It won't be a problem. We're just using the water tanks there." It was James Cameron speaking. "Jim, this is Fox's requirement. They're very unhappy with the constantly exceeding budget. They won't agree to you building the set there without an environmental safety assessment report." "Okay, I'll handle it, Ronald." Gail turned and saw Ronald. "I have something to do. We'll talk later." She picked up her notebook, exchanged a few pleasantries with Ronald, and left. Ronald turned back to Cameron. "You two." Cameron and Gail had many conflicts in filmmaking, in their philosophies, and in their personal lives. The last time he saw him, they were going through a divorce, and he was even flirting with Catherine Bigelow, the female director Ronald had hired. Today, seeing him and Gail, it seemed they had regained their marital harmony. Cameron shook his head, his brow furrowed. "She's a professional producer. We're just professional partners now." It was clear Cameron was also deeply troubled. This kind of deep-seated conflict over filmmaking philosophies was difficult to reconcile, and he and Gail had come together because of film. Now, their personal relationship had broken down, and they had to juggle producing a major project, forcing them to become business partners. The struggle between these two attitudes was painful for Cameron. "Gail handles it better than I do. I see her always so professional. I can't do it." Ronald could only comfort his old friend. "Everyone's different. Maybe Gail just doesn't show it." "No, you don't know her well enough. When she looks at me, it's completely like she's dealing with a business partner." Ronald rubbed his nose. "Haven't you already moved on and started flirting with other women?" It seemed even a divorce like this was difficult for the steely-willed Cameron to handle. Marrying the wrong person was truly a terrible thing. Ronald patted Cameron on the shoulder. "Come on, I know a really good Japanese barbecue restaurant. Let's go grab something." Chapter 942 Daydream-produced videotape. Cameron, having enjoyed Japanese barbecue, quite different from American barbecue, felt much better. Ronald asked him how the technical preparations for his new film, The Abyss, were going. Cameron showed Ronald his script and storyboard. Ronald took a look. On top was a large water tank, and below was a diagram of the underwater camera locations. He looked up at Cameron. "The traditional method for shooting underwater scenes is to create dense smoke on set to simulate underwater scenes. After conducting experiments in the studio, I realized that actors' movements in the air and underwater are completely different and not convincing at all. I decided to build a water tank to shoot some scenes practically," Cameron explained, pointing to the large water tank on the diagram. "I found a suitable location for this tank. It's 55 feet high and 240 feet in diameter, and the main structure is already in place, so the cost isn't high." Cameron was very interested, showing Ronald the dimensions of the large water tank with his finger. These huge water tanks, capable of accommodating many actors and a set depicting a sunken nuclear submarine, the plot involves divers from an oil rig rescuing the submarine after it sinks, are hard to find. "Where did you find it?" Ronald turned a page to a photo of the scene. A huge crater lay in the ground, like a giant's bowl, its bottom reinforced with reinforced concrete, looking very sturdy and unlikely to leak even when filled with water. "What place is this? Where did you find it?" Ronald was surprised to find such a readily available location. "This is where Gail asked me to write the report, in South Carolina, 10 miles outside Gaffney, at the Cherokee Nuclear Power Plant." "A nuclear power plant?" Ronald glanced at Cameron. "They dared to film there? Weren't they afraid of radiation?" Hell, everyone reacts like that when they hear this location," Cameron laughed. "Because of environmentalists' opposition, they worried that Cherokee would become America's Chernobyl. So, under continuous protests, Duke decided to abandon the construction plan. This is a nuclear power plant that hasn't even been built yet." What Ronald saw was the power plant's containment vessel, capable of holding 7.5 million gallons of water, enough to fit any set. Fox originally planned to rent the crater where the turbines were installed for filming, but after Cameron visited the site, he decided to use the larger crater. Fox executives were impressed by Cameron's previous sci-fi films, so they agreed to let him go with his ideas without much hesitation. "Isn't Cherokee the name of a jeep? It sounds similar to Chernobyl." Ronald was also somewhat curious about what Cameron would film in this huge crater. "That's the name of a Native American tribe, Cherokee, Apache. Didn't you learn that in high school?" How come your American high school education isn't as extensive as Canadian education? Ha ha ha. Ronald felt much less worried when he saw Cameron joking around. However, after saying goodbye to Cameron, he still felt that his old friend's divorce this time was different from the last one. Gail Hurd was his partner on his path to realizing his film dreams. Unlike his previous ex-wife, who was a waitress, Gail and Cameron were business partners. She also owned the rights to Cameron's debut film, The Terminator. Besides their business partnership, Gail and Cameron also had a deep emotional connection. Ronald had read the script. The male lead was a captain on an oil rig, and his wife was also a diving expert. The two were going through a divorce at the beginning of the film. In the end, the male protagonist dies in the deep sea while rescuing everyone, and his last message to the submersible is a greeting to his wife. However, Cameron introduces the concept of a more advanced life form at the end, who rescues the suffocating protagonist, and the film ends with him and his wife kissing. This is clearly a love letter to Gail, and the happy ending is Cameron's gesture of reciprocation towards Gail. But Gail Hurd still doesn't accept, maintaining a purely business-like attitude towards Cameron. Ronald doesn't know what he can do for his two friends. The problems between husband and wife are often unclear to outsiders. Furthermore, given the many temptations of Hollywood, it ultimately depends on the couple's own decisions. Hollywood had many award celebration parties, but Ronald, having not won an Oscar, wasn't in the mood to attend and instead sought refuge in Palm Springs for a relaxing soak in the hot springs. Thanks to the new mayor, Cher's ex-husband Sonny Bono, some disorganized yoga clubs had been cleared out, and the business atmosphere and service standards were much better than when he visited last year. Mayor Bono was preparing to host the inaugural Palm Springs International Film Festival next year, and Ronald and he had secured a spot for Chinese films to participate. However, the quiet rest didn't last long. His daydream kung fu film, Fist of Fury, was about to be released. A 4-week theatrical run followed by a VHS release? Isn't that a bit too fast? Our film will still be playing in theaters then. Won't that affect the box office? Lead actor Jean-Claude Van Damme, who was also attending the distribution and marketing meeting, was interested in all aspects of film production and distribution and was learning everything related. It's not fast. Pirated VHS tapes will be available in Hong Kong in 2 weeks. Based on his experience in Hong Kong, director Corey Yuen felt that this timing seemed a bit late. America is cracking down on piracy very hard, and there are new technologies for tracking cinema recordings. Encoding can be added to certain parts of the film reel, making it easy to trace which cinema recorded it, said Michelle Canold, the distribution director of Daydreams, as she briefed the two Hollywood newcomers on the latest developments in anti-piracy efforts. 4 weeks is the standard timeframe for B-movies in the industry. Starting with Flashdance, we've found that many viewers who watch the videotapes also go back to see the film on the big screen. If we're confident in the quality of the film, this can actually increase box office revenue. Michelle Canold's meaning was simple. If the film's quality wasn't good, it would likely be pulled from theaters after 4 weeks anyway, so releasing it on video at that point would be profitable. Ronald smiled at Jean-Claude Van Damme, who seemed quite eager to learn. After seeing off the main cast and crew, Ronald closed the door and spoke privately with Michelle Canold. You seem a little pessimistic about the box office. 4 weeks isn't actually that long for this particular genre. This type of film has a certain fan base, so maybe a longer run wouldn't be bad. Since they were all close associates of Daydream, Ronald was quite direct. But this type of film doesn't usually do very well at the box office. Our relationships with video distribution channels, especially chain rentals like Best Buy, Ronald understood Canold's meaning. As a video production company, it was best to have a continuous stream of new releases when supplying distribution channels. The Sex and the Beast video had been a bestseller for several months, and it was time to release some new films. Is Brooke back? Should we have her attend some of the film's promotional events? Ronald glanced at the promotional plan for Fist of Fury. Besides kung fu movie enthusiasts, Brooke Shields also had some fans who might specifically go see what their former idol looked like after graduating from university because of her role. She seems to be having a hard time in Japan. I'd like to invite her over so you can talk to her yourself. Michelle Canold seemed to have something she didn't want to say in front of Ronald. What's wrong? Ronald frowned. Then you contact her and arrange a time for us to talk. Brooke, what's wrong? You don't look well? Are you too tired in Japan? Ronald quickly met Brooke Shields, and her appearance shocked him. She looked dejected, as if she had suffered some kind of mental blow. "I'm finished, Ronald. In Japan, I'm washed up too. Now all I can do is shit these B-movies." Brooke seemed to have finally found a friend to confide in, and told her about her experiences in Japan over the past few months. While filming Fist of Fury in Hong Kong, she was invited to appear in several commercials on TVB, which were very well received. This attracted the interest of Japanese manufacturers, who offered her a high price to promote their products in Japan. In Japan, she attended many marketing events for various manufacturers and shot several commercials as required. However, she soon discovered that the manufacturers who invited her were not the top-tier brands she had in mind, but a health product company whose main customers were middle-aged men and the elderly. Although she earned some money and got through her recent financial difficulties, after discovering the truth about the brand, Brooke finally realized that it was outdated not only domestically but also internationally. The days when top-tier brands vied to invite her to shit commercials were inevitably gone forever. What product? Ronald took the health supplement that Brooke was endorsing. He couldn't understand the Japanese advertising copy, but there were a few Chinese characters on it. Oxygen water. "I brought a videotape, you can see that." Brooke took out a videotape and handed it to Ronald. After putting it on the TV, the screen showed Brooke taking a glass of water from a machine, drinking it down in one gulp, looking very comfortable. "So what's oxygen?" Ronald could tell from the limited Chinese characters that it was a machine for making so-called oxygen water, which supposedly gave you energy. "It's oxygen." Brooke looked at herself on the TV screen. She was still beautiful. If she could get better brand endorsements, she could maintain her image. If not, she'd have to stick with these gimmicky health supplements. Oxygen? Isn't water just hydrogen and oxygen? Ronald glanced at Brooke. He'd thought she still had some popularity in Japan, but now it seemed she was just a second or third-rate product, someone trying to exploit her last remaining value. "When I went to Japan in 1982, I advertised for the best products." The videotape also included an advertisement Brooke filmed when she was very young. She was tall and thin then, looking at her lips from left to right, before blowing a kiss. The funniest thing was that the words "Saintly Maiden" were written in Japanese kanji on Brooke's head. Brooke was really popular and beautiful back then. Just when Ronald thought it was a lipstick ad, Brooke took out a tissue and wiped off the lipstick. It was a tissue ad. The Japanese certainly had a unique way of thinking. "What do you want me to do?" Ronald looked at Brooke. She'd even prepared the videotape. He knew she definitely wanted his help. "I need an advertisement, preferably for an internationally renowned brand. Just one is enough. In the modeling industry, opportunities are based on feedback. The redder the red, the blacker the black." Ronald thought for a moment. Models are harder to judge in terms of popularity than actors, so if one brand breaks through, her life would be easier. "Let me see what I can do." Ronald called Sony's branding department in America, asking if they were interested in having Brooke do an ad campaign. "They have a new portable TV, are you interested?" Not a hot-selling product, just a trial ad for a new product. Brooke, her eyes wide with anticipation, patted her chest, indicating she wasn't picky. "Okay, I'll have them contact your mother." Because Ronald gave Norio Ogata's advice, his daydream also came true when Sony America contacted him, asking his company to shoot some commercials for Sony. At this stage, they can only get marketing orders for new products, not the big kind. "Oh, thank you, Ronnie," Brooke said excitedly, hugging Ronald. About the marketing for Fist of Fury, Ronald brought up the film's promotion. "I'll be attending premieres and fan meetings in several major cities," Brooke said a little shyly. "It's a low to mid-budget film, there will only be fan meetings in New York and Los Angeles. It's good that you can attend." Ronald thought to himself, this isn't a multi-million-dollar blockbuster, nor is it a box office smash hit with a nationwide roadshow. A star's foundation lies in their film and television work. As long as they consistently portray characters, audiences won't forget them. Brooke's real disadvantage is that she didn't have any projects released during her university years. Producers have lost confidence in her current popularity. In contrast, Diane, because she consistently has roles, even small ones, and while the box office isn't explosive, she's always seen in theaters and on television, maintaining her popularity in China and Japan. She can still secure endorsement contracts for diamond rings and cosmetics in Japan. Soon, the premiere of Fist of Fury was held in Los Angeles. Its limited release in over 300 theaters exceeded expectations, earning a weekend box office of $2.6 million. Film critics even noticed this small-budget production. For a specific audience, those who enjoyed 1970s kung fu films, it was a revival of an old genre. Many people loved watching this slightly exaggerated, action-packed style. A classic kung fu film with very clear action sequences. Brooke Shields' appeal far exceeded the expectations of brand managers from various consumer goods companies. There were even fans holding up life-size placards of her from her past films. Surprisingly, it was comparable to Disney's re-release of Bambi at the box office. Disney has always done this, re-releasing classic films every 7 or 8 years to ensure that every generation of children is familiar with Disney's animated characters. The students who were obsessed with Brooke Shields in the late 1970s and early 1980s have now grown up, either in college or working. They now have purchasing power, and perhaps Brooke Shields can maintain her fame and status through them. After all, there were simply too many fans who liked her back then. Ong Bak also began production in videotape factories, and Ronald Daydream Pictures began releasing videotapes of previous films. After Spicy Dance, there was the low-cost hairspray trend, then Ong Bak, and next up was Sex and the Beast, a collaboration with Roger Corman. Ronald Corman seems to be having some issues. He asked if he could speak with you in person. Ronald, who had just finished his vacation and was in the editing room, received a call from Michelle Canold. The Ecstasy Master was a comedy horror film co-produced and distributed by Ronald and Corman. Corman probably couldn't find Ronald, who spent all his time in the editing room, so he had to relay the message through Canold. Mr. Corman wants to see me. I'll go see him. Ronald glanced at Walter Murch on the editing table, handed over his work, and then asked for leave to meet with Corman. I'm sorry to have bothered you during editing. I have something I'd like to discuss with you in person. Roger Corman waited for Ronald in his office, seemingly a little embarrassed. Is it about the Ecstasy Master? Ronald straightened his hair. He'd already guessed Roger's intentions in wanting a face-to-face meeting. Sure enough, Roger Corman stated his request. He wanted Ronald to adjust the marketing budget, hoping to reduce his company's investment. Had Roger Corman not yet recovered from the stock market crash? Ronald wondered, then asked, the test screenings of the film went well, didn't they? My manager told me they're very confident in Ecstasy's box office performance. If you reduce your share now, it's like leaving chips on the table. It wasn't that Ronald couldn't afford the money, but he and Roger Corman had always had a good relationship, and if the other party was short of funds, he wouldn't mind helping him find other ways. Well, you're right, Roger Corman thought for a long time, but decided to stick to his principles. I'll postpone the release of that film. Ecstasy should break even quickly. I'll release that film then. Is it your company's film? Ronald knew Corman was short on funds and couldn't release films continuously. His old drive-in theaters were increasingly unable to make advance payments. Actually, it's not a film my company is planning to release, but a film from my old company, New World. They're facing significant difficulties right now. The director is Michael Lyman, a former subordinate of mine who used to work for Coppola. This is his directorial debut, and I think it's very interesting. I don't want it to be unable to be released because of New World's problems. Really? What's the movie called? Can we show it? If I think it's good, we can co-produce it. Compared to Roger Corman's average directing ability, his talent for casting other people's films is quite good. Ronald became interested after hearing this. Anyway, this kind of low-budget film, if it does well, can become the next product in the videotape production line. Chapter 943. The videotape is a new movie. Roger Corman was referring to Heathers, a teen film about high school students. Ronald, after watching the initial cut at New World Films, felt it was completely different from his debut teen film, Fast-Paced Richmond. While his own films touched on common teenage anxieties, harsh realities, and sensitive topics, the overall tone was uplifting, with each protagonist ultimately achieving a bright and hopeful future. Heathers, however, was entirely different, maintaining a dark tone throughout. The protagonist, Veronica, a dark-haired girl, aspired to join the socialite quartet, the Heathers. These wealthy girls all prefixed their names with Heather as a sign of membership. Then, a rebellious boy named Jason arrived at the school, demanding to be called JD, and Veronica began dating him. When the Sid sisters tested Veronica with overly difficult tasks, she refused. Chandler, a member of the sisters, vowed to ruin Veronica's reputation. JD then devised various plans to help Veronica get revenge. In an accident, Veronica gave Chandler a drink of sewer cleaner, causing his death. JD then fabricated a suicide note to make it appear as Chandler's death. JD became even more brazen, semi-coercing Veronica into killing several members of the sisters and the boys she dated, and seemingly preparing to fake Veronica's own suicide. Veronica began to panic. When Veronica was about to expose JD's true colors, she discovered he had brought a bomb to school. In a frenzy, JD detonated it, killing himself. Veronica also bid farewell to that unhealthy social mentality typical of high school girls. This movie, Ronald carefully chose his words, the Sid sisters giving him a strange feeling, is like a teenage version of Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange. Well, if you're not satisfied, we can talk about the price, or you could look at other movies. The distribution department at New World was currently very humble. Hollywood's downturn had affected many companies, and now that someone was willing to buy the film's distribution rights, everything was negotiable. Because of the legal dispute between Roger Corman and the New World boss, this joint venture to buy the film's distribution rights fell to Ronald. He delegated it to Michelle Canold for research. Soon, Canold came to Ronald with the materials, indicating that the film was worth buying. To show his sincerity, Ronald personally attended the screening. Who knew it would be such a dark film? Although, for a directorial debut, the film's technical level was quite good, and the dark-haired girl was very distinctive and easily remembered by the audience. These were all factors that could help the film's box office success, but the biggest disadvantage was the film's content, leaving everyone unsure how to market it effectively. A romance film? The idea of the male lead carrying a bomb to school and blowing himself up is just too exaggerated. A horror movie? Does it have any monsters that are scary from the start? This film mainly targets the psychological factors of teenagers in school, gradually peeling back the layers of normal school life to showcase an alternative kind of fear. Please give us a moment, I need to discuss this with my deputy. Ronald politely requested to speak privately with Canold to the New World team. Do you still think this movie has the potential to be a big hit? Ronald asked Canold. Yes, I still insist. This movie will do very well on video. But I'm not so sure about the box office, is that so? Why? Ronald couldn't understand the difference. Do you know why Hollywood had so many diverse genres before the 1950s? Especially those 70-minute B-movies, many of their themes were the precursors and origins of the new Hollywood era. Canold didn't answer Ronald directly, but instead asked him a question. Though he wasn't really testing Ronald's film history knowledge, he answered quickly himself. Because back then, going to the cinema wasn't an option, but a necessity on weekends or evenings. We'd get to the cinema and then decide which movie to watch. Men could watch westerns, women could watch comedies, young people could watch romance dramas, and middle-aged people could watch family dramas. Everyone had their own preferences, and it wasn't too late to decide once we got there. So studios could tailor-make movies to meet the needs of all kinds of audiences. As long as your movie had something special, there would always be a segment of the audience who liked it, and even low-budget productions could make money. That's why there are many second-tier studios that specialize in making certain types of movies. Ronald nodded, he knew all that. After television appeared, cinemas were no longer just everyday entertainment venues. Audiences needed to know there was a movie to consider going to the cinema. This also made the role of stars particularly important. Audiences would want to go to the cinema just by hearing the name of a star, which is why they were so expensive. Now video rental stores are huge, with different sections displaying various types of videotapes, and each section has hundreds of movies to choose from. Michelle Canold's next words revealed his idea. Is that so? Ronald thought back to his trip to Besta. Indeed, the penetration rate of VHS tapes in American households had been steadily increasing year by year. The recent surge in Besta chain stores had, in turn, led to a continuous increase in VHS tape sales. The latest statistics showed that the number of VHS tapes in the U.S. had exceeded 57 million units. Annual sales were also beginning to surpass 10 million. Viewers had also developed the habit of browsing Besta after work to see what new movies were available to rent. This was very similar to the habit of going to the cinema in the 1930s and 40s to see what movies were playing. Ronald decided to test a VHS market with the Sid sisters. This low-budget, specific genre of film was much simpler to make than blockbusters. If sales were good, a large-scale production line could be established, and business would boom. We can buy the distribution rights and video rights to this film, as well as all subsequent derivative rights, but I have one condition. The director must re-edit it, adding more comedic elements to make it less dark. The price will still be based on our quote. The New World manager beamed. The film was finally going to be sold. You talk to Mr. Canold, he will discuss the specific details of the purchase with you. Ronald smiled and tossed the technical details to Michelle Canold. New World was currently in a lot of trouble. How much they could take advantage of the situation and cut was up to Canold's skills. In any case, he would be handling most of this matter in the future anyway. The $3 million you mentioned is the production cost on paper. We are all industry insiders, we cannot accept that price. Our offer is $1.5 million. Michelle Canold immediately cut the price in half. Ronald watched as the manager's smile quickly faded, and then he and Canold slowly discussed the details of the budget, comparing each item. New World Films, meticulously managed by Roger Corman for over a decade, abandoned Corman's cautious approach after being acquired by a group of lawyers. They began leveraging the company's valuable assets, packaging them, and listing them on Wall Street. After the IPO, although they didn't produce any big-budget productions, they were still highly sought after on Wall Street. Just last year, they acquired several companies with different business segments in the film industry. First, a pharmaceutical company called Rhythm Industries declared bankruptcy, and New World acquired a portion of the assets of this company, whose main business was selling Spider-Man vitamin chewable tablets. This was Marvel Entertainment, the company behind the Spider-Man comics that Minahan Golan wanted to make. They then integrated these assets, achieving higher stock prices and indices. Taking advantage of this high stock market value, they spent over $4 million to acquire a studio from the Canadian film company Lionsgate. Next, they bought an educational film production company. It seemed a massive behemoth encompassing production, distribution, and various types of films was about to take shape. The final piece of the puzzle was the film merchandise, a toy company. Last year, they even considered acquiring Mattel and Kennametal, two of America's largest toy manufacturers. However, the sudden stock market crash shattered this nascent dream. New World's stock price plummeted below $1, gradually sliding towards penny stock. The enormous interest from the leveraged financial investments in the large-scale acquisitions brought the company to the brink of bankruptcy. This Sisters of Hyde group saw that New World couldn't even raise the funds it needed for its own share issuance. Rather than defaulting and being sued, they figured it was better to sell while someone was interested and raise some capital. This continuous use of leveraged buyouts is like a snowball effect, acquiring an asset, then hyping it up to convince the investment market that the new asset will bring synergy to the company, driving up the stock price, and then using the new high valuation to acquire other companies. In an era of low interest rates, this tacit game was played time and again on Wall Street, using junk bonds as a tool. High-interest bonds were used to raise funds in the investment market. But this game was disrupted by last year's major stock market crash, and the cycle of continuous acquisitions was suddenly broken. Once it stopped, the interest alone could bankrupt the company. New World died so suddenly, and now its assets are up for grabs. It's practically a giant garage sale. Minahan's Cannonball Studios almost got caught up in it too. Luckily, it had bought a lot of theaters, so the valuation of those assets hadn't appreciated too much. Plus, the investment from EMI in the UK kept it afloat. Michelle Canold successfully negotiated the price down to below $2 million. Ronald felt he wouldn't lose money. The film itself was of good quality, and with some marketing to get it on TV, he figured he could break even. They also asked me if I was interested in New World's other assets. Like Marvel Comics and Learning Group, Michelle Canold brought in a new inquiry from New World. I'll have to ask around and do some research. Ronald knew that these established creative companies had incredibly complex copyrights, having been sold countless times throughout history. The legal terms were so complex that even hiring Hollywood's top lawyers wouldn't be enough to understand them. There were countless traps, and a single clause could lead to millions of dollars in profit or loss. After getting the distribution contract back, Ronald went to see Roger Corman. That's fantastic. I really like this movie. If it gets good reviews in theaters, it should recoup its costs in the pre-sale market on TV. Coleman was very experienced in selling distribution rights and could tell roughly how much it would sell for just by looking at the screen. I'm thinking of having the director change the tone of the film and add more comedy. After all, the audience for these kinds of teen movies likes horror and comedy, but they don't like anything too heavy. Ronald shared his thoughts with Coleman. I agree. I'll talk to director Michael Lyman. Coleman thought for a moment and agreed with Ronald's opinion. This movie, which reflects the cruelty of youth, was best kept on a lighter tone. Treating it like a game would at least avoid the trouble and negative public perception that happened with A Clockwork Orange. By the way, New World is currently in bankruptcy and liquidation. Are you planning to go to the supermarket? Ronald asked Coleman, remembering the invitation. All my important things at New World, the film rights, I took with me when they were sold. It only has emotional value to me because of the name, and I happen to be someone who doesn't care about names. For box office success, I can decide to change the film's name in 2 seconds. How? Ronald thought to himself, looking at the film rights that New World made and bought after Coleman's sale. That was a good idea. He gave this idea to his private lawyer, Lindsay, to contact Mickey Cantor in Los Angeles and have a research report prepared. Besides their office buildings, what else is New World selling? I know they've bought quite a few assets in recent years. Roger Coleman sued the new owner of New World, won the case, and received hundreds of thousands in compensation. After that, he cut off all contact with them. An educational film company, a Canadian film studio, and a comic book company. Are you interested? We can bid together. Don't be ridiculous. I can't afford all that stuff. You expect me to make educational films? Or run a film studio in Vancouver? Comic book companies are difficult assets to manage. If you're not interested, I'll see what new movies you make after you sell your company. Videotapes are a good business, sigh. Indeed, videotapes are gradually replacing drive-in theaters and becoming my company's primary source of income, Roger Coleman sighed. The videotape business now relies on revenue sharing after sales, unlike drive-in theaters which have fixed upfront payments. This makes his film production cycle too slow. He can no longer produce 20 or 30 films a year like before. When you were young, before televisions existed, what was it like watching movies? I heard that on weekends and evenings, people would go to the cinema when they had nothing to do. There were many choices. If you liked something, you could go see it. When I was young, televisions were already gradually entering homes. I went to one of those cinemas you mentioned when I was a child. Roger Coleman recalled the heyday of going to the cinema as a child. Back then, there was no television, so when people were bored, they would call up friends and go to the cinema. Movies weren't limited to specific showings, you just bought a ticket and could go in. Often, you'd see a movie halfway through, and then continue watching until you saw the scene where you entered. That was considered a complete experience. And one ticket didn't limit how long you could watch. You could sit in the theater and watch several movies if you wanted. It was definitely the best time for the movie business. It really seems like what Ken Old said, videos are the new movies, the new Hollywood, Ronald thought, his confidence in selling VHS tapes growing even stronger. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 944 Editing is like confession. I don't quite understand this part of the shot. Why did Harrison Ford suddenly stop here? Walter Murch pointed to a shot on the monitor in the editing room. Harrison Ford rolled over in bed and suddenly stopped. Oh, that was his manager's request. No nudity. Ronald remembered that he had filmed several takes to get the perfect timing for the role. I either cut to a point just before he realizes he's about to expose his nipples, or I cut to other close-ups and extreme close-ups, or extreme close-ups. Harrison's reaction is too slow. It would look strange to the audience if I cut it here. You're right. Back in the editing room, Ronald and Murch started working on the film again, slowly refining it. This time, Ronald's shots had more different techniques, and the characters in each shot had more ambiguity, which Murch found a bit challenging. Ronald was getting better and better at directing. The two had a light lunch and went out to soak up some sun. Murch kept staring at Ronald, making him a little uneasy. What? Ronald asked Murch. I'm thinking you should probably reduce the time you spend at the company and focus more on script selection, filming, and editing. You know, you remind me of Howard Hawks, a director from Hollywood's golden age. The company has just started filming, and I need to keep an eye on the first few films. Ronald listened, noticing Murch's slight dissatisfaction with him spending too much time and energy on those B-movies, which he felt was affecting his creative process. The Howard Hawks that Walter Murch mentioned was a truly remarkable director. He wasn't limited to any genre. He made westerns, romances, gangster films, even aerial combat films. And after his masterful touch, each genre underwent a paradigm shift. incorporating innovative elements or structures. He could make every genre reach a top level and open up new possibilities for those who followed, revitalizing the genre. The film Diane had already landed a role in. Lonely Pigeon, a ripoff of Red River, was actually directed by Hawks. After its release, it astonished even the renowned Western director John Ford, who dropped his pipe in surprise. He never imagined Westerns could be made like this, nor did he expect his frequent collaborator, John Wayne, to possess such acting talent. He went on to direct many more Westerns with Wayne, solidifying Wayne's status as the leading Western star. Howard Hawks is an idol for many directors. I don't think I could make his films. And this isn't the era of big studios anymore, I just don't understand. You have the right to choose scripts, and many stars and actors want to work with you. A director's creative process has a cycle. If you don't seize the prime time to shoot, you might regret it later. Hey, Walter, you don't know how difficult our first experience as directors was. We overcame so many hardships to get the opportunity. Being a director now is many times harder than it was for us 7 or 8 years ago. Ronald knew that his script selection was entirely based on his dreams, not on his exceptional talent or vision. He gave Walter a different reason. He wanted to dedicate some time to his daydreams of low-budget films. My assistant when I was filming Spicy Dance, Emil Laterino, was actually quite good. He was a lot of help on set, directing the dance scenes. Later, he also directed many commercials and music videos. But he was rather shy and never got the chance to direct a feature film. I called him several times, vouching for his abilities, but I couldn't convince the producers to hire him. When we first entered the industry, having a big director's approval usually got us some opportunities. Ronald and Murch both encountered trust issues with their debut films, but Spielberg and Lucas could clear the obstacles and get them to finish the movie. However, in today's Hollywood, influenced by rising star salaries and high investment costs caused by the Wall Street crash, more and more studios are finding it difficult to trust inexperienced directors. They only want to invest in directors who have previously achieved box office success. And low-budget films, led by Roger Corman, are gradually losing their driving and theater market. More and more suburban vacant lots are being turned into upscale communities or shopping malls by real estate developers. If Daydream's videotape distribution business could stabilize, it could gather a group of talented screenwriters and directors. On a small scale, this could make money for his company. On a larger scale, it could supply Hollywood with fresh blood and, in the future, cultivate his own network. That's a good idea, Murch nodded in approval. Hollywood is an industry that relies on people. Giving opportunities is always a good thing. Once your videotape business reaches a certain scale, I can also give a lecture there. Ronald felt that he was doing something truly meaningful. Although his initial intention was to make money for himself, Hollywood investments were too large and the risks too high. While small-scale videotape productions wouldn't make a fortune, they offered a steady stream of income, essentially providing a small base for his business. In the early 1980s, there was a window of opportunity for talented young people to enter the industry and become film directors. There were still many small-scale production opportunities worth $2 or $3 million. Ronald felt he was really lucky. Ang Lee, a Chinese man he met in college, hadn't found an opportunity to enter the industry and was still a director with a blank resume. After Ronald contacted him, the two had a long phone call, talking about their experiences since they parted ways. After graduating from NYU, Ang Lee was spotted by William Morris Agency for his student's graduation project and signed as a director. He initially directed commercials and music videos, then wrote and edited some works, but he couldn't find a suitable screenplay to direct. He missed his window of opportunity, wasting 6 years. If it weren't for his wife, Dr. Lin, pursuing a PhD at the university and working in biology to support the family, Ang Lee would likely have had to give up his Hollywood dream. With the birth of his eldest son, Ang Lee devoted even more time to his family. As a man, Ang Lee once considered switching careers to work in a computer company, but Dr. Lin persuaded him not to abandon his dream. She loved the film director Ang Lee, not the computer salesman Ang Lee. Fortunately, Samuel Goldwyn Jr. was very satisfied with his screenwriting work and took a liking to an English script he had been promoting for years. Ang Lee could soon direct a real Hollywood production. Ang Lee actually didn't enjoy writing screenplays. He only forced himself to produce several English scripts and even had them polished by others in order to become a director. The script that Goldwyn had his eye on was called Neon, and it told the story of a runaway prostitute. This appealed to young Godwin, whose father loved making dark stories, and he even cast Julia Roberts, the most charismatic of the three leading ladies in the previous film, Mystic Pizza, as the lead in the new movie. It was anticipated that Ang Lee would be able to realize his directorial dream after the strike ended. Back in the editing room, Murch continued to interrogate Ronald about his thoughts on each shot during filming. The two used the nonverbal communication method. They would take turns watching the film on the editing machine, then each would mark the places they felt needed cutting with a marker. If their marks overlapped, they reached an agreement. If not, they would cut twice more to ensure the other understood their ideas. However, during filming, Harrison Ford's performance was significantly limited compared to the two leading ladies due to the constraints imposed on his character, Jack, in the script. Murch often had to ask Ronald what was going on. Harrison might be unhappy after seeing the sample footage. "He's just a male eye candy in this movie," Walter Murch said to Ronald after watching a scene in Catherine's house where Catherine and Tess have a conversation filled with their own hidden agendas. Harrison Ford's performance was simply too poor. "It was his rule. I told him long ago," Ronald chuckled. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Murch pushed up his glasses. Harrison had been very willing to cooperate with Capullo when filming Apocalypse Now. Now that his salary was getting higher and higher, his pursuit of acting skills had become lukewarm. No way. It was a condition that he agreed to take the role, that his character couldn't be changed in any way, and that he had to fit the star image from beginning to end, Ronald quickly denied. Editors have their own rules. Everything that happens in the editing room stays in the editing room. Murch saw through Ronald's insincerity. He had clearly used Harrison Ford, taking advantage of his role in marketing, and using him to highlight the female lead in the film. Working Girl is, after all, a film centered on female empowerment. Should I recite a couple of rosaries? Ronald felt like a penitent Catholic in the editing room, with Walter Murch as his priest. After doing something wrong, confessing to him would bring forgiveness from the god of film. "Hi, Ronald," Walter, Emil Adorino, who had worked with Murch before, came over from the editing room next door, showing Ronald Brooke Shields commercials. This unfortunate man, like Ang Lee, had never gotten a chance. Ronald's promise to give him a directing opportunity had become indefinitely postponed due to the current writers' strike. Fortunately, Adorino had a good attitude and had shot many commercials for Ronald's Daydream, so income wasn't a problem. Having just finished editing a large roll of film with Murch, Ronald put the videotape into the machine to relax by watching Brooke Shields' Sony Walkman commercials. Clang, clang, Brooke, dressed in an outfit reminiscent of Columbia Pictures' opening sequence, the symbol of America, the Statue of Liberty, was dancing to the intense drum beats. Her white dress revealed one shoulder and her alluring long legs. Her hands, adorned with gloves featuring the American flag, opened and closed repeatedly. Background lights danced behind her, complementing the dance, and the rapid cuts and close-ups made the music and lighting part of the performance, conveying Brooke's captivating charm. Ronald turned his head in surprise to look at Emil Adorino. Through his experience in commercials and music videos, he had developed excellent control over the coordination of sound, visuals, and lighting. The makeup and set design were meticulous. Large earrings and a hairstyle softened Brooke's slightly wide chin, and the close-up lighting used the shadows of her hair to magically alter her face shape, making Brooke appear as if she were 16 again. Ronald looked at Murch, who also gave 2 thumbs-ups, indicating that the scene was excellent. "Great," submitted to Sony. Ronald nodded to Emil. Because of a lack of scripts, they didn't have a suitable film to make for him yet. Once the strike ended, he'd give him a chance to debut. "By the way, Fox gave me an editing guide today." Walter Murch and Ronald continued editing the next day. At the beginning, Murch handed Ronald a piece of paper. "Out of respect for the unions, we require all directors to adhere to the following regulations for editing." Ronald glanced at it. It seemed the writers' union and the producers' union were fighting for other unions, and the conflict had spread to all the studios. Neither side was willing to back down. The writers were willing to go hungry rather than miss out on their rights. Ronald had spoken with several celebrity friends on the phone. They didn't want to offend the writers at this time. If they ruined their reputation among the writers, others might deliberately include plot points that didn't fit their image in the scripts, which would damage their star status. Of course, they didn't stand up for the screenwriters for no reason. They were just following the crowd. Encouraged by some well-meaning individuals, They donated to the Writers Guild so the screenwriters could receive minimum wage during the strike. Another major battleground was the various other unions within Hollywood. All the unions, including the Artistic Actors Union, casting directors, and technical staff like cinematographers, set designers, and prop masters, jointly pressured the studios to allocate sufficient time and size for prominent title cards. All key creative personnel and department heads must appear in the opening credits for at least 1.5 seconds, and the font size must not be smaller than XX. Such specific regulations? How can the producers' union compromise so much? Ronald, seeing such specific regulations, began to criticize the producers' union for its compromising nature. You wouldn't agree to that, would you? If it's like this, your opening shot will be ruined. Murch, prioritizing art above all else, recalled how when editing Apocalypse Now, the title didn't appear for a long time at the beginning, and Coppola didn't bow to such rules back then. Ronald knew, of course, that if the opening shot he'd painstakingly filmed from the air, paired with Carly Simon's brilliant Wall Street Rhapsody, were interspersed with large font subtitles, it would diminish the carefully crafted opening effect by at least 2/3. However, Coppola had funded Apocalypse Now himself, while 20th Century Fox had footed a bill for Working Girl. He couldn't be as decisive as Coppola. Ronald and Murch quickly found film reels and projected them onto the screen, repeatedly watching the opening 2-minute-long take. Can we place the subtitles in a position that doesn't disrupt the overall visual layout? Everything else is fine, but we need to place them furthest from the viewer's focal point on the screen. He remembered the attention trick Murch had taught him. Editing is about directing the viewer's attention to where you want them to see something, so they won't notice anything outside that focal point. Murch had used this trick before to make continuity errors in movies go unnoticed. Hell, that's a solution, but it's best not to use subtitles at all, Murch suggested. Viewers would glance at it and ignore the subtitles, yet it would still perfectly comply with the rules. This is a critical moment for the strike. Being too forceful could cause trouble. Let's cut 2 versions to pass inspections, and then when making the prints, we can use the version without subtitles, Ronald said after thinking for a moment. Okay, you're the director. I'll write down the specific requirements and have the printing plant make 2 prints, Murch noted Ronald's requests. The film will be released before the end of the year to meet the requirements for next year's Oscar nominations. The prints will be made after the summer season. By then, the strike should be over, right? Chapter 945 Rain Man's filming went wrong. If there's anything about you that's particularly like a director from Hollywood's golden age, it's that you already have the final image in your mind while shooting, Walter Murch joked with Ronald in the editing room, then added, that also makes editing seem less challenging. Ronald chuckled, understanding his meaning. In early Hollywood, filmmaking was a business of speed, quality wasn't the most important thing. So many big studio owners would have editors recreate the film on the director's footage. Often, the director would go home on Friday night, and by Monday morning, the film would have been edited into a completely different version and was ready for release. This honed the skills of many artistically ambitious directors, pre-editing during filming, leaving not a single foot of excess film. Often, they wouldn't shoot wide shots to establish the relationship between the background and the characters, nor would they shoot even half a second of unnecessary footage. When it came time to re-edit, they would call cut without even shooting a few extra seconds as a precaution. This way, the studios couldn't recreate the film, they could only edit it according to the studio's original vision. After the collapse of the studio system, a new generation of Hollywood directors generally gained the power to do the full editing of films. At least before the first cut was screened, producers wouldn't make any cuts to the film. So most directors of the new era didn't have a mental rehearsal of what the film would look like before shooting. They preferred to see shooting as part of the creative process, and then assemble the story in the editing room. This kind of editing work is much more creative than that of directors like Ronald with old-fashioned ideas. It's no wonder that Murch prefers that kind of challenging shooting style. In such films, the editor's contribution to the creation is actually no less than that of the director. I come from a low-budget background, so I like to make plans in advance and then shoot according to the plan, Ronald stammered and laughed it off, trying to cover up his reliance on a dream. Next is fine-tuning and the detailed work on the score. You can still work with me here if you have confidence in me, and if you have other work to do. Walter Murch had already sensed Ronald's busy schedule and offered to do the most time-consuming detailed adjustments himself. I happen to have something to do. You taught me how to edit. If there's anything I need to confirm, let's talk on the phone. What Ronald was referring to was a trip to Palm Springs. Tom Cruise had gotten help from Paula. His new film, Rain Man, had entered production, but after 2 weeks, it encountered significant difficulties. Tom intended to replace the director with Ronald. Rain Man had also been plagued by problems. The investors were two independent producers, Ronald New, Goebel and Peterson. The distribution contract was with MGM, which didn't have much distribution business. The production company was United Artists, which had already been acquired by MGM and was now just a shell. These entities, unsurprisingly, lacked the ambition to push forward a major project starring an Oscar-winning actor and a top star. The real driving force behind this project was actually Michael Ovitz, the president of CAA. Ovitz had a well-thought-out plan. Dustin Hoffman was a CAA client, demanding a $6 million salary. But that price was now precarious. This is because, last year, to repay director Elaine May for launching his career, Dustin Hoffman and another Hollywood award-winning actor, Warren Beatty, secured $50 million in funding to help Elaine May return to directing in Hollywood. The two award-winning actors not only starred as the male leads but also brought in Isabella Adjani, an American actress, for the female lead. The film was shot on location in Morocco, and Elaine May wrote and directed a movie about two lyricists who get caught up in Cold War espionage, titled Ishtar. Unfortunately, like many newly awarded actors, the film's overly ambitious goals proved unsustainable. Released last year, it only grossed a little over $10 million, losing all its investment and effectively ending the opportunity for Elaine May, whom the two had intended to help, to direct a big-budget film in Hollywood. Therefore, another film is needed to revitalize Dustin Hoffman, and Rain Man is a perfect project. On the other hand, Tom Cruise's commercial appeal was growing stronger, but he himself didn't want to be a star. He wanted to be a serious actor. To cater to his preferences, Ovitz also put him in the Rain Man project as one of the lead actors. Finally, two leading men with both acting skills and fame, and a story about autism that had never been filmed before, were powerful tools for attracting renowned directors. Ovitz approached several directors to promote the project, contacting almost all of Hollywood's top directors. If they were interested, it would allow them to experience CAA's meticulous service and powerful operational capabilities, perhaps even signing them to CAA. Established directors are the scarcest resource in Hollywood, and the first director Ovitz noticed and took on the project was Barry Levinson. However, the big star Dustin Hoffman wanted to spend time with autistic individuals to learn about their behavior. Filming was delayed by a year. Levinson withdrew from the project to film Good Morning, Vietnam. The second director to take on the project was Spielberg. Ovitz had long coveted Hollywood's top director and this time spent a fortune to hire him. Spielberg even did a lot of preparation work, drawing up some storyboards. However, as time went on, he found Hoffman difficult to work with, and with George Lucas calling him back to direct the new Indiana Jones, he withdrew and recommended his friend Sidney Pollack instead. Sidney Pollack, who directed Oscar-winning films like My Fair Lady and Out of Africa, was among Hollywood's top 3 directors in recent years. After working on the project for a while, he also felt the film was too difficult to make, Hoffman was too demanding, and his own production company was too busy. A few weeks before the Writers Guild strike, he gave up on directing. With the strike imminent, and the script not being submitted without a director, Ovitz urgently brought in Barry Levinson, who had initially taken on the project, to take over. Interestingly, during these several changes of directors, Ovitz never approached Ronald, who was already a client of CAA. Tom Cruise had made several recommendations, but after Ronald suggested replacing Cruise with a mentally challenged brother, Ovitz stopped mentioning it. Things didn't go as planned. A few weeks into filming, things hit another deadlock. Dustin Hoffman felt his performance was a mess and refused to continue until he found his footing. This brought the entire crew to a halt, and director Barry Levinson, embarrassed, resigned. At this point, Tom Cruise remembered Ronald again and strongly recommended him to direct. Ovitz was at his wit's end. In desperation, he went through Nisida, ostensibly to invite Ronald to Palm Springs for a vacation. "Hi, Ronald, it's so good to see you here." Tom Cruise, wearing Ray-Ban sunglasses, personally greeted Ronald in the parking lot. As soon as the car stopped, he opened the door, flashed a charming smile, and embraced Ronald tightly. "I brought you some cookies from my aunt. They don't have butter or sugar, and they even have some vegetables in them." I baked them especially for you." Ronald handed over a bag of cookies, a return gift from Aunt Karen for the cakes Cruz sent her every Christmas and Thanksgiving. "Haha, Aunt Karen remembers I need to work out and can't eat too many sweets. She's so kind to me." Cruz happily accepted the cookies and handed one to Paula beside him. The group changed into two large vehicles and headed towards the pre-booked Hot Spring Hotel. Rain Man was a big production, and Barry Levinson decided to film each scene in chronological order, following the plot. It was a road movie with a simple plot, relying entirely on the genuine emotions between the actors to move the audience. With a sufficient budget, the director decided on this method, which best guaranteed the performance. The initial scenes were filmed at a nursing home in Palm Springs. Tom Cruise, playing the wealthy Charlie Babbitt, met his autistic brother Raymond for the first time. However, even for these relatively simple scenes, Dustin Hoffman spent a full 2 weeks without shooting a single usable shot, effectively halting filming on strike. "So, what's going on? Why can't Dustin continue?" Ronald, seeing only Cruz, Paula, and Nisida, people with close ties, in the room, asked directly about the problem. Dustin feels he's not portraying an autistic character convincingly. Every time he finishes filming, he's extremely distressed when watching the footage the next day. "He won't continue unless it meets his standards," Paula replied. She was very dedicated, leaving her young child at home with a nanny while she continued to care for Cruz. "So how is he adjusting? It's impossible that he hasn't found the right feel after 2 weeks of filming, right?" Ronald was also puzzled. How could 2 weeks have passed without a single satisfactory shot? He spent a long time learning from autistic patients beforehand, but his performance in the sample footage still doesn't quite resemble that of real patients. Dustin is considering pausing filming so he can go back and live with more autistic patients for a few more months. Ronald choked on his tea upon hearing this. How could they do this? A halt to filming like this would be a huge loss. Financial losses were one thing, but where would they find a star like Tom Cruise to reschedule? Yes, Tom has already arranged with Oliver Stone to go to the Philippines in the second half of the year to film a new Vietnam War film. Paula was also anxious. She most wanted Ronald to take over, preferably someone who could keep Dustin Hoffman in check. He had a knack for dealing with Harrison Ford. It was well known in Hollywood agent circles that he had intimidated Han Solo with his culinary skills. "What's your opinion?" Ronald asked Tom Cruise. "Dustin is a very dedicated director. He said he would continue filming as long as he found a shot he could barely be satisfied with, but so far, not a single one. I think we need to be more patient with him, HMPH. If he doesn't act well, he can go back to living and learning with autistic patients." Ronald really wasn't interested in acting like him. What if you were to play a murderer? Ultimately, he just couldn't act. "What do you think?" "Ovitz wants to talk to you alone tonight," Nisida asked from the side, wondering what Ronald's own plan was. Tom Cruise was, after all, a young actor. He lacked experience seeing things from the other side of the camera. Ronald had long harbored doubts about the acting abilities of some actors, as rumored in the industry. The Oscars favored certain types of roles, and Dustin Hoffman's imagination was actually quite limited. He could only play roles he had experience with. "I still maintain that Tom should play the mentally challenged brother, if he wants to win an award," Ronald said with a smile. "Dustin and I often switch roles and read lines in the trailer. Actually, I don't think Raymond's role is as difficult as I thought," Tom Cruise replied. It seemed he was a little tempted and regretted not listening to him earlier. To win awards, you have to use all your advantages. Playing a fool is actually more likely to gain recognition from peers and audiences than playing an ordinary person. Hollywood's recognized top actors, such as Jimmy Stewart, James Cagney, and Henry Fonda, are all great at playing very ordinary roles. On the other hand, actors like John Wayne, who can only play fixed types of roles, are generally considered to be second-rate actors. Everyone fell silent and began to seriously consider this possibility for the first time. Replacing the troublesome one was also a solution to the problem. That evening, Michael Ovitz flew to Palm Springs to invite Ronald to dinner. He also needed to talk to this director, who was not the first choice for the Rain Man project, and get a feel for him. "I just came back from New York. The crew is really giving us a lot of trouble. However, this also demonstrates Dustin's professionalism. He has high standards for himself, and the film will undoubtedly be a masterpiece. It's just facing temporary difficulties." This tone was a bit off. Ronald understood. Ovitz still wanted to keep Dustin Hoffman as the lead. As for whether to change directors, that depended on whether Barry Levinson could manage the lead actor. I'm a good friend of Tom's. I'm here to visit the set and also to meet the new mayor, Sonny Bono. I have a small budget film that I hope will be screened at his first Palm Springs Film Festival next year. Since Ovitz wasn't going to offer Ronald a more respectful invitation, he needed to maintain a certain distance. We really need Dustin, his acting is incredibly profound. We hope to find a way to help him rediscover his talent. Ovitz, sensing the awkwardness in the tone, quickly corrected himself. After all, Dustin Hoffman was one of their own, and he had to prioritize his needs. I'm an outsider. My current interest in this film is simply to see it successfully released on the big screen, so, can we have a hypothetical question, and perhaps discuss some technical aspects? Ronald, seeing Ovitz's hesitation, brought up a topic neither of them wanted to discuss. Please go ahead. Ovitz looked at Ronald, the screenwriter he had once taken to meet Jane Fonda. Now a director who couldn't speak directly and had to consider the other's feelings. If, in Hollywood's golden age, there was a big-budget production like this, and the lead actor couldn't get into character for a long time, and after a week of filming, there wasn't a single usable take, what would the studio owners at the time, like Samuel Goldwyn, have reasonably done? Ronald's meaning was simple: if Dustin Hoffman couldn't play the role, then replace him. Hollywood had too many actors who could perform, firing him would have been the end of it. This is a historical issue, isn't it? Ovitz smiled. Of course. It's a discussion of the old Hollywood system. Ronald knew Ovitz wouldn't speak ill of his client. Back in the big-budget era, this movie would either be cancelled or the actor replaced. But in Hollywood today, you know, Ronald, our financing and distribution largely depend on stars. If we didn't find a big star with a $6 million salary as a guarantor, the entire project would be questionable. Ronald frowned slightly. Wasn't Tom Cruise enough for this movie? Cruise, the handsome blonde boy, playing a mentally challenged character, what a gimmick. Would all the female fans in America be crying and begging to see their adorable Tom? I understand. In that case, Dustin has to figure it out himself. Ronald indicated that he was just offering a suggestion: do whatever you want. Unless Cruise is replaced as the lead, he won't get involved. This script looks difficult to film. It doesn't even have a 3-act structure. It relies entirely on the director and lead actor's skills to keep the audience interested. I need to see the sample footage tomorrow. Can you come with me? I know you're now an expert at directing big stars acting. Fox, and Harrison himself, all speak highly of you. The conversation didn't yield any results. Ronald only agreed to see the sample footage the next day. He returned to his hotel, soaked in the hot springs, and considered it a vacation. Ronald, are you there? Tom Cruise called, hoping to talk to Ronald again. Come on over. Ronald got dressed, but Cruise had another idea. I still hope you can come. Barry's acting is good, but he's having trouble with Dustin. His presence can't overpower Dustin. Sometimes, I think what the crew needs is someone as confident as you to get Dustin to listen to their opinions. Ronald looked at Tom Cruise for a long time without speaking. Cruise's thinking was still a bit naive. Winning an Oscar for Best Actor just because of acting skills? Working with award-winning actors and famous directors, would his acting skills improve? Following their plan step by step would ultimately get him the awards and reviews he wanted? How much did you get paid for this movie? Ronald suddenly asked. $3 million. Why? Paula doesn't want to tell you. Actually, she didn't need to keep it a secret from you. Tom Cruise smiled, revealing his white teeth. Ronald was his benefactor and also the director. There was no need for him to keep it a secret. Do you know how much Dustin's salary is? Ronald made a six-pointer, then quickly continued, catching Tom Cruise off guard. Ovitz said this movie needs Dustin's Oscar-winning performance to get investment and distribution. Do you believe it? I think he's a bullshit. Then why are they? Tom Cruise was disappointed. The value of an American was measured by the price offered. He hadn't expected his salary to be only half of Dustin's. Ronald had no reason to lie to him. It was Ovitz who said it. This number was probably true. He had heard about Dustin's previous salary levels, but Dustin's previous movies had flopped badly, losing a lot of money. Surely it would be lower this time? He felt he'd been brought into the cast using his fame, and even if his salary was lower than Dustin's, it shouldn't be by much. If the script was good and had the potential to win awards, then shouldn't Hoffman have lowered his salary too? Staying at the previous $6 million, what kind of treatment was that? I'll tell you why. Ronald picked up a piece of paper from the table, tore off a page, placed it on the table, and wrote down several names in pencil. Michael Ovitz, Barry Levinson, Sidney Pollack, Dustin Hoffman, Google, and so on. No way, Tom Cruise thought of a possibility. That's it. You and I are both in the second tier of CAA's priorities. Ronald crumpled the paper into a ball and went to the bathroom to flush it away. I'm going to talk to Paula. This isn't right. Tom Cruise walked out with a displeased expression. He went to Paula to complain. His enthusiasm had only earned him second-class treatment. This wasn't fair, it wasn't American. Chapter 946. As long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Is this the sample footage? Ronald asked, sitting in the screening room, watching Dustin Hoffman's performance on the screen. Yes, director Barry Levinson replied somewhat awkwardly. It's not a pleasant experience for a director to have another director watch their sample footage. But Dustin Hoffman was on the verge of quitting, so he had to endure it. Why does he think it's bad? To me, there's nothing wrong with it. Of course, I'm an outsider and don't know the specific details of the script, so I still need to ask you. Am I missing something? Are there any special requirements for this performance? Only Ronald and Barry Levinson were in the screening room, an arrangement Ronald had made specifically for this. Directors need authority on set. He was just checking in, not wanting the official director to feel like he was trying to replace him. So Ronald hadn't even let Ovitz in, saying it was just a discussion between directors. This is a scene where Rain Man, Dustin Hoffman's character, recalls his childhood, putting his younger brother Charlie, Tom Cruise's character, in the bathtub and scalding him until he's bright red. He said he didn't know how to portray Rain Man's embarrassment and anger at his own incompetence. Barry Levinson, hearing Ronald's technical discussion and his apparent siding with the director, felt a little relieved and began discussing the issue with Ronald. This problem is actually a major one in film acting. Unlike theatrical performances where an audience can watch rehearsals and adjust their reactions, there's no audience feedback during filming. The audience first sees your performance after you've finished shooting the entire film, and then after editing and adding music. At this point, if an actor discovers a mistake or that their performance wasn't good enough, it's very difficult to reshoot. Therefore, after filming, actors often struggle with whether their performance was good or bad, which becomes a source of frustration for established actors. Many actors have absolutely no idea how good their performances are. Some people who have seen film sets but weren't involved in the creative process might ask, don't we get to see the cuts every day? Can't actors use the cuts to judge their performances, even disregarding the cost of reshooting after developing the cuts? This feedback is highly inaccurate. The reason Broadway allows actors to hone their skills is because they receive real-time feedback from the audience on stage. Those watching the cuts are directors, producers, and the actors themselves, industry professionals. The perspective of the creators differs greatly from that of the audience. Furthermore, the human brain has a tendency to idealize, instinctively embellishing one's on-screen performance, leading many to overestimate their abilities. Another obstacle is that cuts consist of individual segments, unedited by editors. It's difficult to evaluate a performance from the perspective of the entire film. A segment might be excellent in isolation, but flawed within the context of the story. Conversely, a seemingly wooden performance might shine exceptionally well in the right setting. Therefore, the only person on set who can grasp the overall quality of an actor's performance is the director, who knows the entire script and clearly understands how much effort the actors should exert in each scene. Ronald meant that he couldn't see anything wrong with it. So he asked Barry Levinson if the plot required a particularly strong performance in this scene, or to tone it down and wait for the next scene to evoke audience empathy. Rain Man scalds his brother, leaving him covered in red marks, which makes their father decide to send his eldest son away, fearing that the younger son might have an accident due to the eldest son's intellectual disability. This is also the reason for the father's guilt, so he leaves his entire inheritance to Rain Man, the son he owes so much, and only leaves Charlie 2 old cars. This is the starting point of all the stories, the conflicts. Director Barry Levinson explained a lot about the background of this scene, but Ronald still couldn't see anything wrong with Dustin Hoffman's performance. It's just a flashback scene, Mr. Best Actor. The audience learns about the past history and gains a deeper understanding of the character's actions, nothing more. What else can you make it into? Make the audience cry their eyes out? Hey, Director Levinson, this is our first meeting, but I'm not afraid to expose my ignorance. I don't see anything wrong with the acting here. Why is it still not working after 2 weeks of filming? Is Dustin being a bit overly sensitive and demanding of the performance? Ronald couldn't hold back any longer. He felt that speaking the truth was the most helpful way to solve the current problem. Anyway, Barry Levinson was unlikely to pass this on to Dustin Hoffman. Barry Levinson gave a "you're fucking right, I thought so too" smile. But what he said wasn't like that. Dustin is a very sensitive actor, how should I put it? Especially at this time, he needs some external affirmation to give him confidence in his acting. As he spoke, he briefly explained the origin of Dustin Hoffman's anxiety. The problem still lay in Dustin Hoffman's box office failure last year, Ishtar. Originally, Dustin Hoffman took on this project out of gratitude. Elaine May, who helped secure her an Oscar nomination for My Fair Lady, made significant script rewrites, adding crucial scenes from a female perspective. However, during filming, she, Warren Beatty, and director Elaine May all had their own ideas, each believing their interpretation of the performance was the best, leading to constant arguments on set. Adding to the conflict was Isabella Adjani, who was then Warren Beatty's girlfriend. She constantly demanded more screen time, causing a major conflict between Elaine May and Warren Beatty, nearly leading to Elaine May's resignation. The three-way dispute extended into the editing room. The two stars and director Elaine May each hired an editor, creating a daily battleground in the editing room, with each person maintaining their own version of the final cut. The result of this multi-headed leadership was predictable. Distributor Columbia Pictures, having already realized during test screenings that the film was destined to lose money, wanted to reduce the marketing budget. However, Columbia executives feared offending the two Oscar-winning actors and losing future major projects to their company. So, instead of reducing the budget, the marketing budget actually increased. With a total production and distribution budget of nearly $60 million, the film only grossed a little over $10 million at the box office. Hollywood, mimicking the earlier Heaven's Gate, started calling it Betty and Hoffman's Gate. Dustin Hoffman was depressed. Being given a nickname, especially one associated with a box office disaster, was incredibly embarrassing. It not only caused him to lose face, but also risked losing favor with big-budget productions for years to come. When actors face failure, the cause is often not their interference in the filming process. For example, in this case, it was mainly a power struggle among three key figures. Following one person's ideas might have prevented the film from being so bad. But because all three listened too little, the combined result was the worst possible outcome. Most actors don't participate in the entire production process, so Dustin Hoffman looked for the cause within himself. His poor performance on screen must be a problem with his acting. Therefore, for his new film, Rain Man, he had to meticulously refine his acting, perfecting every detail, or he would be abandoned by Hollywood. This sensitivity and obsession stemming from failed projects, coupled with a lack of proper feedback channels, drove Dustin Hoffman to frenzy. A single scene took over 2 weeks to film, and he constantly doubted his own ability to achieve the same effect, insisting he had to find the right feel. "I heard you got Harrison Ford very obedient. How did you do it?" Barry Levinson, who hadn't worked much with established actors, had heard about how young Ronald had completely dominated Harrison Ford on set. After complaining, he couldn't resist asking for advice. Ronald thought for a moment and said, "Maybe the key isn't whether his acting is good or bad, but making them feel like they were doing a great job." He knew Harrison Ford was difficult, so he did a lot of preparation on set, even getting art director Polly Pratt to praise Ford's performance. Overall, he managed it quite well. Dak Smith, "You're right." Barry Levinson realized his problem lay in managing Hoffman's expectations. But before working with him, who knew he was such a difficult person? Barry, I'm done for, I'm finished." Just as Ronald and Barry Levinson were watching and discussing the film in the screening room, an actor shorter than Tom Cruise and with a typical Jewish nose walked in. It was the rather awkward Dustin Hoffman. "Dustin, this is Ronald Lee. He's visiting Tom on set, and I invited him to see the footage so we can think of some solutions. I hope you don't mind." Barry Levinson remained humble in front of the big star. He knew very well who the biggest name was in the Rain Man project. "Ronald, I'm so glad you're here. I've wanted to meet you for a long time." Dustin Hoffman hugged Ronald and said some exaggeratedly flattering things. "Oh, look at this scene. Burn it, burn it. Burn it all. I'm hopeless, I'm doomed. These rips are like dog shit. Any high school drama club student could act better than me." "Don't say that, you didn't act badly. It's just that your standards are high, that's why you feel this way. You just need to rest for a couple of days, and you'll be fine. Barry Levinson was used to Dustin Hoffman's coercive behavior, like a woman's whining. These two, one used to self-blame, the other used to hearing the other's self-blame, left only Ronald standing there feeling extremely awkward. Can you two talk about such internal matters in front of an outsider like me? I don't know what Ovitz said to Dustin Hoffman last night, but today he was unusually extreme and sensitive. It's not like that, you're not telling me the truth. My performance was terrible, he said, covering his face with his hands, as if he was saddened by his suddenly floundering acting. Well, Ronald felt that his expression must be very awkward, and suggested leaving. You think so too, right, Ronald? Although this is the first time I've met you, you're an expert. If you say so, I'm definitely not good enough, Hoffman started rambling. No. I didn't say anything. Don't blame me. Ronald felt that some actors, when they get stuck in a rut, are more terrifying than mental patients. I can't act it out. This is the crux of the whole film, the foundation of the whole movie. The audience has to believe in me here to believe in the whole plot, but I can't act it out. This most awkward, most escapist, most helpless feeling, I just can't act it out. This is my problem. Dustin Hoffman seemed to have suffered a great blow. He suddenly looked up at director Barry Levinson and said, Barry, go find Richard Dreyfuss, go find Jack Nicholson, go find someone, Barry, because this is the worst job I've ever had. I can't do it anymore. No, you just need to get away from acting. You need to rest for 2 days. Barry Levinson was startled. He hadn't expected Dustin Hoffman to reach his limit and actually threaten to quit. He glanced at Ronald, giving him a pleading look, meaning, please come and talk to him, Mr. Hoffman. Ronald had a new understanding of the fragility of this kind of star. He also felt that his decision to refuse the director was exceptionally correct. If he had encountered a star like this, he would have collapsed too. Call me Dustin, Ronald. What do you think I should do? Dustin Hoffman suddenly grabbed Ronald's arm. He was like a drowning man, and seeing Ronald's gaze, he wondered if the director might have a way to save him. Ronald, unable to break free from the grip on his sleeve, could only sit down. He thought, how should I know? You, an Oscar winner, can't even figure this out? I just think you're too nervous. Shall we have a drink? Ronald thought he should have some strong liquor to calm himself down first. Drinking, meditating, doing push-ups, I've tried everything, but none of it can convey that awkwardness, the feeling of avoidance and helplessness. Dustin Hoffman was a little disappointed. He liked to have a drink before filming difficult scenes, but Ronald's trick hadn't worked. What I mean is, relax, don't think about it. Ronald found it amusing. What should I do? I've thought of so many things, but maybe my life has been too smooth. I can't even remember the embarrassment of not being able to find a job back then. I've tried everything, even getting Barry to talk about his embarrassing moments. I need to experience that feeling. But it's no use. We're all successful people. The embarrassment we face is nothing compared to Rain Man's. Those autistic people have extraordinary emotional sensitivity, they just can't express it. I promised those autistic people that I would act out their lives, but I didn't keep my promise. Dustin Hoffman rambled on for a while, then looked at Ronald. He remembered the legend that Ronald came from a working-class background. He was still young enough, untainted by Hollywood, and maybe he could recount his own embarrassing and helpless moments. Ronald, you're a genius. I need your help. Could you tell me about the most embarrassing, helpless, and escapist moment of your life? Looking into Dustin Hoffman's somewhat manic eyes. Industry rumors circulated that during the filming of Kramer vs. Kramer, Hoffman couldn't find the right feeling and resorted to the method acting approach, actually smashing a glass against a wall. The shards bounced back and nearly disfigured Meryl Streep in the face. This guy really can't act without this kind of manic assistance. Diane Arnie Robbie, when she debuted, worked with a British theatre prince, Laurence Olivier. Olivier had also worked with Dustin Hoffman on a film about a long-distance marathon runner. To portray the character's exhaustion, Hoffman himself ran a long distance without rest or food. He almost collapsed during filming, and the result wasn't good. Laurence Olivier asked him why he did that. Hoffman said he wanted to experience the character's emotions at that time. Laurence Olivier chuckled and said to him, "Why don't you try acting? Every actor has their own way of acting. Dustin Hoffman's acting style is so unique. No wonder he doesn't play murderers. Can you tell me? When in your life was the most embarrassing, the most wanting to escape, the most helpless? Ronald recalled his various comments about the actor's performance, and Dustin Hoffman was still pleading. Ahem. Ronald cleared his throat and glanced at Barry Levinson beside him. The most embarrassing, the most wanting to escape moment, I think, is right now. PFFT. Barry Levinson immediately suppressed a laugh, his face turning bright red. Ronald's words were sharp enough. He'd had enough of Hoffman's awkwardness. It was good to have someone point out his problems in this way. Dustin Hoffman stared at Ronald, silent for a long time. He seemed oblivious to Ronald's sarcasm, staring wide-eyed at Ronald as if he'd said something profound. I get it, Hoffman suddenly shouted. I get it. Let's go to the set and shoot a few takes, Barry, quick, I think I might be getting it. Ronald, you're a genius. Dustin Hoffman gave Ronald a hard kiss on the cheek, then urged the director to take a real take. What do you understand? Ronald touched the spot on his cheek where he'd been kissed. Ronald, what did you say to Dustin, that evening? Ovitz, Ronald, Barry Levinson, Dustin Hoffman, Tom Cruise, and others sat in the screening room watching the hastily printed sample footage. Dustin Hoffman, watching himself on screen recount the story of Rain Man nearly killing his brother Charlie, was incredibly excited. That's it, I think I've got it. I think we need to make the stars feel like they were on the right track, Ronald replied softly. He couldn't really see much difference between this scene and the ones they'd filmed before. Ronald woke me up. I used the awkwardness, helplessness, and escapism I felt for the past 2 weeks when I couldn't film this scene, and it worked really well, Dustin Hoffman said happily, having revealed the secret himself. That's it, Tom Cruise, seeing the crisis in filming resolved and Hoffman no longer threatening to quit, came over to talk to Ronald. That's it. So, acting, especially film acting, is often a feeling. You have to trust the director's judgment. If it's a good director, Ronald recounted the situation to Tom Cruise. It seems Ovitz treats his own people differently. Tom Cruise vented to Paula about the unequal pay. Paula advised him to calm down. After this film, Cruise's influence was gradually growing. In the future, stars with box office appeal wouldn't be treated worse than acting stars like Dustin Hoffman. However, Ovitz was more lenient with his own people like Dustin Hoffman, and even after more than 2 weeks of commotion, he hadn't truly lost faith in him. Ronald, you're going to New York? I'm going too. Let's meet there. Michael Ovitz was pleased that the crisis on set was resolved and came over to talk to Ronald. I'm going, my film is about to be released. Are you going to New York too? We might not be able to meet at the same time, then arrange a time. We're on the same side after all. I'll have Nisida arrange it. Ronald maintained a polite facade. What, on the same side? He'd never enjoyed the kind of treatment Ovitz gave Hoffman. Chapter 947. Do you want to become one of us? Catherine Bigelow's film Sticky Fingers, starring Helen Slater, opened in New York. This is a film financed by women, including Ronald's money, of course, starring women, and directed by women, and this was clearly reflected in its marketing. The guests and journalists present were predominantly women. Ronald saw a large group of women in the industry at the event. However, since Helen was the star of the evening, Ronald only spoke with a few familiar celebrities, such as Jamie Lee Curtis, the star of the horror film Halloween. Director Martha Coolidge and producer Gail Hurd chatted for a while. You really enjoy making films about women and are willing to support them, Gail thought to herself, looking at Ronald. She thought that if Hollywood producers were 50% as friendly to women as Ronald, her achievements would be far greater. How's Jim's new film going? Ronald asked. He's fiddling with his diving equipment at the Cherokee nuclear power plant, Gail replied professionally. Don't ask me anything else, I don't want to spoil the mood. Ronald didn't continue discussing Cameron's personal affairs with her, instead asking if the strike had affected her. Gail said that female producers like them already faced discrimination, and with the adaptation rights for novels so lucrative, they were relegated to second-rate scripts. Martha Coolidge, a female director who debuted alongside Ronald, now had no chance to direct any big-budget films and sincerely pleaded with Ronald to consider women like them in the future. Ronald replied that he would welcome their inquiries for any low-budget production under $2 million. Jamie Lee Curtis approached with an elderly woman with striking white hair and introduced her to Ronald. This is my mother. She's heard of you and loves your sexy dances. She wanted to come and express her admiration, Ms. Lee doesn't need an introduction, Ronald replied, recognizing the once famous Janet Lee. The mother and daughter looked very alike, both with long faces, but the mother was even more beautiful than the daughter. I really love your sexy dance. I bought a videotape and watched it several times. Jamie said she received an invitation, so I came to see you too. I'm very honored. You're my dream girl. When I was in college in New York, I watched your movies countless times. Ronald was also pleasantly surprised that she was coming to New York. Oh, ha ha ha. I wonder which of my movies you liked? Psycho. When Janet Lee is mentioned, audiences are most familiar with her from Hitchcock's classic bathroom murder scene. No, I prefer Orson Welles' Touch of the Wild, Ronald replied. Welles' film has more depth, and decades later, it has been broadcast on television far more often than Psycho. Of course, this is also related to Hitchcock's daughter's strict control over copyright. Oh? He's a genius. I loved that movie too. It's a shame the marketing wasn't done well, Ronald greeted Rich Lake, the chubby girl from Hairspray, who now worked odd jobs at Daydream Films, helping with Ronald's paperwork. Because of her size, she had difficulty getting roles in the film industry and was considering moving behind the scenes. Why didn't you go for the interview with Helen? Rich Lake had also done some work on Daydream's marketing and knew Ronald had invested in the project because of Helen. That's their stage for female creators, Ronald smiled. Watching Helen Slater being interviewed with director Kathryn Bigelow and her best friend Helen Hunt. She was wearing a casual outfit, a red cardigan over a white dress. Ronald frowned. Helen hadn't changed her habit of not wearing custom-made gowns to important occasions. Do you think a story told from a female perspective can find an audience that appreciates it? A young reporter from the Washington Post was asking Helen and Bigelow a question. I think there are many young women in the movie audience who like this film, and were not worried about the box office. Helen Slater was annoyed by the reporter's tone and began to retort. Hey, relax, show some respect to the ladies, Ronald patted the reporter on the shoulder. Daydream had already made arrangements with film critics in both Los Angeles and New York, but the film's box office performance didn't look promising. The reporters sent were all young and inexperienced. An all-female film, Helen Slater gave Ronald a look, indicating that the marketing strategy should highlight the all-female creative team. Ronald smiled and walked aside. Helen still valued this film highly. Her nervous yet excited expression showed it. Thank you, Ronald. I know that without your help, even with Gerald's help alone, this film might not have been released so easily. Oh, hi, Alice. Ronald turned around and saw that it was Helen's mother, the environmental and anti-nuclear lawyer, who was speaking. Let's not disturb her here. Let's go sit in the back. We didn't raise her according to Jewish traditions from childhood. Helen celebrates Christmas like any other American child, and I think that's good for her. I don't want her to be forced to live a life unlike herself just because of making movies. Helen's mother, Alice, suddenly said something to Ronald about raising Helen as a child. I don't quite understand. Ronald didn't understand what she meant. You're too busy. I rarely have a chance to see you. This is just a little selfishness on a mother's part. We don't want our children to live the way they don't like. Mom, let's go inside and watch the movie. Helen came over at this moment, hugged her mother, and smiled at Ronald. A little confused, Ronald followed her inside. The audience for the movie premiere was predominantly female, making up more than 80%. The opening scene was a shot of Helen and another female lead walking down the street. Her two long legs were very eye-catching in the shot. Ronald turned to look at her. Helen really was very suitable for movies. The film is actually a fairly old-fashioned comedy. Two violin-playing girls find a bag of cash, a whopping $900,000, in their rented room. Unable to resist the temptation, they pay their bills, invest in their music career, buy two expensive antique violins, and purchase many beautiful clothes and shoes. In the end, the landlord, a con man, returns to collect the money. The two terrified girls escape through the window, and the landlord is shot dead by the arriving police. The overall tone of the film is similar to Helen Keller's film, The House That Never Dies from 2 years ago, a slow-paced comedy with a certain plot. Of course, Kathryn Bigelow's comedic skills are considerably inferior to Jerry Zaks. The film is generally decent, with no major flaws except for the excessive use of slow motion in several scenes in the final third act. However, the jokes aren't very frequent, and the audience's laughter and applause are less frequent than expected. The plot touches on many common problems faced by girls, portrayed more realistically than in current Hollywood films. It seems the all-female creative team has some merit. The audience did seem to enjoy Helen Slater's performance, but Ronald felt they weren't appreciating her acting skills, but rather her clothes and high heels in the film. Female viewers gave loud praise and close-ups of every pair of beautiful shoes she wore. Perhaps what they truly enjoyed was the feeling of having a windfall, as if it were glued to their fingers, compelling them to keep spending it at the mall. How do you think the box office will be? I'm so nervous, almost as nervous as when I first filmed Supergirl, back in their Fifth Avenue apartment. Helen lay on Ronald, still excitedly recounting her feelings after the release of her first film. I'm so happy today. My mother, Alice, thought I did a great job. My father, Gerald, came earlier and chatted with my mom for a bit, but unfortunately, he had to leave early and didn't get to see my new film. Ronald shifted his position to make Helen more comfortable, gently smoothing her blonde hair. Since filming Supergirl, Helen had maintained her blonde hair. Oh? Gerald's here too? What's he doing here? I heard some important people from Hollywood are here, and he's having a meeting with them. Helen felt comfortable and patted Ronald's arm. What did he say to your mother? Alice said something to me today that I didn't quite understand. She said you weren't raised according to Jewish traditions when you were little, like celebrating Christmas but not Hanukkah or anything like that. She's a liberal Jew, you know. She wants me to grow up like my classmates, without any special treatment because of my Jewish identity. We buy a Christmas tree every year. How much do you think the movie will do at the box office? Helen was still unsure about the film. The professionals at Daydream predict it can be shown for 4 to 6 weeks, roughly breaking even on production costs. I'm also worried about the box office. If we can keep the investors from losing money, then there'll be an opportunity to make more films of similar themes. There are too few female-centric films in Hollywood right now. Don't worry, there's also the VHS release. There are plenty of people at video rental stores who can slowly choose their favorite genres. Michelle Canold wasn't too optimistic about the film's box office performance, but the subject matter was unique, more interesting and plausible than daytime soap operas, but without big stars, it was unlikely to attract enough female viewers to the cinema. This type of film, after the advent of television and housewives watching soap operas at home, saw very few producers willing to invest in making it. However, housewives and working women are now gradually developing the habit of going to video rental stores to choose VHS tapes, indirectly reviving this type of female-centric chick flick. The next morning, while Ronald was still asleep, Helen had already gotten up early, picked up the film review newspaper delivered to her door, and started reading it by herself. You can tell at a glance whether it's a boy's movie or a girl's movie. Shopping, dieting, which rag is for washing dishes and which is for wiping tables. Girls' movies always focus a lot on the wardrobe. Boys' movies are mainly about guns, cars, and, well, there's also guns. Did I already mention guns? You see, boys' movies are all silly. This is Sticky Fingers, a funny comedy, especially for female audiences, with pretty high heels and earrings. There are almost no wardrobe scenes in boys' movies. It seems that the Washington Post film critic who came yesterday really liked this movie. Helen happily put the newspaper away. You're awake, Ronald? Your agent Richard just brought over a film review, and I read it first. Do you want to see it? Helen handed over the newspaper. Of course I want to see it. Ronald reached out and hugged Helen. Her nose didn't look Jewish, and her big eyes didn't look Jewish either. If she was Jewish, it was probably for religious reasons. There was probably no blood relation. Ronald looked at Helen's alluring green eyes and quickly kissed her. She smelled very good. This is a refreshing, grassy-scented perfume, very eco-friendly. Helen finally managed to pull herself out of Ronald's enthusiasm. Richard said he needs to talk to you and asked you to call him back. I also need to call Helen. Hunter, not continuing last night's fun. Ronald smiled, went to the bedroom, picked up another phone, and called his agent, Richard. Ronald, Ovitz has also arrived in New York. He wants to invite you to the Brooklyn synagogue. Couldn't you have just said I was busy? Ronald wasn't too keen on Ovitz contacting him, but Richard said it was important, and Ovitz took it very seriously, calling him several times. Okay, I'll go see him. Ronald got up, waved to Helen who was on the phone with her best friend, changed his clothes, and set off. The Brooklyn Union Synagogue is a very old building, located opposite the library. It's not just a religious place, The 5th floor is also rented out as classrooms to German international school. Ronald saw many blonde German boys attending classes there, coming and going, and couldn't help but feel an interesting contrast. Upon entering the synagogue, in a private room, apparently used by rabbis, Michael Ovitz was waiting for him. "Hello, Ronald, it's a pleasure to meet you here." Ovitz wore a ridiculous little round cap, a look Ronald rarely saw him in. This cap only covered a small portion of the head, and the wearer likely used pins or something to secure it, so it wouldn't fall off no matter how much he shook his head. This was designed by architect Arnold Brenner and completed in 1929. "It's the largest Reformed synagogue in New York," Ovitz explained, introducing the building's history. Reformed Judaism, Ronald heard a new term. Yes, also called liberal or progressive, but whatever it's called, it's a development of Judaism after it entered America. You know, the biggest difference between this and traditional Judaism is that we Reformed Jews don't consider the Old Testament to be the only scripture, unalterable. Oh, Ronald gave a perfunctory answer. He wasn't really interested in these things. This place didn't feel like the secular, religious atmosphere of the German International School on the 5th floor. Yes, we no longer adhere to the notion that Jews are God's chosen people, nor do we emphasize racial principles in core beliefs. Instead, we focus more on personal spiritual experiences and community participation. You see, we even rented a floor for a German school. Yes, I see the students. I'm glad you have a basic understanding of us. So, would you like to become one of us? What? Ronald hadn't expected Ovitz to say something like this. Was he being invited to join this reformist Judaism and become a member of the Jewish community? Yes, we welcome people who become part of our community through marriage, especially artistic geniuses like yourself. Don't be surprised. I spoke with Gerald yesterday and know that you and Helen have a good relationship, and you even invested in her film. If you'd like, I would be happy to be your introducer. The ceremony is actually quite simple. Wait a minute, Mr. Ovitz. Ronald understood everything now. Why Ovitz had told him about being one of us on the set of Rain Man. Why Helen's father hadn't attended his daughter's film premiere, and why Helen's mother had told him she didn't want her daughter to live a lifestyle she didn't like. I think you've got it wrong. I'm a Quaker Christian, Ronald quickly interrupted. I've spoken with many of your friends, and you hardly ever go to church. Even if you do go, you can convert after studying Jewish scriptures. Ovitz frowned, thinking this didn't quite match what he'd heard. This isn't just my own affair. In fact, my father's family has always been major patrons of Quakers in Pennsylvania and Massachusetts. I recently donated to a new Quaker church on Staten Island. Ronald quickly denied it. It was ridiculous. Oh, my bad. I think there might have been some mistake. I regret saying something that caused you to misunderstand. In fact, if Ovitz couldn't help but apologize, it was quite embarrassing. It must be my friends who misunderstood because I don't go to church in Los Angeles. Actually, my main church is on Staten Island. Chapter 948, introducing Ronald to new girlfriend. How's your relationship with Ronald going? Wasn't he about to propose? Helen Slater's mother, Alice, came over to inquire. Why would you think that? Helen Slater was taken aback. We just feel good together, so, we don't have any plans to get married. Your relationship is unstable, and he's invested so much money in your film. Alice was a little confused. No, he's good to talented people. Look at the directors of the films he's invested in. They've never had any connection with him before. That's just the kind of person he is. If he sees a good film, he wants to help it be made. Besides, even if he proposes, I won't say yes. Helen Slater clarified to her mother that Ronald's investment in the film didn't mean he would propose. Why? It's hard for me to live with him every day. We'd argue if we saw each other every day. Seeing each other every now and then allows us to tolerate each other. Oh, my poor daughter. Alice realized that Helen Slater might be too deeply influenced by her own free thinking. He won't transfer for Helen Slater. I had someone check. He did indeed donate money to build a small chapel on Staten Island. It wasn't very expensive. Michael Ovitz visited Kirk Douglas, a respected elder in Hollywood's Jewish community, who is on vacation in New York. Do we have any more girls like Helen? Girls who fit Ronald's aesthetic. Men, as they get older, crave the warmth of family. As long as they fit his aesthetic, have a gentle personality, and a strong sense of Jewish tradition, we can try to introduce them to Ronald. He's worked with many Jewish girls, like Jennifer Grey and Jennifer Jason Leigh, but his taste in women is, Ovitz had also looked into Ronald's romantic history. They were all top beauties in the modeling and film industries, none showing a particular fondness for Jewish women. It's a pity. Our ethnic group's biggest problem is that we don't have many pretty girls. Helen is already the top Jewish girl in Hollywood. He probably wouldn't be interested in the average girl. Jennifer Grey is already the most popular actress in our ethnic group right now. It's a pity Deborah Winger is already married and has children. That damn Timothy Hutton, he not only ruined his own career but also dragged Deborah down. Try to create opportunities for Ronald. Arrange for him to meet all the pretty girls in the industry. These days, all the pretty actresses have boyfriends. They are also a very important asset to us. I don't care about any of that, Ovitz. I've heard Michael talk about Ronald. He's a rare genius. People like him know how to do things in this industry. Those male actors are all self-destructive now. All the beautiful actresses should be directed towards Ronald, just like we've directed towards Steven Spielberg. By the way, how is it going with Steven's scouting? Steven likes beauties who look like foxes. I've already arranged auditions for several suitable candidates for his new Indiana Jones movie. Be more careful this time, and be mindful of Jewish traditions. Old Kirk Douglas ran his fingers through his meticulously styled hair and nodded to Ovitz. These were effective methods Jews had employed for decades in their attempts to monopolize the entertainment industry. Giving them more opportunities at the start, securing key positions in large companies, cultivating young artistic talent, this created a virtuous cycle, giving each generation of young people from their ethnic group a significant advantage from the outset. That old bastard, Ovitz, left Kirk Douglas's retreat. This man, a former representative of the Hollywood Jewish underworld, who withstood the pressure of McCarthy's blacklist and managed to recruit good left-wing screenwriters to work for him, was far superior to a fake gangster like Frank Sinatra. Marriage was no longer the socially accepted, obligatory contract it once was. Hollywood stars, let alone divorce, even having affairs, were no longer condemned by the audience as before. Everyone was used to celebrities being emotional playboys. Only those who truly respected marriage were bound by this formality. Judging from his conversations with Ronald, he wasn't someone who wanted to rush into marriage. But love is unpredictable. What if he fell in love at first sight with a Jewish girl? Having him on their side would be very beneficial to CAA's business. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. For example, Spielberg's Jewish wife, Amy Irving, didn't quite respect Jewish traditions after their marriage, so now that their relationship had a bit of a rift, everyone was trying to find him a girlfriend who was more respectful of tradition. Ronald, what did I tell you back then? Helen's father, Gerald Slater, the president of PBS, also saw Ronald again in his office. It was a misunderstanding. Ronald was no longer the fledgling screenwriter he once was. A misunderstanding? I thought you and Helen. I've already prepared the money for the wedding. Seeing that Ronald hadn't been intimidated, Gerald sat down angrily. He was too busy. Why wasn't Ronald as easily intimidated as before? I remember you used to really want to start a family. You and Helen were very close afterward. I thought, can you tell me what stopped you? It's just that I've seen too many marriages break down these past 2 years, Ronald replied. He'd seen many Hollywood directors' marriages fall apart due to the hectic pace of filming. George Lucas, his good friend Cameron, and even the celebrity couple Madonna and Sean Penn had a domestic violence scandal. Deep down, he still longed for the warmth of a family, but in this world of fame and fortune, he couldn't tell who he could build a long-term relationship with. Rather than getting married and divorced and creating a lot of trouble, it was better to take it slow. Anyway, being free like this was fine. Sigh. Gerald tossed a cigar to Ronald, then took out a bottle of brandy. He himself had nothing to say about this. He had also divorced Helen's mother and they had each started their own families. I can't ask more of you. Like I told you back then, don't hurt Helen. I won't. Ronald raised his glass in acknowledgement and drank with him. Was PBS greatly affected by the strike? Ronald changed the subject. Huge. Our business has increased by more than 200%, Gerald said with a smile. PBS is one of the few television stations with cooperative projects in Britain and Europe. The BBC documentaries we imported, and several political satires, Yes, Minister, and its sequel Yes, Prime Minister, have all broken television records in terms of viewership. The TV programs these days are so boring, all the stations are showing animal documentaries. Ronald heard Aunt Karen complaining about the lack of television when he returned to Staten Island to visit his aunt and check on the progress of the garden. The only shows during drama time are old reruns. Look, they even dug out my childhood shows. Aunt Karen was furious about the writers' strike, which had deprived her of her favorite family dramas, Growing Pains and Family Ties, and now there were no new shows for her to watch. The remote switched to ABC, and a very old TV series appeared on the screen. Ronald thought the opening editing was pretty good. Someone was using their hand to select photos of team members one by one, placing the chosen ones on the table. The hand then collected the selected photos and began explaining the mission in detail. It was a 007-style spy drama. Next, a match was struck, and a white line on the screen was burned short by the match, accompanied by very nice music. TV dramas from the 60s and 70s all had theme songs, and this one was immediately gripping, as if some mysterious and dangerous mission was about to take place. The jazz style unfolded the theme layer by layer, with rapid cuts of 007-style gambling, shooting, lock-picking, masks, and other elements, finally stopping at the red title, Mission Impossible. The quality of TV dramas back then was pretty good. Ronald watched the beginning with great interest. Actually, aside from the small screen size and the excessive use of close-ups, the plot, acting, and editing were all of a high standard. I really enjoyed watching them back then. Steve used to watch them with me a lot before he went to Vietnam. His aunt thought of her husband who died in Vietnam. Oh, now I can watch them with you. Ronald hugged his aunt and watched an episode with her. Thump, 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 thump. Ronald hummed the theme song of The Courageous Strategist, a catchy tune that was unforgettable. Someone contacted me, inviting me to make a low-budget film. Emil Adelino, Ronald's assistant from Spicy Dance, told him the good news in Daydream's New York office. Oh, congratulations. It's not easy to find a legal script these days. I'm happy for you, but they haven't secured distribution channels yet. They contacted me to see if Daydream has the capacity for distribution. Emil Adelino was still as reserved as ever. He would get nervous whenever he talked about his own affairs. This is a good thing. The Writers Guild strike has left all distributors without films to release. I think if you send it to any distributor, they'll evaluate your film with several times the enthusiasm they used to. Ronald chuckled. Things were certainly different now. Distributors had to beg for older scripts with filming permits. But I still want to work with Daydream. I feel very comfortable here. Emil Adelino smiled shyly. He was the quiet type, speaking softly. Of course, it's my pleasure. Please have him come over, and I'll have Michelle review the script and do an evaluation to see if we can release it independently or if we should find another company for co-distribution. Okay, I'll have him come over. Emil Adelino's mustache seemed to twitch with delight. What kind of subject matter is it? Seeing Emil Adelino's unbridled laughter, Ronald had no choice but to ask him about the movie himself. Look, I almost forgot. It's called Life After Life, a romantic love story about a love quadrangle. A man who had just proposed dies in a car accident and is reincarnated into a woman who falls in love with his former fiancée's daughter. Suddenly, he remembers his past life. Anyway, it's a bit complicated, but many female viewers like this kind of plot. Adelino gave a brief overview of the plot. It's quite complex. Ronald stroked his chin. This kind of movie actually requires a lot of acting skills, but if it's made as a low-budget film, female viewers at video rental stores should be able to accept it. Anyway, if it's kept under $3 million, it's worth a try. Adelino's directing skills have been proven in commercials and music videos. It's time for him to try a feature film. And scripts are very scarce now. This is a very good project. The screenwriter who came with Adelino, Perry House, also came because of Ronald's reputation. After discussing the creative intentions, Ronald felt quite good. This guy wasn't a novice either. He had written several scripts and polished them carefully. The first film to be released on film was Modern Cinderella, Mystic Pizza, which Ang Lee revised for him. It seems he's a professional writer of romantic dramas. He called Ang Lee to confirm the quality of the script. Ang Lee said that his script was generally well structured, and he had seen the finished film of Modern Cinderella, which was very smoothly shot. However, the screenwriter's debut film, The Mail Order Maid, didn't do well at the box office and shattered the star dreams of Ali City, the actress from The Boys Club. So, whether it's suitable or not is something Ronald needs to assess for himself. So, it really tests the actor's acting skills, right? Ronald put down the phone and discussed it with Michelle Canold. For a small production like ours, the acting requirements aren't that demanding. Audiences are generally forgiving of acting flaws in small productions, that's what I think too. Anyway, Adorino's debut film can be a good practice opportunity. If all else fails, there's the videotape market to support it. This kind of plot is similar to old TV dramas. I've watched some recently, and they're actually quite popular with housewives. So, should we confirm the investment? Michelle Canold asked Ronald if he was giving the green light. Let's find other distributors and see if we can co-distribute it, saving us some money. New films are scarce these days, and movies like ours with a legal script will be quite sought after, Ronald mentioned. Okay, I'll call all the major Hollywood studios and mid-sized companies. You really trust Emil that much? You haven't worked with a screenwriter before. After Canold left, General Manager Eddie closed the door and discussed the matter with Ronald. Meeting and talking like that, and then giving the green light? Wasn't that too risky? A bit hasty? The Big 7 production departments would conduct at least 3 or 4 rounds of evaluation before making a final decision. We're a small company, we don't have the resources for scientific evaluation. Besides, those people doing the evaluations aren't really knowledgeable. When I went there myself, I saw many unprofessional people wasting good scripts. Ronald smiled. The hardships he had experienced in the past were useless. There was no need to make newcomers go through the same thing. As for Adorino, he's been working with us for a long time. The Vice President's series of commercials received a very good response. I had enough time to assess his filming abilities, his ability to coordinate people and resources, and his ability to work under pressure. Adorino gave him very high marks. I think the next step is to trust them and treat them as well as possible within the allowed limits, so they will reciprocate and our business will thrive. Chapter 949, Novel Adaptation Receives Popularity. Next to report to Ronald was his script assistant, David Simpkins. To get Daydream into a mass production film, you need to feed the assembly line with usable scripts. Although scripts were scarce, David Simpkins had managed to procure a large pile. Having previously worked as a development manager at New World Films, he knew where to buy these low-budget scripts, from other film studios' turnaround warehouses and writers' agents' offices. Scripts rejected by CEOs lay quietly in these turnaround warehouses. Turnaround means we're not making it, but if you can secure investment from others, we can sell it to them. Ronald glanced at the summaries Simpkins had attached to the covers of the basic scripts. These scripts were not well written, otherwise, they wouldn't have been initially accepted by the studios. The reasons for not being made might involve star schedules, budget issues, directorial problems, or even office politics. Some scripts were simply forgotten, some even dormant for over 20 years. The Daydream project was promising, and there weren't any major problems with production. The only drawback was the exorbitant prices charged by the studios buying the rights, with even the cheapest option costing over $100,000. This was because studios had to renew their contracts every few years to retain the script rights, otherwise, the original author could resell the script to other willing investors under union terms. Other scripts were acquired through lesser-known screenwriter agents. These agents were eager to have their clients sell scripts and receive a share of the profits. These scripts ended up piled up again. Their quality wasn't as high as those selected by the studios, varying greatly. Even the well-written scripts might be suspected of plagiarism. Hollywood history, as well as films from Europe and Asia, are vast. No one can claim to have seen only a small fraction of them. If screenwriters plagiarized 1 or 2 obscure American film scripts, the studios would face serious intellectual property lawsuits. It seems like not as many as I imagined, Ronald asked David Simpkins. The scripts he had collected so far only filled 2 wooden crates. The Writers Guild strike shows no signs of ending, so scripts are extremely scarce right now. Especially those already on the circulation list. If we want to buy them now, we'll have to pay 2 or even 3 times the price we did last year. Simpkins shrugged and spread his hands. Damn strike. Ronald picked out some action movies and scripts suitable for female audiences and placed them on his desk. Let's start with these 2 types of films. Can you give me an estimate? Put those that can be made with a budget of less than $3 million on a special list. What are the big studios doing now? What scripts are they planning to make? Ronald remembered and asked Simpkins, who had been rummaging through the 7 warehouses earlier. Everyone's scrambling to buy adaptation rights to novels right now. Those people are either not yet members of the Writers Guild, or they wrote their novels with a film adaptation in mind, incorporating many screenwriting techniques. This allows them to circumvent the strike restrictions. This is a new high for novel adaptation rights in recent years. Yeah, it's a pity we didn't grab a few before the strike. The two chatted for a while about the novel rights that major studios were vying for. Now, any novel can sell for over $300,000. Hollywood script prices went through a cycle after Ronald entered the industry. When he first joined, it coincided with a period of frequent changes in studio presidents, and his debut novel sold for a good price. After that, the period of large-scale script purchases passed during the 3 years of relatively stable management. Before 1986, it wasn't a matter of high or low prices, but rather a matter of studios not buying. Things reached their extreme and then reverse. In recent years, the consistently low script prices have begun to rise slowly again, and after the strike, they suddenly skyrocketed. Any novel on the bestseller list starts at $300,000. One particular work was especially sought after. One was Thomas Wolfe's debut novel, The Bonfire of the Vanities, hailed by critics as the work of a genius novelist. This novel focuses on the intense racial conflicts of contemporary New York, telling the story of a white man and his mistress who mistakenly enter a predominantly black neighborhood in the South Bronx, where they encounter a robbery by two black men. During the struggle, the mistress accidentally kills one of them, a story that becomes a media sensation. Because the reviews were so positive, even hailed as the most talented novelist in America, the bidding was fierce. Warner Brothers ultimately won, paying $750,000 plus a small share of the profits after the book's release. Ronald, holding the novel Simpkins had given him, began reading it on his way home. It was indeed very good. Ronald finished it in one sitting, and it was already dinner time. While reading, he recalled a similar incident that had occurred a few years earlier in the New York subway. A woman in the subway, suspecting several black men in the Bronx of trying to rob her, shot and killed two young black men. In the end, the public sympathized more with a woman who risked being robbed by black men every day on the subway, and she was acquitted. The ending in the novel is more dramatic than in reality. The jury was deadlocked at 6-6 on the guilt or innocence of the protagonist, and had to declare the trial null and void, ordering a retrial at a later date. All 6 acquittals were white jurors, and all 6 guilty votes were black. This event attracted a lot of attention at the time. The racial discrimination that truly received media attention in America was against black people. The killing of Vincent Chin, a Chinese American a few years ago, didn't cause such a media uproar. While the story is good, Ronald, considering the total purchase cost of over $1 million, felt it would be better to bring in 7 major investors for such a large production. With a little more investment, it could easily be made into a movie. Buddy J.R. picked him up for dinner, and he suggested going to Danino's Pizza on Staten Island to try some local delicacies. This is a rare find on Staten Island, hailed by many Manhattan residents as the best pizza in New York. There are no delivery or chain stores. Even wealthy Manhattan residents have to take a ferry to enjoy it. The pizzas are superb, but only 8 inches in size and very thin. Ronald had to order 2 more to barely fill him and Bud. My mom and sister told me the pizzas here are delicious, but I didn't expect them to be so small. Haha, let's buy a few more. You can take some back for your family too. Ronald waved to the waiter and ordered 10 more pizzas to take home. My mother and sister will be so happy, Bud said, carrying a large stack of pizza boxes into the trunk of the car. They're going to church tomorrow. I heard Aunt Karen's new church has already found a contractor, so we can go to our own church then. Are you going to the same church as my aunt? Ronald asked. He knew that black pastors often preached with a more fierce style, many speaking in a singing voice, and often making self-deprecating jokes about their race's intelligence, quite different from the style of pastors in white churches. No, not before. Now they all work at your factory on Staten Island, so it's convenient for everyone, regardless of race, to go there. Bud laughed. He told Ronald that they didn't really like the old church's preaching style either, which made them sound inferior. Especially since Ronald had broadened their horizons, and his sisters had also learned more about the world through their work. Teresa Kate, the former secretary who retired from Wall Street, had told the black people a lot about how to be self-reliant and strong. Some black people actually listened to her advice and even attended night school at Staten Island Community College. After graduating, they were indeed promoted and earned more money. Having broadened their horizons and attended night school, these people were less inclined to listen to the old preaching that their race was not good enough to lead them. The population of southern Staten Island is predominantly white, with a small number of black people, few Latinos, and some Chinese immigrants from Manhattan. The workers are of various ethnicities and live close together, so going to the church frequented by Aunt Karen and other veterans' widows on weekends has gradually become a social event. After Aunt Karen told them about her donation to build a new church, they all expressed their desire to go to one with her. The food there is delicious, especially the cookies. My sister's children only like going to that church, said Little Bud, which piqued Ronald's interest. Since the next day was Sunday, he decided to go and see for himself. So many people, Ronald looked at the congregation lining up to greet him after the sermon. They all had some connection to Ronald's factories, including the film lighting factory, the tape factory, and several small factories producing camera parts. Seeing their benefactors, they all came up to shake his hand and say a few words of thanks. This is their home, Aunt Karen said. She knew many of the people there and would often visit the small factories. Ronald felt good after shaking hands with dozens of families. This small place felt like his own little kingdom. Most people relied on him for their livelihood and lived close by. It was quite interesting. The new church, the site is over there, Aunt Karen said to Ronald, pointing to a leveled area across the street. That land also belonged to young Douglas's grandfather. After reviewing the church design, he donated some money for the reconstruction of the existing church, opting for a larger, more modern one. To match the colonial style of Staten Island from over 200 years ago, the new church's exterior was modified, adopting the same white neoclassical architectural style as the island's actual historical sites. Seeing the Hanson family and his own family beginning to connect closely, Ronald felt very pleased. America is a federal country, cooperating with a long-established local power, Hanson, would allow for better cooperation, preventing future troubles from things like a park management office. After the church's appearance, Ronald inspected the gardens of the house where The Godfather was filmed. Compared to the church, this was his true private territory. A large group of people with Chinese features were working on site. Engineer Wang came over to introduce the project to Ronald. The garden was being rebuilt in the style of a Suzhou-style garden, following the construction methods of wealthy families in Jiangnan over the centuries, thousands of miles away. All the building materials, including special blue bricks and tiles, were specially imported from China. Many of the construction methods were also Chinese style, so Engineer Wang hired some people of Chinese descent and a Chinese construction team from China. Looking at the garden slowly being built on an empty plot of land, Ronald chuckled. The house that Michael Douglas had asked him to go to was a genuine old building in California. Once it was finished, he could invite some friends over. Ronald, I have your phone number, Little Bud said to Ronald. Hello, Richard? What's up? Not many people knew Ronald's car phone number, so it was indeed his agent calling him. Your Australian friends are in America again. Crocodile Dundee and his girlfriend happen to be in New York. Do you want to meet them? They're here with the sequel. Oh? Great, Ronald thought. He remembered meeting Paul Hogan by chance while he was filming in New York, which later became a box office phenomenon in 1986. He hadn't expected the sequel to be completed so quickly. Ronald met the two main creators of Crocodile Dundee 2 at his Fifth Avenue apartment. Paul Hogan and Linda Kozlovsky, who had fallen in love on set, were now a couple. They were very affectionate, reminiscing about their chance encounter on the streets of New York. Crocodile Dundee broke box office records for Australian films in America and worldwide. Paramount, of course, immediately put the sequel on the agenda. With Crocodile Dundee 2 recently performing well in Australia, Hogan and Linda came to America early with their new film, preparing for the American premiere next month. Will the second one still be filmed in New York? Ronald asked. The same structure, half in New York, half in Australia. But this time, we'll film in New York first, then in Australia, the exact opposite of the first film. That's great. Audiences loved the contrast between the first film and the Australian countryside in New York, Ronald said. The budget increased significantly this time, so we added a lot of big scenes. We also filmed the opening sequence off the coast of New York, near the Statue of Liberty. Getting filming permits in New York is difficult, but everything went well, and we believe the sequel will be just as exciting as the first. Hogan and Linda invited Ronald to a preview screening of Crocodile Dundee 2, which they had brought with them. After watching it, Ronald felt that the couple, especially Paul Hogan, clearly knew what would appeal to American audiences. It was still Mr. Dundee, the crocodile raised by Australian Aboriginal people, American audiences loved watching country bumpkins from other countries solve problems in their own unique way. I think it might not do worse at the box office than the first film, Ronald thought. He felt the editing was excellent, very tight, and unlike the first film, which focused on romance, the second film added a plot where Crocodile Dundee outsmarts South American drug dealers. Like Rambo, the character of Crocodile Dundee is the same, just with a different setting. And what's interesting about the whole film is that its plot and the scenes in the Australian wilderness subtly mimic the feel of Hollywood's golden age westerns. Many viewers don't dislike westerns, but they're tired of the typical horseback riding, gunfights, and battles with Native Americans or Mexican villains. This change, an Australian crocodile fighting South American drug dealers, is a refreshing change, offering a more relatable and modern storyline. That's unlikely. Our first film grossed over $300 million worldwide, Hogan proudly announced. It seems audiences in other parts of the world also want to see the life of Australian country bumpkins. Ronald thought the international box office was great. The film doesn't require much understanding of the dialogue, viewers can grasp the visuals. Right now, we haven't released it in the Eastern Bloc and a few other parts of East Asia, Hogan said, a hint of regret in his voice. Those areas have always been difficult to access. Really? I'll make a few calls later, Ronald thought. The connections he'd built in Japan and China, and the relationships he'd cultivated in Germany through the sexy dance distribution, might actually help the film sell globally. This film was an unexpected success, I understand. That's why I want as many viewers as possible to see it, to see Linda and me on screen. Ronald understood. Paul Hogan wanted to transition into a Hollywood star, and it depended on his performance in other roles. Unfortunately, the video sales weren't good, so we're trying to release it in as many countries as possible, Linda Kozlovsky, who plays reporter Sue Charlton, added. Not good? How could that be? Ronald exclaimed in surprise. Last time I went to Blockbuster, your Crocodile Dundee was still in a very good position. The Paramount people said our film didn't perform well in the video market. Paul Hogan and Linda exchanged a glance. Why did Ronald's story differ from Paramount's? Really? I remember it was your movie, in the bestseller section near the entrance. Ronald frowned. He couldn't be mistaken. There hadn't been any similar movies in the last 2 years. Why don't we go check it out? There's a bestseller video rental store not far downstairs, Ronald asked the two. Hogan and Linda were also puzzled, but since they had arrived in New York early, they could see for themselves. Let's go check it out. Chapter 950, Attracting Investment for the New Film. Ronald, Hogan, and Linda went to Best Video to check on the sales of the first Crocodile Dundee movie. Unable to wait for Bud Jr. to drive over, Ronald and his friends walked 3 blocks to a newly opened chain store on 8th Avenue in Manhattan. It was a busy downtown area, and many of the people browsing video stores at this time were office workers from the neighborhood or tourists visiting New York. The new store was large, with an advertisement for Ronald's sexy dance at the entrance, featuring life-size cutouts of Patrick Schwitz and Jennifer Grey embracing. Ronald put on sunglasses and went inside with his 2 friends. Paul Hogan also tried to conceal himself, not wearing his signature crocodile jacket and wearing non-prescription glasses. He didn't want to be recognized and surrounded by fans on the street, otherwise, the purpose of his visit would be lost. Do you have Crocodile Dundee here? Ronald asked the clerk behind the counter as soon as he entered. It's in the bestseller selection, over there by the door. The 3 of them went to the pile of videotapes the clerk pointed to, right on the shelf facing the entrance. These were the best-selling and most rented videotapes. Ronald's Dirty Dancing and Top Gun were prominently displayed, and Crocodile Dundee was also in a very conspicuous position. Do you have any new ones of these? Ronald asked the clerk, holding up 3 sample copies of the movies. We're out of Dirty Dancing, but if you don't mind, you can buy the versions we've rented, it's cheaper. Never mind, I'll just have Crocodile Dundee and Top Gun, 2 new ones, please wrap them up for us, Ronald told him. It's in the action movies section, go get it yourself, come back to pay. Ronald noticed that business was still good. The clerk behind the cashier was busy dealing with several customers queuing to rent videos and didn't have time to serve them. How are these movies selling? I'd like to invite some friends over this weekend to watch them. They're not out of style, are they? Of course, these are some of our best-selling movies. What about rentals? Are they popular? Very popular. Buying and renting are happening simultaneously. The more they rent, the more they sell. Taking the two packaged videotapes, Ronald, Hogan, and Linda went out. It seems there's definitely a problem with the sales statistics. Do you have a law firm or accounting firm in America? I think Paramount needs some auditing, Ronald chuckled. Was Paramount treating Australian country bumpkins like this? Weren't they afraid of Mr. Dundee's wrath? You don't mind if I ask about the sales of your Sex and the Beast videotape? Paul Hogan and Linda said a few words, clearly showing their anxiety. They felt they'd definitely been cheated by Paramount, but they didn't know the extent. Lacking any connections in America, they had no choice but to ask Ronald for advice. I don't know the recent sales figures. Last month they told me it had surpassed 1 million copies. Ronald knew Paul Hogan wanted to compare it to the sales of his film, Sex and the Beast. After all, both videos were bestsellers. Actually, Ronald wasn't entirely telling the truth. Sex and the Beast video had already surpassed 1 million copies sold in its first month. That speed was record-breaking, even faster than Top Gun. As of today, the video sales were actually close to 2 million. Ronald didn't want too many people to know these business figures, only giving Paul Hogan a general idea, since they could all find out themselves anyway. Honestly, fair dinkum, these vampires are really outrageous, Paul Hogan blurted out an Australian slang term in exasperation. Do you know any good lawyers? I need to let Stanley Jaffe know that Mr. Crocodile won't be fooled so badly. Stanley Jaffe was a vice president at Paramount, and he also had an independent production company with Shirley Lansing. They produced the Oscar-winning film, Fatal Attraction, about Cher. These two are shrewd. When Lansing was president of 20th Century Fox, Jaffe focused primarily on independent production. When Lansing lost his job, Jaffe shifted his focus to Paramount, leaving Shirley Lansing to manage Jaffe Lansing Productions. These two Jewish individuals skillfully balanced their roles as studio executives and independent producers in a uniquely Jewish way. As long as they continued to produce works like Kramer vs. Kramer and Fatal Attraction, the major studios wouldn't really do anything to them. You can contact Mickey Cantor, the most famous person in the Los Angeles entertainment industry. We all call him Gray Eyes Mickey. You don't want him on your opponent's legal team. Ronald, of course, didn't introduce his personal lawyer to him, but instead contacted Mickey, who is well versed in the entertainment business. Anyway, Mickey Cantor, being Jewish, wouldn't mind stabbing Jaffe and Lansing in the back, provided it was within professional ethics and God's will. Hello, are you Crocodile Dundee? A young, beautiful woman interrupted Ronald and Hogan's conversation. Seriously, fair dinkum, it's me. But don't make a scene. If you want an autograph or a photo, let's do it privately, without attracting a crowd. Paul Hogan's fame in America is probably higher than in his native Australia. The only problem is that fans seem to only call him Crocodile Dundee. My workplace is just across the street. If you don't mind, you can come sit and relax for a while. It's an art gallery, and there aren't many customers at this time. It's very quiet. The beautiful woman smiled and pointed across the street to a modern art gallery. Across from this bakery on 6th Avenue is the famous Chelsea neighborhood. It's full of high-end galleries and bespoke luxury shops. It's always catered to the wealthy and powerful of high society. So the staff are very polite, unlike ordinary fans who scream as soon as they come up. Hogan and Linda both got autographs from the beautiful staff and took photos together. Then they enjoyed their coffee. Ronald, unrecognized, looked at the paintings on the wall. This style looks so familiar. Ronald recognized a set of prints that looked exactly like supermarket soup cans. It was one of the Andy Warhol works he had collected. Campbell's soup cans. Ronald identified the logo on the painting. It really is supermarket soup cans. Yes, many of Andy Warhol's works have a product packaging style. The concept of pop art is to use popular culture and everyday objects as artistic subjects, emphasizing the artist's attention to consumer culture and challenge to popular culture. How much is one of these? Ronald interrupted the long-winded explanation. He was only concerned about whether the paintings he had bought had depreciated too much. Sotheby's recently auctioned a set of 32 Campbell soup cans for a total of $220. 000. The saleswoman seemed quite familiar with the piece, quoting the price. That's less than $10,000. Ronald's face fell. He had bought them for $20,000 each. Never mind, the ones at home are bigger than this. That set is a combination of paintings from different flavored soup cans, and the price is even cheaper if you buy them individually. If you're interested, please inquire. The pretty saleswoman went to get a brochure. No, I don't need it. Ronald left in a hurry. What a piece of junk. He'd only bought it less than 6 months ago, and it had already depreciated by more than half. They've gone too far. They've underreported so many sales. Mickey Cantor is a notoriously tough lawyer in the industry, a real hardliner. Jeffy is in a bit of trouble this time. The Australian cowboy acted quickly. Just after the weekend, Ronald heard the news from his agent, Nisida. Although exploiting foreign artists is a common practice in Hollywood, this movie, which grossed over $300 million, had its VHS sales figures concealed by an absurd number. With a lawyer's letter from Gray-Eyed Mickey, and the sequel about to be released, Jeffy and Lansing didn't want to cause any negative publicity, so they had to give up some of the profits they had originally intended to pocket. Ronald laughed heartily. He didn't mind giving these Jewish figures entrenched in the studio's upper echelons a little trouble. How do you know this gossip? Nistida's nose was sharp. When they came to New York, they asked me to watch the sequel to The Crocodile, and they talked to me about some problems with Paramount. Ronald believed Nisida could deduce the truth from that. These kinds of things shouldn't be admitted to anyone, not even on the phone. Who did you say called me for? Ronald steered the conversation back to the original purpose of Nisida's call. Sybil Shepherd, Nisida replied. What does she want with me? Ronald asked, puzzled. Remember how Bruce Willis got available for Die Hard? His co-star in Moonlight, Sybil Shepherd, was able to continue filming the series after recovering from childbirth. But the writer's strike left her temporarily without work, and the new season is almost certainly going to be delayed. She's currently looking for scripts everywhere, hoping to take the opportunity to make a movie. There aren't many film projects that get approved by the Writers Guild these days, so when she heard you were planning to invest in a movie, she came to CAA. She wants to work with you. Ronald remembered that he had done Sybil Shepherd a favor to get Bruce Willis to star in Die Hard. My movie only cost $3 million, why is she interested? Ronald found it amusing. Sybil Shepherd wasn't like she was with Peter Bogdanovich when she was a Hollywood darling, but she was still a leading lady in popular TV series. She wouldn't be doing something like this. Wait, is she trying to increase the investment? Ronald realized he had misunderstood. It was obvious that Shepherd had taken a liking to the role in the script and wanted to get involved. As for the budget, well, that could always be increased. I don't object, only 2 conditions. First, Emil Adorino must direct, this is my opportunity for him. Second, Sybil Shepherd mustn't revise the script, she can't revise it now, the union is still on strike. Oh, right, then Emil must remain the director. As for her wanting to increase investment, my daydream will have priority in profit sharing, she wants to meet you to persuade you to direct. Ronald, I really liked your portrayal of women in your films. I was also captivated by the character in this film, I felt that Colleen Jeffries was myself. Soon, Sybil Shepherd, arranged by CAA, met with Ronald. She had recovered well after giving birth to twins and was one of the few white actresses who didn't look her age. However, when she got excited, the veins on her hands betrayed her age of 38. Ronald looked at this actress whose youth had faded and listened to her for a long time, already understanding most of her thoughts. After 35, beautiful actresses enter a very awkward age. Especially for actresses known for their beauty. The more stunning she was in Taxi Driver, the more awkward she feels now. She still instinctively wants to play beautiful women, falling in love with handsome boys on screen, and off screen too. But at this age, she's slowly becoming more suited to playing mother roles. Hollywood actresses, once they play mothers, often have to keep playing that role until they become grandmothers, and then they never get another leading role. This film, Life After Life, has a very unique plot. At the beginning, Colleen Jeffries plays a fiancée. By the time the story progresses to her deceased fiancé being reincarnated and falling in love with her daughter, she's a middle-aged mother. But the plot then leads to a romance between her and her daughter's boyfriend, especially after the male lead finally convinces Colleen that he is her fiancé's reincarnation. This kind of film, where she can play both a young, beautiful girl and a beautiful, middle-aged mother, allows the audience to seamlessly transition through this key turning point in Sybil Shepherd's acting career. I'd love to challenge myself by playing a young girl and a mother of an adult daughter in a film. I'm very confident I won't be directing. I'm still busy editing my last film. Emil is a fantastic director, he contributed a lot to the choreography of my sizzling dance, and many of the classic love scenes between the male and female leads were orchestrated with Emil's help. Ronald declined Sybil Shepherd's offer to direct, as this was a practice project for Emil. Since you praise him so much, I think he must be a very good director. Sybil Shepherd shared her understanding of acting, but Ronald remained unmoved. Sigh, had his charm that captivated all the men on set gone forever? So, once my starring role is officially confirmed, how much budget will be allocated? I've never made such a low-budget film before, Shepherd compromised, as scripts were rare these days. She was willing to lower her salary slightly to star in a film invested in by Ronald's company, but only if the budget increased. That depends on the efforts of our Daydream production team and the approval of the major studios for the current cast, Ronald said. What he really meant was that it depended on how many people still supported Sybil Shepherd. Her time as a movie star was undoubtedly long gone. She hadn't acted in a theatrical film since the 1980s. But as a television star, she was currently at the height of her popularity. Ronald wasn't sure how much appeal she would have returning to film as a television star. A film's budget is closely related to the star power of its lead actor. If an A-list star is involved, then B-movie shooting standards are impossible. All the technical staff, equipment, and locations would have to be upgraded. If this film, with Shepherd on board, couldn't secure at least $7 million in budget, then it would lose its purpose. Now, Daydream's production team faced this awkward problem. David Simpkins had inquired within the industry, and Sybil Shepherd's appeal was neither high nor low, just right. None of the major studios were willing to add more than $5 million to the budget. Film distribution costs are getting increasingly expensive. A mid-budget production of $10 million and a big-budget production of $30 million have almost the same distribution and promotion costs. Either you make a small-budget film for $3 million and go for a cheap, guerrilla-style distribution strategy, or you have to exceed $10 million in production costs and go for the mainstream distribution route. $8 million is stuck in the middle, a very difficult situation. If you don't add to the budget, Simpkins suggested to Ronald, we'll have to shelve this project. We'll have to wait until Sybil goes back to filming Blue Moon before we start shooting again. Simpkins actually hoped the project would go through so he could recommend more new scripts, which would benefit his influence. Running it safe has its advantages, otherwise, one film would put too much pressure on us. Sticking to the original investment figures is necessary. Michelle Canold wasn't very insistent on giving the green light. In his view, this kind of film actually had a lower return on investment than 5 small-budget films. The appeal of a female star still can't compare to that of a male star. Ronald had no choice but to sign the report. He couldn't very well go directly to Sybil Shepherd and tell her it wasn't worth investing an extra $2 million. Your phone. Canold answered a call and handed it to Ronald. Ronald, someone is willing to invest in your life after life, starting with an additional $10 million, with no additional requirements. Who is it? I can't direct this film, Ronald thought. Someone actually has such faith in me. It's someone from TriStar. They say it's a direct instruction from their parent company to give your project the green light. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.